we're looking at should change so that it says
Oh, it says live.
live. Then that's great.
All right. So,
We don't have a link yet. But Dan, all you.
okay, well, welcome to the first live event of Jewish Live. We only a little bit know what we're doing here, so we are really pleased for everybody who's
Baby
here.
steps.
In fact, Lex, there are 2 attendees that you need to bring in. And we are getting our systems up and running. We're so thrilled to have here one of our very first guests ever on Judaism Unbound, Dan Mendelsohn Aviv, and also another early guest, Eliza Klein from One Table, and a not yet guest, Eliza's associate at One Table, Jessica Minin.
And we have more guests that are being promoted to panelists. We're going to be promoting people all day, folks. Get excited. You're going to witness many promotions. So Abby Eisenberg is joining us, one of our recent guests, and Miriam Turlinchamp is joining us. I don't know, it's like doing a great hybrid between early guest and recent guest, sort of a medium recency guest is Miriam Turlinchamp. So thanks to all of you.
So I guess we should start by introducing ourselves and what this is all about. I should say for anybody who's brave enough to be tuning in this immediate, when we're just starting, you are the courageous ones who are going to be accompanying us through our tech challenges and our learning curve. But one of the good things about this awful time that we're in is that people seem to have a lot of patience for learning. And so maybe that's something that we can hold with us after this. But I want to jump right into this without too much preamble. But what I do want to say, first of all, I'm Dan Liebenson, and my colleague Lex Rofberg is to the left of me, I think, on your screen. And we, in our day jobs, such as it is, we host the Judaism Unbound podcast. But when the coronavirus came and there was this, all of a sudden, all Jewish events that we were invited to and that we were about to attend and that we were speaking at all started to get canceled. And we realized that we were about to go into some period of time, whether that is a few weeks or a few months, where there would be literally no in-person Jewish events going on. And this was something that we had already had on our minds in a certain way, and that we've been advocating for years, that digital Jewish events are real as well, and that we should take those seriously. And when this started to happen, we felt, well, maybe we can at least try to get all these people who never attended a Jewish digital event before to quickly be able to. And the idea was that in this time that people were going to be struggling with 2 things. One is just a lack of Jewish experiences. And the other thing was that people were going to be feeling a sense of social isolation. So we hope that this will address the social isolation piece to some extent, in the sense that it's obviously, when you watch a baseball game live on TV, you feel more like you're part of something than when you TiVo it and watch it 12 hours later. So we think that at least focusing on live Jewish events that are happening is a contribution.
Are you going to hit us with baseballs, Dan? Are you
very little? Lex, you're the sports guy, but
okay. But we'll make some graphics, throw some baseballs at screens.
But the main thing that I want to say is that I think we do want to try to figure out how to help folks with the social isolation piece down the road. We're not quite there yet, and this is primarily about the Jewish experiences piece. So we'll talk more later about what we're trying to do with Jewish Live in general, and I don't want to take up too much of the time here, since we have so many awesome folks to talk to. But I did want to at least frame it that way, and to say that this is an experiment. We've gotten this up very quickly. We're trying to figure out the best things to do. And what this channel is hopefully going to become is what we're thinking of as the main stage of a 24/7 Jewish culture festival online. Or Lex is telling me I should call it the Digital Jewish Content Festival. But anyway, the idea is that hopefully on this channel, on this website, that there will always be something really interesting happening, and happening live, with partners from all over the world, so that other people can take the night shift, so to speak. And that's aspirational, and we're going to try to get there as quickly as possible. And in the meantime, before we even have anything totally sure going on next week, although there will be stuff going on next week, we thought, let's launch right now. And the easiest way to do it would be to invite all of our friends that have been on the Judaism Unbound podcast over the last 4 years. And that would be an easy way to just get a bunch of people to drop in. So here they are. different people are going to be dropping in at different times. And before we chit chat, Lex, I wanted to see if you had anything that you wanted to say.
Oh man, so many things to say. Okay, so first thing to say is hello to those of us, those of you who are watching on YouTube, those of you who, as of a couple seconds ago, are able to watch in our jewishLIVE Facebook group. If you're on Facebook, if you're not on Facebook, head to Facebook, type in jewishLIVE, you can watch us there. We really want this to be open to whatever channels you find most intuitive. So we've got this streaming on our website in a couple minutes. We've got this going on YouTube and on Facebook, but just the main thing I want to say is, wow, this is funky. It's not what any of us wanted. I think that sort of goes without saying, but we should still say it. There's this kind of digital Judaism that we're creating is in many ways coming to be out of necessity, because we can't gather in the same ways that we're used to. And in this time of social distancing, we need to figure out alternative ways to do so. But the tiny silver lining that we can seek to find is that this does open up potential channels of interaction that we've been starting to utilize in general. So Facebook Live, all of these different ways that we can connect, they've been happening already jewishly. And now is a moment where we can really enhance the ways that they're happening. So I'm just really appreciative to everybody who is tuning in. And yeah, like Dan said, I encourage you to come in, come out over the course of the day. We will be here. This is also an experiment because we'll be sort of, this video will exist afterwards. So it's both a live stream and hello to those of you in the future that are watching. There's like a weird multi-dimensional time warp that we are in the midst of. So we're talking to you too. And we hope that all of you will be considering not only, you know, how you can listen to folks like the incredible guests that are on the screen in front of you, but also how you can create some of this stuff yourself. And we'd love for you to submit ideas to jewishLIVE itself. So that's all I've got for now, Dan. Let's meet some of our incredible guests that are here.
Yeah, meanwhile, Lex, I think it's not actually on our website yet. So
yeah, that's the next
you're going to work on that? Okay, great. Because we are on Facebook for anybody who's watching, but not yet on our website. So we're working out the kinks. So let's start. I thought maybe we could start with you, Eliza and Jess, because you have been working with a large community of people in your organization, One Table, where you can say a little bit about what it is, but it's about helping people do Shabbat dinner gatherings. And so it would seem that in a period like this, you're scrambling as much as we have been to try to figure out what that means for your work. And so it'd be great to hear a little bit from you about what you've been thinking, what you're hearing from people in terms of what they're wanting, what they're feeling. So can you share some of that with us?
Thank you for inviting us. Friday is our favorite day of the week, so it's especially nice to be here with you today. This is, hey, I'm Eliza Klein. I'm the founder and CEO of One Table, which, just for those of you who are a little bit unfamiliar, it's basically like Airbnb for Shabbat dinner. And we have spent the past 5 years doing our very best to get literally tens of thousands of young adults to invite strangers and people they know into their homes to celebrate Shabbat, to really live out the value of Hachnasat Orchim. So we needed to pivot because we were thinking about that as the fullest expression of Shabbat and Jewish life is hospitality and warmth and experiencing things together. And we have actually been explicitly thinking about how Shabbat could be an antidote to the epidemic of loneliness that's been disproportionately affecting millennials and Generation Z, so people who are just graduating from college and in their 20s and 30s, who may have partners but don't yet have kids. And this is a language, as Dan said, this is like the language you've already been thinking about. And the good news is that we already had sort of a distributed model, right? There are about 250 to 270 dinners happening across the country per week through an online platform. So that piece was already in place. The question was, how do we help by speaking to each one of those hosts to figure out how they can create a meaningful experience for themselves and for their friends, not in person? To be sure, 35% of the population we serve, just nationally, people in that stage of life have roommates, some of whom are Jewish, some of whom aren't. And we have been, again, thinking about Shabbat dinner is beyond your roommates. Shabbat is creating new people. But what does it look like to turn to the person you've been sitting next to in the house all week and say, okay, we're going to now change the temperature. We're going to change the feeling and bring in ritual and make it into Shabbat. So one of the very first things we did, even before figuring out how dinners could all become digital, was allow for the dinner minimum to go from 5, which was, we know that the ideal group for a dinner party is around 6 to 12, according to lots of data. So we changed it from that to 1. So if you are sheltering in and you are by yourself, how can even setting the table for yourself beautifully make you feel connected to others, to the Jewish people, to tradition and culture? And that meant we could also be generous and still provide our resources for people who need them. So that was what I would say the first thing that we shifted, is just completely flipping from thinking about this being the most social experience where you're bringing people you know and don't know into your home, to actually knowing that can you feel connected to others even if you're by yourself. We're calling it Shabbat alone, together. That was the first thing that we did in terms of leveraging the platform to allow people to do this by themselves. I'm going to ask Jess to sort of talk about what it has meant for the digital resources, because it's that lots of people are doing, and what does it look like and feel like differently for this particular demographic? Social experience.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Rabbi Jess Minnan. I'm the director of Jewish Learning at One Table. I oversee our content creation, curation, and delivery, and that has dramatically shifted over the past week. As an organization that focused on creating social gathering, how do we really create resources and deliver them in the fastest way possible to help people feel, although they might be alone, together? So we immediately pivoted, and instead of wishing you a Shabbat Shalom, we are going to wish you a Shabbat Shalom. Get it? Alone.
Nice.
And so
like those kind of things.
That's amazing. I want to shout out to an organization called
Shalom.
I thought you were saying Shalon. There is a Shalon organization.
There is a Shalon.
A Salon plus that's an interesting Shabbat plus Salon, but Shalom, we can do every hybrid word. What portmanteau?
Every portmanteau, right? Look, I think what we're touching on here is actually something really powerful that we've been thinking about as well, which is how do we turn these resources into evergreen resources that aren't just helpful right now? Because there are a lot of people who are homebound or who might be celebrating Shabbat alone. And so we want these to be things, tools that people have forever, not just right now while we're dealing with this pandemic. So what we did is we created a Shabbat Shalom guide that really takes people through the rituals of Shabbat, how to prepare, how to get yourself there spiritually and emotionally and physically, whether you're alone, whether you're with your immediate housemates, if you're shelter in place, your roommates, your housemates, your partner, etc., or whether you're joining something like this and having a virtual Shabbat with however many people, which means there's, as you guys know, launching something like this, there's a lot of details. Well, how do you make Kiddush? Who's going to make it? Are you going to do breakout rooms? Are you all going to go around and say something that you're putting down from the week that you can now pick up your Kiddush cup and welcome Shabbat? So for each ritual, we're really giving people the tools to feel engaged, whether they're alone, small group, or in a virtual space. And we're also on Instagram and Facebook too. On Facebook Live every Friday night, we have folks welcoming ritual. Not me, not the rabbi. Who needs a rabbi? We have our actual users leading Shabbat.
Write that down, everybody.
The rabbi said it. Quote me on that. Look, the best news will be to provide leadership and then get out of the way so people can become the producers of their own Jewish experiences. That's exciting news. So we have our Facebook Live on Friday nights for ritual that'll feel peer-led. It's young folks leading ritual that you can tune into. And we also have our Instagram. You can literally flip through the ritual guide so you can see it on your phone. I don't know a millennial who has a printer, okay? So people aren't printing out the guide. You got to pull it up.
Just got one.
You have a printer?
I just got one like 2 weeks ago. Like I would have confirmed your point until 2 weeks ago. I've used it once. So on that, yeah.
I have 2 printers as a Gen Xer.
You have 2 printers? Yeah.
Yeah,
More
at
than
least.
I have. But look, you have to think about text differently. You have to think about the Jewish canon differently when you're sizing it for a handheld device. And so those are some of the things that we've been thinking about.
By the way, that's amazing. And I just also want to note that we have been working on our website. I mean, this is part of the launch of our website. Right now, there's kind of a just very rudimentary page where we're trying to organize live streaming. Right now, it's Friday night services, just because we didn't have time to add Saturday yet. And frankly, we didn't have time to add much of Friday, but we're working on it. And so just this is for you guys, but also for everybody. Please send us anything that's going on that folks out there are doing, and we're going to try to find a way to organize it and make it available to people in the next week or two. Our site is very rudimentary, and basically Lex and I are the ones trying to figure out how to post it, but we do have somebody working on a more robust site. So hopefully,
yes, and specifically, submit events. Really submit events. And the way to do that, much love to all the people that have sent me direct Facebook messages. I opened my other inbox today, and there were 11 different event submissions to my other inbox in Facebook from people. That's nice. What's even better, much better, is to use our website form, jewishlive.org/submit an event. And you can also just go to jewishlive.org and then click the submit an event button. And then there's a form right there. That's the best way to do it, just so that we have one place where all the events are and not, various emails and Facebook messages to bring together. And there's been so much incredible variety of events. Keep it coming, folks. I toured Berlin, Germany yesterday morning with Junction Europe. That's incredible. There's other things like that I hope will be down the pike. Dan, yeah?
Yeah, so let's, I think that a lot of times today there's going to be 1 or 2 people in the room, but here we have something like 7. So I want to give a chance for just to have a larger conversation. And frankly, Lisa and Jess, you may be better at this than we are, because you do conversations with lots of people. We generally do conversations with one person. So anybody feel free to step in and take some moderating job here. But I'd love to hear from anybody, I guess, like just to talk a little. When I was talking to my wife earlier about what we were going to do today, she said, well, it shouldn't just be all jolly, we're having a great time here, which obviously I am to an extent, because what I've been saying to people is that I live in physical isolation all the time, and I'm kind of welcoming people into my world. But also, of course, not. So I think that it would just be great to hear from all of y'all, both what you're hearing from people, how you're thinking, what you're thinking in your community, both, I guess, where are the challenges, where are people really hurting, besides the very obvious, and what do you think, not necessarily what are you doing, but what do you wish somebody would be doing? I mean, where do you think that there are places? I think it's particularly important to talk about, but you should feel free to talk about anything. But I think it's particularly important to talk about where is there room for us as a collective to be doing things that as individuals or individual organizations we probably wouldn't do. And that may be a conversation about what nobody is doing right now, but I think that could be a really beneficial conversation as well, in terms of sparking our own creativity and those of others. So feel free to just jump
Who's
in.
Nachshon? Who's kicking us off?
You asked a lot of things. So
I always do. That's why I'm highly edited on the podcast, and so Lex makes it sound a lot more like I asked the right question.
Look, I don't have to. I'm sorry, Dan. Didn't mean to cut you off. Were you about to speak?
No, I'm. Which Dan?
So the piece that I am observing in my own self, like my physical sensations, the pain, like the pressure on my chest and my stomach, which sort of just wanes, and checking in with our staff. So it's interesting for us. We have about 35 people across the country. Really, except for 2 of us, everybody's in the target demographic. And I'm able to sort of been watching the physical and emotional responses and how quickly they shift. So part of what I'm thinking about is how might we make sure that ritual is as elastic and as accessible as possible? For example, I have completely lost track of time. I really was convinced that yesterday was Wednesday, and I had a whole other day to get a particular communication out to One Table funders and board members. And then I realized that's actually not a possibility. And it didn't occur to me until I think even after the meeting, where I probably mentioned that it was Wednesday several times. Like, I think that that's a real thing. And I'm thinking about how the language of ritual, how do we create like just the most elastic, expansive, and accessible version so that we can pull these moments of connection and stillness. We can call it Shabbat moments because we're Shabbat obsessed, but there are certainly, you know, my previous work is with a mikveh, which is not a safe ritual to do right now. So how do you bring, you know, when we're washing our hands or taking a breath or holding a stone in our hand or looking into the eyes of someone we love or any of those things, what's the text that we turn to? Is it Esa Enai, or is it every little thing's going to be all right? Like, you pick, but how can we exchange those? I've been trying to figure out if there's a way to share blessings, right? I'm 48, but I get a blessing physically on my hands from my parents who are 85 and 80 every Shabbat, and I'm not getting it this week. So I'll put the phone on my head for FaceTime, but is there a way that like they can bless me and I can bless you and you can bless your friends? And can we use technology in some way to spread blessing? So that's what I would propose right now.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool proposal. Any other follow-ups from folks? We've got some great panelists. I like Abby, I see you're unmuted. Let's go to Abby Eisenberg. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I think the only person I don't know yet on the call is, well, two people, the panelists, Dan and Miriam. So I'll briefly introduce myself. I'm Abby Eisenberg. I live in New York City, and I'm an independent Jewish educator. So normally, I travel around to many students in Manhattan. I'm based in Riverdale in the Bronx, so north of Manhattan, and I work with students mostly one-on-one. To teach whatever area of Jewish text, Jewish culture, Jewish language they're interested in. So until last week, I think this is my first full week at home, I was still traveling on Friday. So I'll just share a teeny bit about my own experience and then try and bring it into bigger picture. And, you know, I work for myself, and I was really sort of distraught over the weekend and concerned, but it worked itself out. And you know, I've heard many people say right now, which is interesting, that they've never been busier. That's how I feel. And a lot of people are saying, I saw on Facebook and talking to a couple friends by phone, people are so tired at the end of the day, differently than when they're commuting or when they're out there. And, you know, I just, again, from my own small vantage point, I feel so grateful that, thank goodness, my work so far remotely is working well by video. And, you know, there are some challenges, I think, but, you know, Lex, I guess you asked about what's needed right now. And I'll just share one small piece about my own work, and then I sort of want to bring it to Jewish learning in the bigger picture. I actually got 2 new students this week remotely, which is, it's really an unbelievable thing to think about. I was supposed to have a consultation with a family last week, and we moved it to online on Sunday, I think, last week. And the family was ready to go. It was a 12-year-old, sweet, deep thinking, just beautiful soul of a young woman. And we started talking about Passover, and she's so engaged. We've had 2 sessions so far. And then an adult. I work with the Wexner Foundation a little bit. And so I have an adult that I'm working with from their, I don't know exactly what to call it, what the right language is, communal service. Anyway, the short of it is, you know, and Lex and Dan, Lex, when you said what's needed, I'm like, well, you're doing it. And when I got your form earlier in the week, and, you know, what you said is, can you give 30 minutes a week? And I was like, yes, I can. And so I think in terms of what's needed moving forward, it's interesting to think about both. And I'm sorry, this is a little bit long-winded, so I will wrap up. You know, people are still interested in exploring, even in these extremely, and somebody made fun of the word unprecedented yesterday, but I'm going to use it, in these unprecedented times, people still want to go deep and engage in what it means to be Jewish to them and learn. And at the same time, you know, people want to learn, what do Jewish voices have to tell me about this situation? So I hope to help people with both of those things as we move forward. And I'll just say one more brief thing to put it out there, which is Passover. You know, in terms of what's needed, people are freaking out. And you know, without saying any more, because this was long-winded enough, that is, you know, what will my Seders look like this year? And I saw one person online say, well, I'm basically going to do it alone. And I'm like, I'm not doing a Seder alone. So you know, God willing, I'll be healthy still, but just in terms of what's needed, you know, I've been thinking a lot about those three things: Jewish learning connected to what is going on, and Passover.
Yeah, Passover is huge. I think everyone, hello. Now is when we should think about those questions. We should ask the questions Abby just named. Now, it is March 20th, not on April 6th, when Passover is, when does Passover start? April 8th? I'm a very bad professional in the Jewish world. April 8th, that is the date, great. So we should be thinking about that now. And I wanna ask that with like both tones, right? So like, what are our Passover Seders going to look like this year? And also, what are our Passover Seders going to look like this year? Because both of those are real questions, right? Like there's a huge amount that we lose here that we're not going to be able to just simulate. I want to name that. I want to be able to like collectively mourn that, to be frank. And I had a really great conversation on Facebook with a friend of mine about like, okay, what if what should the Afikomen hunt be? Like if we're gonna have Zoom Seders and there's people in different places, like should a GPS tracked object in somebody's house be like delineated as the Afikomen? And then there's like some puzzle or something to try and figure out the latitude and longitude coordinates so that you determine whose house out of the 8 houses in the Zoom room it's at. And then once you're there, you like do a little, go left, go right, look under the cushion. I don't like, that's like, that sounds fun to me. And it's not something I ever would have done pre this moment. And it's not the same. I want to, once again, name that, but I think there are possibilities is what I'm getting at. I want to turn to Miriam Turlinchamp, because Abby, you just talked about how a lot of your work is kind of, I don't want to say it's simple to migrate digitally, but you do work one-on-one with students, and there's ways to sort of simulate that in a direct way through Zoom chats, etc. Miriam, you're a rabbi for a congregation in Cincinnati, and it's not as intuitive in many ways to, for lack of a better term, migrate your work digitally. So I'm curious to hear from you what you've been working on that front.
Sure. So I will say that it's a little easier for us than perhaps the average congregation in that we already have a culture of online praying. I think the biggest difference is that before it was like flicking on the camera and making sure you had nice slides, and now praying to an empty room and to the camera being closer to you, and also making sure that there's a visual experience happening that's beyond just like my face, and then also what does the music look like, and so how do you then provide sort of professional content in that way? Like if there's plenty of people who are doing really stellar things with like their guitar and their camera in front of them, this should feel different because we have the capacity for it to feel different. I will say that I was freaked out about this a couple of weeks ago, so I already had like my doomsday planning in the box, and I think that helped. In that I went and bought all new equipment and I got trained on it. And so how do you splice that video before it's live? So that my president this week is going to be lighting candles with her family. We're recording that at 1 o'clock, and then I'm going to sit there and edit it into it. And how do you sort of still have the people who are reading? And so, and not to pretend like it's the same, I think many of you are saying this, but how do you not pretend that it's the same old thing? I will say that I am one of those people who feel like I'm more busy than I was before, but I think that's because I'm trying to be really intentional about my content while I'm doing much, much less. Like now my life is Fridays and Saturdays and pastoral work, which is what I think my congregants used to think I did. And now it actually is what I do. So that's really interesting that I'm not like writing grants and making videos. I will say I realized how reliant I am on professional support. And I didn't realize that I needed it that way. And I didn't know really what the gifts they were bringing to me. I didn't get it until now. And so that's been something beautiful in this. I think the other part is feeling grateful that we have a congregation who spent a lot of time on what their vision looked like. And so today I had a conversation with our president and our executive director about the next board meeting. And so what does that mean when you've got to like delay the annual meeting and the budgeting process because you can't prepare. We're like in it so deeply right now, and maybe there's like waters on the other side right now and we're still in the dry land, but you have no idea what wilderness is coming for us. And just to say, okay, like, all right, so it's bylaws, like that's important in normal world, but since we're not in normal world, just to know that, and then to communicate that message back out, like that right now our job is to focus on the spiritual being of our people, and we'll worry about the finances, we'll worry about everything else later on, and just how do you take care of the different levels of, I think first, I identified, I think it was Eliza who said that your staff was like, how do you take care of the staff who's taking care of the congregation, who's taking care of like all the different things. And I guess the last thing is understanding that the relationships I built with other clergy right now is saving me personally, of just being able to call the pastors and say like, how is it for you? And then also being able to share like, hey, I can give you my access to my back room and we'll white label it for you. And so your church now can provide this. I've got extra mics I'm not using. Here you go. And to be able to share those gifts, like, I don't know if I would have shared them so regularly before. Like, I don't know if I was that generous. And now we're just so in it together that there's an opportunity for that.
Yeah, I mean, that last thing that you said, it kind of, I've been playing with this like little sermon type thing that perhaps you could help me because I'm not a professional sermon giver. But just this idea that with the 10th plague, the plague of the firstborn, that there was this image that we have, right, that the people were supposed to do something, some magic voodoo, right, which, and then kind of hide at home and pray that the angel of death passes over their house. I mean, that's the whole idea of Passover. And I just sort of imagine that scene as all these people like alone and afraid at home, like hoping that this is going to work. And at least one difference it feels today is that we have the opportunity to be afraid, but together in some weird way because of the internet, and because of things like this. And also because of the, maybe it's not quite the internet, but also what you're describing is that all of a sudden that sense of worry about, is this person going to, abuse my microphone? It's so minimal and what's so driving is the idea that, of course, we should help each other. And it sort of seems that, of course, we should help each other. It should be at all times. And so how might this experience actually be something that in a profound way reorients us? And I wonder if it will. I mean, I'm sure that important studies are going to be written about the societal transformations, good and bad, that come as a result of all this. Dan, I want to get you into the conversation because in some ways, this is like that story of Queen Esther and Mordecai from the Purim story. It's like perhaps for this reason you have arrived at the place where you've arrived, and you've spent the last year creating a blended learning platform for teenagers. And so it feels like you have some expertise here as to how one might use a situation like this, at least to start with, for its maximum possible value and learning value. And then, by the way, I know I'm going to ask a complex question, but the other thing is that when you were our first...
Hold on, I'm getting some paper.
No, you don't need it. When you were one of our first guests, what we were really talking about was moments of utter transformation in Jewish history. And you're an expert on that. You've written a book on that. So I'm also wondering if you could reflect a little bit about this time in relation to that.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting last couple of days because of what we've been doing pretty much since the beginning of Adraba's existence, which is developing a platform that is blended, that works both virtually and face to face, and how we can sort of transition seamlessly between the two. So now, basically, the stuff we're doing, we're supposed to launch in October officially. And one of the things that we had to sort of make the argument to parents was that this kind of learning is valid and useful and kids will enjoy it alongside the traditional kind of learning. And I think that, as people have been saying to me, you know, COVID has made that argument for you. I would rather they didn't. I would have liked to have made the argument myself, instead of having us all be socially distanced, physically isolated from each other. But the proposition, you know, as we're seeing, is a fundamentally correct one. You know, this device, this technology, can be used for Jewish learning. It can be used to connect people over long distances. The book did the same thing when Gutenberg started churning those out as well. You know, the fact that ideas could be packaged and shipped around and people could engage with them was a radically, scary idea for a lot of people back in those days. And now it's just a matter of course. In terms of, civilizational change in the Jewish people, the one thing I've been thinking about the last couple of days, I don't know if you've seen the image of the minyan, of the Frum minyan in, I think it was in Williamsburg, where they were all evenly spaced apart. I really wonder, I mean, for us who live in the world of technology, you know, using Zoom is not a huge shift, but for a part of our society, or Jewish society, that are avowedly anti-tech, or at least ostensibly publicly anti-tech, even though everyone has cell phones and everyone, you know, is doing stuff on the sly. But at least publicly, this idea that there's this kind of overt hostility to technology, how are they going to manage this time, and how is it going to affect that kind of sector of the world going forward? You know, when you can't disseminate information from the bima at Shul on Shabbat morning, you know, what happens? That'll be an interesting thing to observe. I mean, what part of what I wrote about in the book, and that was, 12 years ago, was this idea that the Haredi world is on the World Wide Web, right? There was this famous story of like this, back in the days of like Lycos and, early days of the internet. There was a page about the Satmar Hasidim, and on top in Yiddish it said, don't look at this page, it's treif. So there was kind of this acknowledgement that we're here, but we're not publicly announcing that we're here. And I'm very curious to see how this is going to change things. And it'll definitely change how we conceive of the synagogue. It'll definitely change how we conceive of the school. All bets are off, and I think that we're in a place now where there are lots of people who are, I guess, unfortunately prepared for this. Some have been arguing for this change, right? Dan and Lex have been talking about, how we can do Judaism differently going forward. Now's our chance, unfortunately, this is the context for it, but now's our opportunity to really, reboot and do something different and arguably better than what we've been doing up until now.
Well, I mean, thanks, Lisa. 1 second. Just one comment on that. That again, this is more for reflection. I was talking to somebody yesterday. Now I don't remember who was sort of talking about this as some kind of temporary situation, and then hopefully we can all just go back to the way it was. And there's elements of that, of course, and hopefully this will be short, and hopefully this will be not destructive in the ways that are just utterly destructive. And at the same time, I'm also back to thinking about Passover and this idea that there's plagues, and then there's an exodus, and then there's a wilderness, and the wilderness is chaotic and scary, and it's temporary. But what you hoping, right, the 40 years of wandering was a punishment. Like, you're hoping that we don't get stuck in the wilderness forever. You also don't hope that the wilderness leads us back to Egypt. You hope that the wilderness leads us forward to something else. And so the question is, is there a way? And by the way, and this is also where I sort of invite those in who have a more pastoral perspective, I think, than I do, which is to say, how can we both grieve the loss for sure, but also hope that it's not really a loss, hope that we're going to go back to a lot of the way things were. And at the same time, embrace this as an opportunity that's forced on us to assess whether there are actually better ways to do these things that would have never been available to us because of the innovator's dilemma, the classic innovator's dilemma of Clayton Christensen and his work on disruptive innovation, is that the most reason that things that actually everybody knows we should be doing, the reason they don't happen is because there are happy customers of the old product who hold us back. And it feels like during this period, the happy customers of the old, there's nothing they can do. So there's no holding back. So anybody who wants to explore new directions is probably a lot more free in this period to do that than they would have ever been before, and probably will ever be after this. And I sort of wonder, okay, so what does that open up? And how can we, and it goes to also to that question of, we're all right, that what I think Miriam said, you know, it's so hard to care for those who need caring for because we need caring for, you know. And so how do you both, you know, deal with all of the pain and the caring that others need and that we need during this period, and at the same time potentially explore opportunities that are only going to be available for this brief window potentially? So that's just something that's on my mind. Eliza.
Thank you both, Dans, because I feel all teed up. Certainly Dan Levinson and I have geeked out about this quite a bit over the past, I don't know how many years, but which is human-centered design. I'm thinking about it a lot. The whole notion behind this kind of formula for creating new solutions is limitations, is designing within limitations. You can design within a limitation of time or space or money or the number of people or the resources, the technology, you know, what can happen when you have a set of limitations, like you're in the wilderness, you're not in the wilderness, you're in slavery, you're not in slavery. Like what are the boundaries? Like in our case, it's, you know, by rule of our board and by the government, we have to not only encourage, but actually require social distancing now, right? And so that opens up a whole opportunity of like a series of how might we questions to come to, like, how do we help this? How do we help people feel together even though they're by themselves? How do we help people both deepen their universal connection to everyone right now, which I think is one of the beauties, right? Like you walk around and every stranger, I can certainly think of other moments in my life. People have mentioned 9/11. Honestly, the election in 2016 was such a surprise for everyone. I think, I actually even can think about the O.J. Simpson case. I remember very vividly being on the subway in New York City and strangers were talking to each other. And those are the three that I have in front of me. Certainly there are other moments that are a lot. I've spoken to my Israeli neighbors who are thinking about other moments when they have felt this kind of universal experience and connection, and also the heightened need, therefore, for the particular, right, to connect with people who you love and yourself. And that becomes a whole other design challenge. But the piece that I got really animated about when you were both talking just now, and it was hard to hold my breath, but so here goes, is that I will just give you, for the One Table example, we have 150,000 young adults who've used One Table. That is like a shit ton of young people finding connection in Shabbat. But the vast majority, well over 90%, are guests, right? You can't have a host without guests. And it's hard to be a guest without a host. And I am a host, and it's heartbreaking to not have people to my home. And it may be heartbreaking, right, for Miriam to not have people to her home. But the question is, for the majority of guests who were just really happy being guests, and that is a very valuable and important role to play. You can't welcome a guest without having the guest, right? That's a mitzvah on both sides. However, if you cannot go into your friend's home and you are on your own with your friend or your roommate or by yourself, you become the host. We have the potential to see an enormous shift in this sort of sense of ownership over your own practice, your own connection, your own ability to make those connections yourself. Lax, I want to call you out. You made like the self-afflicting bad Jew comment, not knowing when Seder begins, like, you know, let that crap go. It's like, you can't use that, right? Because of the, right, as Jess said, like the rabbi's not coming to your house and you're not going to the rabbi's house right now. Like this is an opportunity to figure out that you have our full permission to create ritual and practice in a way that resonates for you. It is perfectly legit, kosher, meaningful. And I definitely agree. like, I understand there's people who do like futures and financial stuff, and other people are going to know way more about this than me. But I was speaking with a member of our research advisory board yesterday, because we're about to field a national study, and a lot of it had to do with social connection and isolation in Jewish ritual. And we don't know yet if we should field the study anyway, because the world is new and different. If we should wait, if there is such a thing as waiting, because as you're saying, both of you, Dans, right? Like, this may not go back to the way it was. And so all of my measures of impact may be very different moving forward. And how do I redesign research knowing that this is a new normal? And that just can be energizing and animating. And then we can all take a nap, because I swear to God that Shabbat is coming.
By the way, I want to recommend a little book. I'm going to make little book recommendations here and there. There's a book by Isaac Asimov called The Naked Sun, which is part of a series that starts with a book called The Caves of Steel. And it's about a detective in a future time when there are basically androids, around. I mean, humans and androids, robots. And it's a great series. But the second book is called The Naked Sun, and it takes place on a planet where, for environmental reasons, it's become a sort of etiquette that you should never be in the same room with another person. And I actually think it's a very prescient book, obviously, for a time like this. And the book is about, murder takes place. So how could a murder possibly take place in a world like this? But, where no one would ever open the door for another person. But just in terms of some of the reading and some of the philosophy that might help inform us in times like this, I think that there's also probably a new library of text that we ought to be promoting.
I want to kind of piggyback on what Dan and Eliza have said, and thinking about texts that we use moving forward, and also changes that we make. I don't remember if it was Dan or Eliza who said, oh, Dan, I think you said, what happens when this is all over? Hopefully we go back to the way it was, which I also think hopefully we don't. And just very briefly, on a personal note, I'm more connected with my family and friends than I've ever been. Like, I work, I'm prepping and teaching, and in between I check Facebook and listen to WNYC and look at the New York Times. Like, I'm constantly connected. And as maybe I've said to, I don't know if I've ever said to Lex and Dan in our conversations, or maybe to Jess, who I've spoken to before, but and maybe I've said to Eliza, I'm not the biggest Facebook person. I don't like to post a lot, but I feel more, that's where real life is happening now. It's not in our homes or apartments. That's where we can connect. And I guess I would, go in two directions here. And one is a little serious, but I'll just cite a friend of mine, Rabbi Joe Schwartz, who, if any of you know him, very thoughtful guy, who created a source sheet. I'm sure you could ask him for it, on texts related to what's going on. And one of the things on the source sheet that then I took and used with other students is a text by Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik about what comes out of suffering. And of course, there are major theological issues here that, I won't, we're not going to solve those or go into them in depth right now. But the text was, and I can share that with folks also with his permission. The text was so powerful in the sense that what change and growth comes out of a difficult time. And I hope, and I also wonder, what texts can we use that teach us about generosity and growth? Because I think this is a time, both for myself and I see it in other people, where we are able to reach out more in ways to give to others in ways that maybe we weren't in real life before, when we were so busy. So I just, I don't want my life to go back to what it was last week and the week before. I want to stay connected in the way that I feel connected now. So I hope others may feel that way too, and that our Jewish texts can continue to guide us to be more comfortable with change and what comes out of change.
It's funny, Abby, we actually started the Shabbat Shalom guide by inviting people to say Shechianu. And you think of Shechianu as this blessing for an exciting time, a holiday, something new, you see a rainbow, but really it's about encountering the new, something that you haven't experienced. And there just ain't nobody who's experienced anything like this before, not in our lifetime. So it's not about rose-colored glasses, right? And I think there's a lot to be said about the way in which the Jewish community can be of service at this time. And I'm not the person to say it, and I'm sure someone over the course of this day will be. But the way that we claim our own texts and repurpose them for this moment by saying, there's a bracha here, there's a blessing here as we encounter something new, and claim that ownership. I totally agree. And there's so much possibility there that I also don't want to go back. I want this to be a way forward.
Well, I don't know exactly how long we have y'all on, Eliza and Jess, but but before you have to go, I want to make sure that we elevate this idea of design thinking a little bit more, because I think that it's, I know that it's an area that you are among the great experts in the Jewish world, at least. And I want to talk specifically about Passover, because I think that's on a lot of people's minds. And I think we're not quite, in about a week, we're going to have a freak out that I don't know what to do for Seder. And so maybe we can nip that in the bud a little bit and say, can we at least start to think a little bit about how a person would think about Passover this year and how a person would think about the Seder this year. And I think somebody pointed out in the chat, one of the people attending, that, and this has been pointed out to me a lot over the last few months, as we've been working on our own set of workshops to try to help people be more creative with Jewish experiences. We've been holding up Tiffany Schlein and her Tech Shabbat as an example of what if everybody could do that. And some people have said to me, Dan, not everybody wants to do that. You know, a lot of people want to come to Tiffany Schlein's Shabbat, but they don't want to be the one to create it. And the problem is that for Seders, it's very possible that people will have to, you know, or not, that everybody's going to be in a position where they might have to be the one to do the creative thing. And I guess I'm wondering if there's at least a little bit of a beginning that you could share about how folks like that can start to think about how I'm in charge of my Seder now for like 4 people. And I've never been in charge of maybe any Seder because I always attended one. And now, you know, but I want my family to have a meaningful Seder. And I have no idea how to do it because nobody has any idea how to do it in this kind of situation. So how do I even start to think about that?
Can I just first, no more self-berating. Cut it out. There are going to be people on April 6th, 7th, and 8th who are going to like, oh my God, it is Seder. I didn't realize it. I'm telling you, I don't know what day of the week it is. That is real and normal, perfectly Jewish, perfectly American, perfectly human. Be nice to yourself. Right now, we're already not nice to ourselves. Right now is like meta loving kindness practice. Every breath in and out, be kind to yourself. Even if you plan your Seder the day of, it can still be magnificent and powerful for you. Even better if you back up a little bit and take these time and these gifts that we're providing, but no beating yourself up. Frankly, ever, but especially now. Okay, that's my soapbox. I see the rabbis are ready to go.
I know some things, thank you for that, I appreciate that. Some things that we're doing is in our community is we're emailing a set of things like activities you can do with your family. So like we have a kinetic sand challenge. And so here's a set of materials that we want everyone to have. And then we'll do the live feed of this. We also have a recording because it's sort of, you don't want to wake up your kid for the nap from that. But how as we as communities and small groups and then divide up in small groups and have challenges that way. But trying to email links that people can self-print out, have materials lists that they can prepare. I think it's helpful to have things that you can prepare in the process. And then I know with my family, what we're doing is the first 10 minutes, we're agreeing to go on Zoom and we all have different assignments for what we're going to be responsible for that Seder, and different recipes we're making as part of that. And then I think there's so many online resources right now to just take full advantage of those things. I don't know if you've seen that Barry Polisar has his PDF for his Haggadah. It's just online and it's available, and that's an easy one for anyone to read, and it's all in English, so that's helpful.
I mean, one thing that I've been thinking about, and that we talked, it's funny, we're in this series right now on the Judaism Unbound podcast where we've been interviewing people about and towards the lead up to Passover. And a lot of our conversations still have stuff that's extremely relevant and everything. And yet it sort of seems a little bit, I'm like, we recorded that 2 weeks ago and the entire world has changed. And, I wish that I'd asked this person a few questions because I think they actually had a great, would have done something smart with it. But as an example, we had a conversation in the first week in that series with Barry Dollinger and Naomi Bain, who are starting this soft matzah factory. And obviously, and the idea that soft matzah is even a thing is very shocking to people, and I think in a good way. And I just talked to Barry and I said, can we create a video with you where you can show people how to bake soft matzah at home? Because I think people are going to really be into that. And that doesn't have so much to do with like the internet and any of that and the physical distancing and any of that, but it's just an opportunity to say, hey, this soft matzah is going to make your Seder much better no matter what. This is going to be for the future. Maybe everybody will have soft matzah, and this is one of those opportunities, where something new like that can happen. And so we're going to do that. And I think it's going to be, so one way that people, I think, will be able to make their little 4-person Seder more interesting is like, for the first time, we're having soft matzah because we learned how to bake it ourselves, and it's actually pretty easy and fun. So I'm wondering also, like, I'm thinking, can we even brainstorm a little bit just now about, like, I'm thinking that maybe if we can't share foods with people because they're in another place, like let's say we're having a Seder on Zoom and 4 of us are here and 4 of us are there, and we've got a laptop on the table and we're on Zoom. Well, yeah, we could make all the same foods each and just kind of know that we're having the same foods. But I'm also wondering, like, maybe we could use sounds. Maybe we could use, you know, videos or something. To get the same valence that the food, and maybe even better, right? I mean, do I always feel like a slave when I eat bitter herbs? Like maybe there's a better way to feel like a slave, and that we would never have explored because we didn't have to. And so I'm just sort of wondering if that raises thoughts in y'all about how we might think differently.
It most certainly does. And we've been thinking about this for a long time. And if you really want to get in the holiday spirit, I have to guide you to the One Table Passover Spotify playlist that will take you through everything from Britney Spears to Leonard Cohen and really get you in the holiday spirit. Music is indispensable. It's indispensable if we're meeting in groups, and it's also indispensable if we're alone. And I really want to lean into this idea that for those of us who don't use technology on Shabbat and Yom Tov, or for those of us who are simply going to be alone because of the circumstances, that's where I feel the most drawn. We're creating a Passover resource, a Passover guide specifically for solo Seder, because there are going to be people who are alone. There's always people who are alone. That's what gets me, is that why didn't we think about this before? Being alone on a holiday isn't new. It's new to us. We're just now thinking of it. So Solo Seder is going to offer audio and visual ways to punctuate your Seder if you do use technology. Yes, there is going to be a clip from the Prince of Egypt because, for those of us who come from that generation, it's an important part of our holiday tradition.
Heck yes.
You know what I'm saying, Lex? Yes, we're going to have some Egypt in there.
Shameless plug. There's a Prince of Egypt watching event scheduled for the third night of Passover already on Facebook. Check it out.
That's great. That's what I'm talking about. But we're also figuring out how to trying to figure out how to elevate Solo Seder in ways that don't use technology, but that use things that you're going to have with you. So how do you tell your own story and where you are at this moment? So there's going to be resources available. Obviously, we'll share them with you as well. And we're going to keep track of this conversation for the ideas that come up. Elise and I have to hop off, but thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much for being here. And actually, that's a great transition because we're about to let in another guest who showed up, Casper ter Kuile, who actually is just about to publish a book called, I think, The Power of Ritual, something like that. It's good that I'm butchering the title of his book before he comes on. But I think that this will be a great transition. So Jess, Eliza, thank you so much for joining us. And
high five, Casper.
He's not quite here yet.
Yeah, serious thank yous. I pressed, so I'm promoting, Casper, if you're hearing this, I'm promoting you to panelist. I think it should just make you a panelist. I don't know if there's anything on your end to shift, but we will see Casper soon. Yeah, we will.
But while he's coming, thanks so much,
Thank you.
Jessica and Elisa.
Shabbat shalom.
We'll talk to you soon. Okay. Dan, I mean, have you seen things yet in Adraba's time in terms of new ways in which the technology is really working extremely well in a surprising way to have somebody, to have people feel like great about it?
Well, I mean, up here in Toronto, we have a very extensive day school system, and the day schools made a decision. I believe it was late last Friday to shutter, and within 48 hours, they kind of whipped everybody into shape and went virtual. And they're using the platforms that are being commonly used by everyone. And kol hakavod, major props to all the teachers who, may have been doing this incrementally throughout the year, converting a lesson that was face-to-face into something online, but they really they made this, the great burden on their backs of carrying the whole education system. And now, hey, and now, thousands of kids are at home at school in the day school system. So, I mean, I have to acknowledge that amazing work that the teachers are doing with very little turnaround and sadly, very little support systemically. Like there should have been built in throughout the year, time for these people to do this. But again, you can't really work on the car while the car is in motion. I mean, you probably could. It would not be very safe, but you could.
That's tricky, yeah.
And hopefully some of the things going forward one of the lessons going forward will be that like this has to be built in time. That like if we're going to proceed forward, if we're going to have traditional schools going forward, that there be time for staff, for teachers to develop this stuff. You can't expect people to do this kind of work without compensation. There needs to be time for teachers to not professionally develop, because that usually involves some guy coming in and talking for an hour, but to give teachers time to do what they do best. Also give an opportunity for the parents to join in. One of the things we're doing at Adraba, we're offering sessions every day, starting on Monday for an hour from 1 to 2 p.m. Jewish history, and I've been bombarded with messages from parents saying, "Can we join too?" So we have to figure out a way to include, maybe make it family education. In spirit of, especially in the run up to Pesach, folks are like, not going to pile on the self-flagellation about people not knowing what to do for the Seder, but this is an opportunity for people to learn as a family, to share that burden equally amongst family members. And I'm sure there are plenty of folks out there in the Judaism Unbound extended universe that will be happy to chime in and help families to get up to speed on this.
Yeah, I hope so. And if you're one of them, by the way, please send us a chat, send us a note, send us all the passenger pigeons, or I guess not passenger pigeons, other pigeons. But please let us know if you want to serve that role. I love the phrase Judaism Unbound extended universe. It sounds like Marvel Cinematic Universe. Let's make that. Or maybe it exists already. I want to do our first welcome of a new panelist. We're going to be doing many of these handoffs over the course of the day. Casper ter Kuile, who we briefly mentioned, is now here. And it's awesome that he is here. Casper, we briefly mentioned that you've got a new book out, and so I'd love to give you the opportunity to say what that's about, but also just to,
as if I wasn't prepared.
Yes.
Wait, can you send me a copy of that?
You bet.
But so we've got Casper ter Kuile with a new book, but I want to say a couple things in introduction. One, we made this graphic for promoting this day-long launch, and I was figuring out language for it, and I put the language of, we're featuring leaders in all sorts of, doers, thinkers of Jewish life. And Casper ter Kuile is not himself Jewish, but I didn't feel bad at all using that modifier
100%.
to describe you, because you are a leader in contemporary Jewish life. You're also a leader in contemporary spiritual, religious design life, but I feel totally fine applying that to you. I just want to name it because that's something we should all be considering right now, that we're in a moment, and Miriam talked about this, where you're getting so much support from your friends who are pastors, who are not Jewish that you've built relationships with. We're all in a moment where we need to not just be living in our own religious bubbles. And Casper, I'll let you open up a conversation about what that looks like and what your book's about.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much, Lex. And if I haven't, if people haven't given you high fives over the Zoom camera yet, let me be the first to do that. And so good to see you, Miriam and Dan. Hello, everyone. I mean, I may not count officially as a Jew, but I'm planning my Seder with friends online. So I feel like
that's what we were just talking about. So tell us what you're doing later.
Well, we have our planning call on Saturday night, so I'll tell you after that. But I know I'm in charge of music, so that's what's going on in my world. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to talk about a couple of things today, and I'll mention the book. Thank you for sharing that. That's very sweet. So I'm part of the 3-person team at Sacred Design Lab with my colleagues Angie Thurston and Sue Phillips, and we were supposed to be having our team strategy retreat this week, so that shifted very quickly to ask, what's ours to do in this moment. And for the last year, Angie especially has been leading a project that we called the Formation Project, all online. And it had kind of 2 design principles. We wanted to give people an experience of spiritual deepening, and it was all happening online, and it didn't assume any shared religious, spiritual language or practice or identity. So in some ways, we spent the last year kind of preparing for this moment. And so what we decided to do was to offer every day at noon Eastern time, including today, every weekday, to offer just a 30-minute gathering circle where we do what we call family chapel. This is a practice that comes from Sue's home, where we each light a candle, share 2 minutes of silence, listen to a piece of music, have a piece of text read aloud twice, and then we break off into small groups and just reflect on what's coming up for us because of the text and the music, and then we come back together, listen to the piece of music again, and all blow out the candle, which I really loved. I just heard the tail end, and I can't remember who it was, but anyway, whoever it was talking about how do we not just think about creating things that are online, but also tactile in our own place. So having the smell of the candle, for example, is just a really, really lovely thing. So building in ritual elements that can be physical for everyone, I think is a really lovely piece of that. So that's been one thing. The other thing that's been super fun to do was a little singing circle I did on Sunday, and we had more than 100 people tuning in, and it was wonderful in that I asked everyone to mute their mics, and then I did kind of call and response singing, and then we sang together, and it was just very simple. And of course, you don't get the full choir experience, but to have 100 people singing together was just a really, really joyous moment. So if later we want, I have brought my shruti box, which is this wonderful little instrument, which is often used in classical music. It's just a drone, so you can kind of hear, it makes a very simple sound. So it's a lovely accompanying instrument. If you're singing over Zoom like this, you still have that sense of a fuller sound. So those are 2 kind of practical things that we've been doing that everyone is welcome to join, and those singing circles are at 1 p.m. on Sunday here on Zoom as well. And then, yes, my book went on pre-sale.
Casper, before you talk about your book, I just want to let Dan Mendelsohn Aviv drop off because he has to go. But Dan, we really want to thank you for being here. And I also will note for folks who are listening in the future, watching in the future, that Eliza and Jess also had to drop off, as well as Abby Eisenberg. So we're almost doing a shift. Miriam, we love that you're sticking around, Miriam Turlinchamp. And so for anyone listening, we've actually, thanks so much, Dan. Thanks for being here. We've been actually chatting in the background that, of course, we should release the audio of this at some point. So that's why I'm saying this a little bit, that just for anybody who's listening to the audio, that we're now here with Miriam Turlinchamp and Casper ter Kuile and Lex and me. Go ahead, Casper, sorry.
Yeah, you bet. And I also want to do, and of course, this won't come across on audio, but one of my favorite thing of last year to practice has been like what Zoom movements are the best. And if you haven't, we did a high five before, but have you done the Zoom dab? Because that's another classic, right? Like it fits perfectly within the Zoom frame, and it's very visual. Miriam is enjoying this. So Miriam, yes, there's the dab. You've got to find joy where you can, right, guys? So all of that is to say, yes, yesterday was the pre-sale of my book. It's called The Power of Ritual, and it feels honestly, sadly, more relevant than ever. I mean, the core questions for the book are, in a time of growing disaffiliation from traditional religious institutions and increased social isolation, where can we find meaning, connection, and purpose? And my approach has really been, learning from my time at Harvard Divinity School, to start with the things that we're already doing. So to start with the everyday practices of eating and reading, resting, working out, and to see in them opportunities to create spiritual practices. And so it's really written for an audience that is perhaps religious adjacent, or a little hesitant about religion in its kind of capital R form. And to introduce, with gentleness and humor, some of the theological greats and the great traditions, and to say, hey, when you're reading, it's kind of like, and you want to have a conversation about it, how about learning about Havruta or Lectio Divina? If you're wanting to turn off your phone, how about we learn about the tradition of Sabbath? And if you have a daily walk with your dog in the morning, what can we learn about pilgrimage to make that into a moment of meaning? So my hope is that it can kind of give people, I love this phrase, a sense of spiritual confidence, right? That their practices and their everyday life is sufficient as a ground to start deepening a spiritual life with. It doesn't demand, necessarily 5 years of rabbinical school or, great great journeys. Although of course it can lead there, and it's wonderful when it does. But yeah, so it comes out in June. And I'm grateful for everyone who's supporting it. So
and I'm super excited, by the way. Sorry, I just want to note that I'm super excited that, unlike most books that I'm interested in reading of this kind of nature, your book is actually going to be available as an audiobook that you're reading. So I'm very excited because I'm actually going to be able to read it.
They know when they've got British authors, they got to use that British accent on the audiobook. These folks are not dumb. These audiobook folks know exactly what they're doing.
Honestly, Lex, in the negotiations about the contract, I was like, this is non-negotiable.
Yeah. Look, you also have a podcast, by the way. Like, it's not a hard sell. You have a pod. We should have shouted out to this too. Like, you've got a podcast, Harry Potter and the Sacred Text, which is worth listening for everybody. But like, you've got experience speaking eloquently into a mic. So with that, yes, there you go. So you talked about, not needing 5 years of rabbinical. So of course, I now need to introduce our new rabbinical panelist, who is David Marcus, who is joining us. David, thank you so much for coming. David and I initially met through the Universe of Jewish Renewal. David is now involved with the seminary AJR. What is Academy for Jewish Religion, correct?
I got to give you a high five. One to Casper, and one to Dan, one to Lex. Miriam, great to see you.
Great. Your mic is a little hot, by the way, if you want to move it slightly.
That's cool. Off the mic. How we doing?
Perfect. But so yeah, David, welcome aboard. We are, we're doing a variety of handoffs and just getting everybody's perspectives on this moment that we're in. So I'd love to hear from you. You are somebody in the grand scheme of our panelists. We've been talking about folks for whom a lot of work is already digital. We've been talking about folks for whom less of it is digital. There's a lot of migrating happening right now to digital. And you sort of straddle that. So I'd love to hear what you've been up to in this moment.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Lex. You guys are doing a tremendous public service for all of us and for Jewish Life. Thank you. Super thank you. I serve in a couple of different capacities, and I'm translating between those capacities even as we speak. The community I serve in New York City has been a brick and mortar synagogue, and suddenly, just like every other brick and mortar house of worship, and I use house of worship very broadly, we are moving onto a digital platform. For some people, this is a real challenging shift. And it's worth keeping in mind for all of our listeners a couple things about that shift. Some of it is just good digital citizenship. I see, Lex, that you're teaching classes on how to create nifty backgrounds for your Zoom meetings. So hi there, how you doing, Jewish Live? But sometimes it's more basic than that. I can't get my camera to work. I can't download the thing. Oh, Dan, you're looking very, Jewish Live here too.
Yeah, we're going to be making some of those basic ones too, by the way. You're right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And for the felt experience of individuals as individuals, which I want to talk about, and then the felt experience of communities as communities, that has some implications. I led my first online Shabbat just last Friday. And it was a choice to use Zoom, but not Facebook Live. Why did we make that choice? We made that choice because I very deliberately wanted to have both the interactivity as best as the Zoom technology can allow it, but also narrowcast, not broadcast, narrowcast to a community of people who were used to understanding themselves in relationship with a subset of a community. We debriefed afterwards, and some of these people described their experience coming into it as scared beepless. They were afraid that the experience would leave them feeling wanting. And for some of them it did. And for some of them, they were like, hey, but I got to see you. And this person who always sings off tune still sings off tune. And this person who keeps getting up and fidgeting keeps getting up and fidgeting. The familiarity of being in community as they understood it then was a comfort. And comfort right now, I think, is as important as all the design work, all the future visioning, all the translating. Because if we don't do some of that in-reach comfort work, we're going to lose some people that we don't need to lose. Asterisk, we're probably going to lose some people no matter what we do. And that leads to a discussion of how we focus on the heart and the spirit in this time. There's a lot of collective thinking going on, and I'm really grateful for it, and I participate in that in some spaces. But in my pulpit and in my teaching, I'm seeing a lot of melting down. And I think it's really instructive to look at what that melting down is about. So
Well,
if that's a conversation that would be welcome, I'm really eager to have it.
yeah, well, first of all, I mean, we want to have all conversations, because I think that in some ways, you know, the Passover Seder, right, among other things, and again, so many things about Passover are feeling increasingly relevant to me, and at the same time, I hear everybody freaking out about how am I going to do my Seder. So what's interesting is that I think that we actually should just like read the Haggadah and think about it really deeply, and maybe some of that will come, because I think we're going to find things that are, so it's not just like kind of show up at the Seder and start reading the Haggadah, like let's read it in advance, which by the way, my theory is that that's what the Haggadah was always for, that people couldn't afford to have a Haggadah. There was one Haggadah reference book in the synagogue or something, and people could go consult it before the Seder, which is why they needed all the mnemonics. And so, you know, they had to consult it a little bit before Passover. So anyway, but in this particular, in reaction to what you're saying, like I'm thinking about the 4 children who ask the 4 different questions: the wise child, the wicked child, the simple child, and the one who doesn't know how to ask. And in some ways, I think we're all the child who doesn't know how to ask right now. And so I don't know that I even know how to ask the right questions. So therefore, I think that that
if you're looking to me as the wise guy, you got something.
No, not at all. I think we're all the
Good.
child who doesn't know how to ask, and therefore, I think that whatever's on our minds is valuable right now, because I think we're just scratching, trying to figure out what it really is. Before we jump into a long thing on that, I actually just want to ask you, Casper, specifically because you have that book and the power of ritual, and it connects to what David just talked about. And it connects to something that we've talked about on the podcast some time ago when we were talking about what we called the 10 commandments of Jewish change or Jewish innovation. And it ended up being that the first 5 commandments were about grief and loss, and the second 5 commandments were about innovation and new. And I think we need to focus on the grief and loss part. And I'm particularly interested in asking you, I was going to ask you earlier to sort of define what you mean when you say ritual. Because you know, like what do we mean exactly, and like why do we need rituals, you know? But and then you know, and you've been a leading voice in saying that those who are spiritual but not religious, or maybe secular, that they also need a lot of the toolbox that religion has typically had, or that has been seen as religion. I've thought of it as that uses the user interface of religion. And I'm curious if you could talk just a little bit about rituals of grief and loss for those who may not be religious or may not have a source of strength external to them, And in a time like this, of course, we're also talking about the grief and loss that people are sick and dying, but also the grief and loss of just that things are changing in our way of doing Jewish and everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so funny. I was actually in the midst of writing a paper with a friend, really looking at confronting climate grief, and that there's been a whole kind of growth at the moment in kind of hosting funerals for glaciers and all sorts of exhibits of climate grief, which is really necessary. And I think it's true in this case as well. You know, that there is something that's being lost. I mean, you know, friends having to postpone weddings, workshops that people have been working for months being cancelled. You know, I have no idea if I'll get to go on book tour, which is something I've been looking forward to forever. But of course, they're both true and they're both insignificant compared to the much bigger losses that people are experiencing right now and the stresses that our medical system is under. So the first thing, just to affirm that absolutely, completely. I mean, honestly, half the time, just allowing yourself to feel the sadness, I think, has been really effective. And people don't get that permission. I read a wonderful email from a UCC, a progressive Christian minister in Newton, Connecticut, who basically wrote, listen, this was our experience after the Sandy Hook shooting. This is what you as religious leaders, this is what you will be needed for. And one of the things that he wrote that really resonated was like, this is not a time to give people meaning, it's a time to give people purpose. And it's so easy for us as spiritual religious leaders or, you know, community leaders to be like, okay, it's our job to like make meaning, you know, classic divinity school question is like, where is God in this? And it's like, no, like, tell people it's the right thing to do to stay at home. Like that's the purpose giving. And so like giving people the permission to be like, yes, it's okay to be sad. And then after 2 days, like, this is what we have to do. So I think your question is spot on. I mean, my favorite definition for ritual, which is really a slight bastardization of the definition for liturgy, is that ritual doesn't make things different, it makes it real. So it's not as if, you know, when we do this thing, you know, this cup of water becomes wine or something else happens magically to it, but it helps us be here. It helps us be present in this moment. And I think we can't live in that ritual space all the time. Like sometimes I do just want to watch Next in Fashion for like 2 hours and disappear. But there are also moments where it's the right thing to do, is to like really be present. So I think, you know, whether it's Passover that we're celebrating or outside of Judaism, you know, obviously the Easter week is coming. You know, these are moments in the calendar that are here to help us make a journey from one state to another. So I've been thinking about how to enter this time of really kind of spiritual preparation for a new world, because God willing, things will return to somewhat normal, but there are also some things that will never return to the world that we knew. And so how can these rituals help us mark the place from where we were to the place that we're going? Yeah, I think that's what we're all doing. I mean, that's what this beautiful day together is doing. So I want to appreciate Dan and Lex, you again for all that you're doing to help us make that shift, because it's sad. It is.
Yeah. Thank you. I also want to I want to just note for people that are watching, and you know, what's really interesting in that Lex and I are trying to be both the directors of a show and moderators of a number of different chat functions at the same time as being inside the conversation. And I'm noting two things. One is that it's difficult, and the other is that it's possible. And it's amazing that the technology is such that it's actually possible to do all of these things, which used to require a whole studio and a whole team. And maybe it would be a little bit better if there was a studio and a whole team, but not necessarily a ton better. And it's just fascinating. So I'm noting that, and only because I have been thinking that, okay, another guest has come on and we want to introduce her, and we're doing this in this totally casual way where people are popping on and popping off. And that's exactly what we wanted to do today, in part, I think, as a kind of stress test of the technology and also of maybe the world. And anyway, it's kind of an exciting thing. I want to just welcome Danny Eskow, who is the I don't have people's exact titles in front of me, but she's the founder and one of the co-founders, I think, and one of the heads of an organization called Online Jewish Learning. And we had Dan Mendelsohn Aviv from Adraban a little earlier, and I said that basically this is like one of these Queen Esther situations where maybe it was for this moment that you've come to this place, and you may be one of the people in the world who has some of the most wisdom to share with us about how we can see the fact that we're going to be doing a lot of our Jewish learning and beyond learning online as something that's both sad, as Casper was just saying, as we were talking about, and also maybe, like I was saying about this technology, possible, and even potentially bringing us advantages. So Danny, I really want to welcome you and thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. I love talking to you guys. So thank you for having me. And I think it's b'sheret that I'm on here with David and with Casper because we all go way back. So it's nice to be in this space with all of you. And I also wanted to say, I think you gave me the biggest compliment, Dan, which is that I'm like Queen Esther. So I think I'm going to take that and run and, tell everyone in my family they need to start calling me that. So
I mean, I am also a fan of Vashti, I have to say, but yes, that was a compliment.
It works.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Let's say it's the same English root. We can just
perfect.
Decide
Great.
that. Yep.
Great. But thank you for having me. I was so excited that you're doing this. I sent it to everybody I know because it's so important. But yeah, this is unfortunately, the reality of where we're living now, what we're living in. And, honestly, 10 years ago when I started online Jewish learning, it never even dawned on me that something like this would happen, obviously. But this is a great example of something that is happening that we need to be online for safety, as we all know, for health reasons, but also, I think people are really realizing that community doesn't have to exist just in a physical space. Community exists where you create it. And it's amazing how fast so many of my colleagues are working and learning to bring their communities online in a way that is really meaningful. And I think David just spoke about that by saying, instead of broadcasting, live casting to everyone on Facebook, for his services, he wanted to keep it within his community so people felt safe and felt comfortable. And so what I'm, seeing on a daily basis, I'm getting a million phone calls from people saying, like, can you do a webinar to teach our teachers how to use Zoom? Can you teach us, what you've been doing because, you have 10 years of experience with this. And obviously, I wish we were not in this situation. I wish we could all be in our shuls together having a discussion right now or in our institutions, but that's not the reality. And so I think what people are learning now is they're learning the tools of using online to create community and to reach people and to give people meaningful experiences. And they can take the tools that we learned during this crisis, and God willing, when this is all over, whenever that is, they'll be able to still use some of these tools to engage their community, whether it is a student who has mobility issues and can't come into the physical space, or it's someone who lives 3 hours from the closest synagogue, right? There's a million ways in which we can engage people. And I think people are finally starting to realize, after a very good 10-year fight, that, online and technology is not the enemy, but can be really, we can harness that tool and use it in a way that brings meaning to people's lives.
Well, it's actually kind of fascinating is that I think this is what you were just saying, but I want to put the thumb on it because it was so interesting that actually the thing that a lot of us who have been using technology for the last few years have been doing it to try to connect to the folks who are not connected from the traditional communities. And it turns out that that those folks are the ones who now have the skills that everybody needs. I mean, there's something there. There's something interesting there.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. If I may post, because I'll have to jump off in just a moment, but I just want to celebrate Danny, because I think what you said, Dan, is so right. Like, in moments of real shift around us, there's always been people who've already been living at the edge who kind of know how to do this. And so for whether you're leading a congregation or just as an individual, you're kind of freaked out, know that there are people out there who know how to do this, who know how to do it well, and who've already found life meaning, fulfilling, deep, rich community experiences, both online, but also, maybe we're going to see a resurgence of hyper-localism. Like, who knows what's coming? So I just want to celebrate everyone who's on today, and thank you so much for having me. You guys are the best.
Miss you, Casper.
Thanks so much for being here.
You are awesome, Casper. Thank you.
Casper, the friendly Turkile. Thank you so much. So I wanna both it's a friendly ghost reference. It's nice.
I like that.
Yeah. We're here all day. We got to have fun with it, right? Even in this moment. So I want to highlight David, what you brought up, and Danny, I think you alluded to this too. Like a few folks have alluded to this thread about sort of existing localized communities creating digital modalities for them. So to really hone in on what you described with your community, specifically not broadcasting, that distinction versus broader broadcasts, versus broadcasts, because I want to do a yes and. So I literally tomorrow morning I will be I'll be facilitating a Torah study as part of a Shabbat service of an existing community. Shout out to Soulful Shabbat in Providence, Rhode Island, that meets every couple weeks. And we will be doing a service specifically for those people, not planning to broadcast anywhere for precisely the reasons you identified. And I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be a great check-in for a lot of us. And I think that what a local community is right now just got real complicated and real interesting. I was talking to a friend of mine. One of the events we featured earlier this week, and this has probably happened with others, but I just know this specifically for one event. One of my friends, I know that at least one of you, maybe multiple of you knows him, so I'll name him, Erwin Keller, who is a wonderful leader of a congregation in California. He facilitated just sort of a lunch and learn event around Yiddish women poets. It was a cool event. I didn't get a chance to soak it in, but I heard rave reviews from a couple of folks. And so he framed it for his community, and most of the people who came were his congregants that came. He also told me that a variety of sort of friends of the community spread all over the place joined. So people, I think he mentioned in other countries, but certainly in other time zones, came to that event. And so that's sort of a next step, so adjacent to the community that are not always going. And then we featured it in our Facebook Live group. He was interested in publicizing it broader. And a different friend of mine who lives in Minnesota, who I don't think had a previous relationship to that event at all, went. And they met each other and had a great time. Right. And so I think what a local community is in a moment when everything is digital, all of a sudden gets really, like, there's a lot of questions, because even those events that are local, like, why wouldn't you invite your siblings and friends that are in other places? And occasionally, why wouldn't you broadcast your product? So I wanted to sort of throw that out there and get more of a vantage point about sort of what is a local Jewish community right now. Danny, I know you have to go soon, so I think let's start with Danny and then David.
Sure. Yeah, part of the reality we're all living in. I have different kids on different virtual programs from their Jewish day schools, so it's a lot of fun here. But I think that what we're seeing is that local community, there really shouldn't be the word local anymore, I don't think. I think community shouldn't be identified or defined by the location or the proximity to where we are, because community can be created anywhere, right? I feel like it's more of an abstract concept now, and I think that we're really seeing that, right? We have students who study online together from like Okinawa, Japan, and California, and people in the Philippines. I'm probably messing up all the time zones, so maybe they're not all studying at the same time, but we have kids in different places that are studying together who feel that these Jewish kids all across the world are their community, right? We have people living in the middle of nowhere in America, right, who don't have, maybe they know one other Jew and it's probably like their sibling, right, that are feeling like they have community now because they have so much access online, right? Before this whole crisis started, right, there were people doing these things, like you guys doing the podcast and Casper doing his thing and David doing his thing and what we do. But, there wasn't this unbelievable, robust online community like there is now, right? You can do everything Jewish online. And I think what we need to realize is, yes, it's good to meet the needs of whoever your local community is, right? The people that come to your shul, God willing, when this is over, the people that are in your day school. But I think people have to recognize that we really are the greater Jewish community, right? And we don't just have our small community that we fit in that box. We have a responsibility to meet the needs of the greater Jewish community. And I think that's kind of the task that we as, leaders and educators and rabbis have taken on for this next chapter as we try to figure out what that chapter looks like.
Right. Of course, I agree with Danny. And in the
Smart
same
man,
spirit
David.
as, you know, we don't know how to ask, I also want to add an and to that, that in this moment where everything is decentering, everything is becoming a possibility and a choice, but not necessarily a given. So I also can see geographic communities of interest, picking up Casper's comment about the hyperlocal, still being vital and vibrant precisely because there is something about the personal, the connective, that is not replicable in quite the same way online, or that people can agree to disagree and vote with their feet. The community that I serve has a lot of seafaring elements to it. It just is. And they have a lot of shared experiences around going to a beach and picking up the nautical themes. So I love people in Nebraska, and God bless them, and they're certainly welcome to be with us. But these hyperlocal communities might well have some resonance. I also want to add a generational element to this, that certain people of certain ages may be more or less eager or able to evolve in quite this way. So we're going to see the broader Jewish community on different change curves at different times in different places. And the we who serve may find that we're serving in different ways to different subgroups.
Mhm.
I could imagine serving a hyperlocal community over here and a seminary that's part online and part live over here, and the broader Klal Yisrael over here. And frankly, my interest right now is as much the broader community of people, not even Jews right now, all of whom, I wish Casper were still here, are in this moment of fundamental shift. When people are melting down, what does that mean? Everything is up for grabs. And I think it is worth us offering a couple of comments about that. One of them is that everything old is new again. If you look in the Jewish sacred texts, Isaiah, Malachi, Proverbs, Jeremiah, Zechariah, the Psalms, one of the ways that the sacred is described is as a refiner's fire, as the smelter. We are literally in relationship with a broad power, God, spirit, meaning, whatever the language is, that we identify with melting. And that has been the case for century after century of writers. And I think that idea permeates not just Jewish life, but collective life generally. There's an alchemy of change that happens when something so profound reshapes us. We alchemically change. And we're in that melting down point. If I could interview a caterpillar right now, I have a feeling the caterpillar would be melting and wouldn't be able to speak with me right now because I haven't developed wings yet. I'm just kind of mush inside that thing, right? So I want to amplify one of the things that Casper talked about, and that is to allow it, to normalize that. If you are listening to this and you feel like you are melting down, that your ways of being in the world, how you know yourself, how you feel about yourself, your coping mechanisms, that all of them are shifting under your feet, that doesn't mean you're doing it wrong. That may say something quite fundamental about the human nature of this experience, which, while perhaps unprecedented in our times, has had allegories in the past that has given rise to these same kinds of writings. If so, even if we're not going to apply them the same way, and we can't, I mean, look where we are, we're these boxes on a screen. Our ancestors could never have done that. We can learn something about the fundamentally human response to feeling like you're melting down. And one of them is to allow it, to normalize it. So if you have a defense mechanism, it's going to be pushed by this. You may feel that you're a little more impatient, or your optimism is going to be challenged, or you're pushing on to the normalcy button, everything's fine. Or if you're given to being lonely or feeling lonely, that may be where you go. Anger, workaholicism, and substances, and all the things. There's going to be a first round where all of that is pushed and may start to break down. So what do you do about it? I think Casper's right. We can give meaning from today until forever. And we should be offering people tools for that. But purpose is really urgent now. Purpose in that decentering, melting down context might mean to say, 1, this is what is in fact happening. 2, it doesn't mean we're doing it wrong. 3, lean into it. Actively lean into it. And then aspire in the melting down that something better come from it in our lives. We can't know what that is right now. It's too soon. But maybe for now, that's enough.
Yeah, so to echo what David's saying, I think that, you know, now we have this opportunity to, you know, things are breaking down. The Jewish community as we know it is kind of changing and adapting and shifting to a new form. And we've been there before, right? We've done this like a million times, like going back to, you know, the times of the temple, everything was destroyed and we had to figure out what does it mean to be Jewish. And so I think what's interesting now is, yes, you know, Judaism has changed, the way we congregate, the way we get together in community has changed, but it also lends us great opportunity to reach those people in the outskirts who maybe have felt completely isolated, right? We're feeling isolated now. We're all at home doing this online, you know, feeling like we can't get out of the house, but people have been feeling this way forever. They feel that they've been living on the outskirts of the Jewish community. So one opportunity that we have, some light in this darkness of this situation, is that we can connect with other Jewish people all over the world in really interesting ways, individualized ways, personalized ways that meets their needs as a Jewish person and who they are. And also, you know, feel like we're expanding the Jewish community. So while obviously we wish we weren't going through this and we hope it ends soon, we have an opportunity to grow the Jewish community and bring in people that maybe have felt abandoned by us. So unfortunately, I have to leave because I have to go help my kids learn jewishly online, which is wonderful. Shout out to Schechter, they're great. And but I'm so excited to be part of this conversation, and I think what you guys are doing is always amazing. So thank you for the opportunity, and I hope to join you live again soon.
You inspire me, Danny.
Thanks, David. Thank you, guys. Dan, Lex.
Thanks so much for being with us, Danny. Lex, I think something's happening weird with your mic, Lex. Danny, thanks so much for being with us. And I do just, you know, this is not a question for you to answer, but just a parting thought based on what you were saying, that I do, you know, it's interesting to think about, like, right, one possibility to some incident like this is like The Walking Dead and looting, you know, and another possibility is like incredible empathy, right? And that this is a moment where people who used to be the insiders start to have empathy for those who have never been. And that would be, you know, may that be our thought going into Shabbat.
Right, absolutely. And I think just to add to that, I think that it's really amazing to see how fast the Jewish community has mobilized. And, you know, some people would have just said, you know, thrown their hands up and been like, this is the end of the world, Armageddon, like, we can't do Jewish this way. And to see the way that everyone across the Jewish spectrum, denominations, affiliated, not, are uniting in an online experience is really beautiful. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. We'll see you again very soon, I'm sure.
Am I still sounding funny?
Yeah, Lex, your mic is bad. You may need to. So David, when we were communicating before, there were some amazing topics that you had said I'd love to talk about these. So since I think you're going to be our only guest on for the next 15 minutes or so, let's really talk about those things. And let me give you the chance to start where you want to start.
The first place I need to start is actually unmuting my microphone. So we've talked about some of the spiritual, and we've started to talk about some of the communal interests. There's something else that I've been thinking about lately, and again, it's one of those everything old is new again ideas. Our ancestors dealt with illness. In fact, one of the ways that our ancestors understood their relationship with the sacred also was through whether they were sick and where sickness came from and why sickness happened. One of the very first things that came out, you know, people talked about the plague, you were back to Passover. So that's an obvious. But on the way out, you know, the Jewish sacred canon records God to say, if you behave well and you follow what I tell you to do, then I won't put on you these illnesses, that the plagues that happened in Egypt. We don't have to get too far into the theology of whether and how we react to that, to say that that idea of illness being something that is beyond our control, that gets mapped onto the supernatural and therefore the transcendent, is something that has been with humanity for as long as humans have been humans and been able to use words to describe that. One of the things that I find interesting as a seminary instructor, by the way, I'm teaching a course right now entitled Illness and Healing, can't make it up, is that there are every theology under the sun about illness and healing. God has nothing to do with our sickness, but visits us when we are sick. That illness is a sacred experience because it brings change. That illness happens because we did something wrong. That we didn't do anything wrong, but illness gives us an opportunity to be humble and inwardly focused. This is the story of King Hezekiah. There's a wonderful midrash about this. Hezekiah says to God, hey, God, you know, people shouldn't be healthy forever, because if they're healthy forever, they won't turn to you, whatever that means. And the midrash says, you're right. I'll start with you. And so Hezekiah does this thing. He turns to the wall and he pours his heart out. This pouring the heart out becomes a fulcrum for all sorts of spiritual practices. But more importantly, just the yearning to have some connection, to vent. And then there's something that I found that comes out of the 1300s. It was during the Black Plague that our ancestors, trying to figure out why the Black Plague was happening, said, well, this must be a plague that was sent because we didn't follow God all the way back. So Nissim ben Reuven, the Ran, lived in the 1300s. He was the last Spanish major person of Talmudist, of a Talmudic exegesis, would then go ahead and say, this is straight out of like almost a Jerry Falwell kind of Bible, you know, this is God's doing. The reason this happened is because we turned from God. 1300s. And you're starting to hear a little bit of that now. In liberal spaces, it's because we didn't treat people well, because we privileged profit over people, because we didn't have the right immigration policy, we didn't have the right medical supply policy, whatever it is. And that is mapped to God. And other people are saying, man, what a horrible thing to say about God. That's not how God works. The point is not to resolve that debate. We never will. But rather to narrate that that debate is as old as we are, as a race, as a human civilization. And so everything that's popping up now about all that stuff, and it's likely to pop up even more as the days become weeks and unfortunately the illness and death counts rise, all of that can anchor us, maybe not in textual tradition, but in the journey of seeking meaning and knowing that that journey existentially is part of the continuous flow of human history, the continuous flow of human meaning making. And that itself can be spiritual and nourishing. And if we do it and we do it together, getting all these different voices in, we're likely to keep our balance and find actual wisdom rather than some eddy over here of hopelessness, or some eddy over here of despair, or some eddy over here of disconnection. That is why we do it as community, whatever community comes to mean. It's why we do it with groups like this and forums like this one.
Yeah.
So both of you, thank you.
Thank you. And I love what you said about what we can find in the ancient, what we can find from the 1300s. At some point, people were talking about how, you know, the ancient rabbis or like folks in the Bible couldn't have interacted in a way like we are via Zoom, and so that's obviously true. And I think that in a sense, this is like a working hypothesis, so I'm thinking out loud here, but I think in a sense, like what the Talmud is and what Jewish text is like an imagined version of something like Zoom. But like, so in the same way, we're in a shared space right now I do think it's a space in many ways that could be debatable, but we're sharing something with each other right now. The rabbis of the Talmud share a page, and often the people on that page, are in wildly different areas of the world. So hundreds of miles away from each other. If you get to the commentators, occasionally thousands of miles away from each other. More than that, they're in different geographic, that's the right word, sure. Time zones. They are in different centuries. Like, let's call it time zones, you know? Like, we've got time zones now, they're in different eras. And they pretend, and maybe it's not pretend, by the way, they communicate with each other across these centuries. So you'll be quoting one rabbi, and then right afterward, there'll be somebody from 200 years earlier or 200 years later from
it's like the ghost of Christmas past coming in as your next panelist. Oh, you have a next panelist. Hello, Riv.
So we do see Rivellen Prella is an incredible teacher, and
she doesn't
leader.
actually want to
She is asked not to actually present. We thought that since she was in the room, we might feature her. She's a past guest on the podcast. Waves and high fives to Rivellen Prell. Thank you for all your work. And for those who are interested, she has a past episode of Judaism Unbound that I think is really wonderful and in many ways pretty relevant to right now. It's about the Chavurah movement, the Jewish Catalog, which was this really fascinating publication that was all about people sort of DIYing Judaism, which is relevant right now. So thank you, Rivellen Prell.
We're going to have a conversation in the weeks to come, I'm sure.
Yeah. So, and by the way, if you're sticking around and watching and at some point you do want to become visible and speak to the group, please feel free, and you can volunteer yourself via one of the functions. You can sort of ask to be made visible. But I will hide your video for the moment and ask Dan and David if you have thoughts on that Talmud side. Am I off my rocker or not?
Say again. Well, sorry,
is the Talmud an imagined version of what we're doing right now? In a sense, was it actually the case that the rabbis created something like a conversation across geography, across time? That's the question.
Well, obviously it's asynchronous, right? Any imagined conversation that they're having are conversations that we're brought into, that we're imagining them to be having, and we could imagine them to be answering each other in real time. But of course, they couldn't as such. This is multidimensional, this world that we're living in now, where I could agree with you and you could agree with me, and I could disagree with you and you could disagree with me, and we could take the conversation and I can respond to it in real time, and there's no imagining, without leaving aside all the philosophy of language stuff that we could hyperlink right into that. And even the word like hyperlink is a whole thing. They had their hyperlinks, but they were asynchronous in time. The fact that we are all in this moment living a reality that is somewhat comparable in many ways. The fact that we have the technology, although there's a penetration issue in rural communities and in older communities, and that's real. The fact that people are in lockdown in different parts of the world at the same time. The fact that all of us are hoarding toilet paper or making a decision not to hoard toilet paper. And we're all watching MSNBC or CNN or whatever. That, even if we have different channels for information, there's a commonality of experience throughout the industrialized world that perhaps has never been so clear to people with eyes to see it. If Casper was still on here, he may again talk about the hyperlocality arising from that, because we've now recaptured our sense of being connected. As a New Yorker who lived through 9/11, I observed that ethic both rising and sort of puttering away after a short amount of time. And so I approach that hope that that will be the case, that we'll rediscover our common humanity with a small amount of skepticism, because we've been there, but we've never been here. And so I hope that the fact that we are synchronous in time and synchronous in experience will help us have those kinds of transformational conversations that we're mapping onto Talmud.
I mean, one thing that I was thinking about, I was actually, I was supposed to be in Palo Alto this week doing some speaking and some teaching at the Palo Alto JCC, and that got canceled, of course. And the other night, I actually did one of the sessions that I was supposed to do over Zoom, which was to teach some Talmud. And it was the story from the Talmud of the oven of Achnai. It's a famous story from the Talmud where basically the rabbis say that God had his chance to speak when he gave the Torah, and that was pretty much it. And now it's up to us, and it's much more complex than that. But I was talking to them about how, and specifically, the Talmud in that story and in many stories misquotes the Bible for its proof text. And so in that story, the rabbis say to God, you yourself said in the Torah, you should follow the majority. And if you actually look up the text from the Torah, it actually says you should not follow the majority. So it's like, quote, ... follow the majority. And it is like sort of a paradigmatic example. And if that was the only place in the whole Talmud where that happened, that would be one thing, but it's not the only place by far. And what I was saying to the people was that everybody who could read at that time, which was the minority of Jews, it was pretty much the rabbis, but anybody who knew how to read the Talmud knew that this was a misquotation. So it wasn't some kind of fake news, some kind of hiding something. It was something going on within this particular small group of people who knew what was going on that was not meant for the masses. The Talmud was never meant for the masses until the last few years. And they knew. So what was going on here? Now we can discuss and debate all that, but one of the things that I was talking about then with that group is saying that at the time that the Talmud was starting to be put together, and we don't know exactly where in that period the story is from, it positions itself early in the period, but we don't really know when the story was supposed to be or was written. But the rabbis' situation was basically that the Second Temple had been destroyed and nobody knew any better than them what to do. Nobody knew what to do. They didn't know what to do, but the priests didn't know what to do because all the priests knew how to do was offer sacrifices, and that wasn't an option. So nobody knew. And to me, the relevance of the Talmud at this time is that, yeah, there are definitely things that rabbis know. And we've just had a few rabbis on this talk, and you and Miriam and others have said wonderful things. And there's certainly wisdom that rabbis know. The specific application of that wisdom to what we're going through right now, nobody knows. And so one of the relevancies to the Talmud that I think is that we are the Talmud writers of now, right? I mean, we've been thrust into this role. We've been talking about it in one way or another for the last few years, but now we've really been thrust into this role where the Talmud is being written right now.
Right now. It's like that line from Spaceballs, right now? Yeah, you just missed it now. There's a question from YouTube I see. What's the difference between hyperlocal and shtetl? Is there a role for rabbinic authority in that model? Dan, I think the question goes directly to what you're talking about. Unlike in Talmud itself that got canonized and just a few people got to write and all of that, this moment is a seemingly infinite source of stuff. Whether, to the questioner's question, that constitutes authority is itself one of the open questions. Back in the day when rabbis actually had authority to vote people off islands, so to speak, to impose a cherem, to impose an excommunication, they had actual political authority, and in some pockets of Jewish life, they still do. But for most people who are going to be tuning into this realm, people who have the rabbinic ordination don't claim that role, don't want that role, don't have that role, and if they did, nobody would care. So the word authority needs to mean something very different. It's not the power to proclaim. I think it's the power to influence. It's the power to question. It's the power to comfort. It's the power to support. And that's a very different power. And it's one that the word rabbi and the role rabbi doesn't corner the market on. So the word rabbi itself is as much in question as the word authority. And I know that I'm touching a chord with some people on this JewishLIVE enterprise here for whom I know those words might mean something very important about the future of Jewish communal life. So I want to thank all of you for tuning in and pitching in. It's all hands on deck right now. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, David, for joining us. And once again, she is now an attendee. She's not a panelist, but Riv Ellen Prell is one person for whom that authority question in the midst of the Chavurah movement's rise in the mid 20th century she's a great source. So I'm just going to shout out once again.
Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Shabbat shalom.
Thank you so much,
for
David.
joining
Thank you,
us.
everybody.
Yeah, we have a very special panelist who is in front of you right now, or will be, and sometimes the Zoom is different for the public facing. April Stern is here. We have reached noon. We've reached 2 hours into our day-long extravaganza. Woo! And April Stern is the perfect person to spotlight as we turn from AM to PM on the Eastern time zone. We'll get to do that multiple more times. We'll get to cross that noon threshold. So April, it's a thrill to have you. And more than that, we're not really having you. You are also having us. You are one of the co-creators of this entire project. And in many ways, it boils down to being your ideas. So I'd love to just spotlight you. Tell us a little bit about yourself, April Stern. What's your connection to this JewishLIVE enterprise? Who are you?
Who am I? Good question, Lex. Good morning, everybody. This is such an exciting time in the midst of a pretty crappy time. I'll just acknowledge that. But so this, I met Dan about 3 years ago. I'm a lay leader in the Jewish community, have been volunteering in a variety of different capacities in the Palo Alto area for the past almost 20 years, in the Jewish day schools, synagogues, JCC, and about 3 years ago, a friend and fellow supporter of Judaism Unbound, Jim Heeger, introduced my husband and I to Judaism Unbound. And since I'm a rock concert fan kind of person, I scored a ticket to see Dan at an event locally. And Dan, I know he remembers this also, but I went right up to him and met him and said, "I'm your biggest fan." And so we've been friends ever since.
You're probably the first person that ever said that to me.
I get that title, biggest fan. But it really was an amazing moment for me when I started listening to Judaism Unbound, because I didn't know, I literally didn't know that anybody else thought the things that I thought, that I wasn't even acknowledging that I thought, right? I listened to B'nai Lappi and I thought, oh my gosh, I'm not the only one. It was one of those moments in my life where I can see that I shifted completely. So it almost brings, I mean, I'm so emotional these days anyway, so it brings tears to my eyes, truly. But so meeting Dan and then continuing this conversation with him about how are we going to bring more of this Jewish that's real and soul touching and different to more people. How are we going to do that in a way that doesn't mean I have to be in New York City where Amichai is, right? Like I could be anywhere. It seemed like, you know, there should be a solution to this problem. So so we've been talking about this for the past couple of years. And I almost want to say that we overthought it, or maybe the partners that we talked with overthought it, right? Because everyone we went to
blame the partners.
Said, what?
Blame the partners, not us.
I'm going to totally blame the partners. No, I think we're guilty of it too, a little bit. I think
100%,
how we could have presented it, but I feel like, and some of those partners are here today popping in and out. So I love you all anyway, but you know, I think we all kind of overthought it, right? We thought, oh, the video has to be perfect. We thought the content has to be perfect. We thought, you know, how are we going to get this to a real quality level to bring it to people? And the reality is, last week, I sat in my living room with my husband and watched a Havdalah from Rabbi Tzedok's living room with her partner and her baby. And I cried. Like it was real. And it didn't matter that the video quality wasn't perfect. It just mattered that the content was soul touching. And it was live. It was live, and that mattered. And so I feel like now I see things in a very different way. Again, I think this is going to be one of those moments where I notice that there's a shift in my thinking, but you know, sometimes things, I am a perfectionist. And so I think sometimes we overthink things, try to make them perfect. And sometimes, like when Dan texted me last Tuesday and said, the time is now, I said, you're right, let's do it. So we just jumped and we didn't think too much about perfect. We just did it because we knew it was the right time. It was the right time 2 years ago, but we need it now differently. So I feel like that's where I'm coming from with this project. And I'm so grateful to Dan and Lex for, you know, all the time that we've spent together. Dan, Lex, I've actually never met you in person. We have tried several times, so that's kind of weird, but we'll get there. I am sure someday we'll actually be able to give each other a hug, like seriously.
Yeah.
Not for a while.
Not for a while, virtual. But anyway, this is an amazing endeavor, and I'm so grateful to the both of you and to the collective wisdom that we're putting together to make this happen, and to all the panelists and everybody that is working with us so far, and just saying yes, like they're not thinking, they're jumping, and I love that.
Right. And so I
mean,
would say that's
they're really smart people, but they're jumping too.
Yes, and I would just also note for anyone who's watching who's like filling out forms and telling us about events and telling us that they want to start having a live show all the time on here, you're probably going to hear from April, because she's, if it wasn't for you, I don't think anything would, this wouldn't have happened on a lot of levels if it wasn't for you, and if it wasn't for you, this would have happened on Tuesday, and then the whole thing would have completely gone down the toilet. So so thank you so much for making all this possible. I want to just introduce our other two folks that are on here. And then we can all just sort of engage in conversation until more people show up and we have more conversation. I mean, I love doing it this drop-in way, which we thought, like, we don't have time to actually organize something. Let's just tell everybody to show up. And this has been great so far. So I want to introduce Zoe, and then Lex is going to introduce Ileana. Zoe Jick is one of my closest compatriots at the Palo Alto JCC. She's also has sort of a joint appointment at the Palo Alto JCC and also with Bina, which is a I don't know exactly the language that they're using these days to talk about it, but I call it the secular yeshiva in Israel.
I call it that too, although I think it's technically called the Jewish Movement for Social Change.
It is, and that's a wonderful name too, but I think it you know, doesn't quite capture the dramatic piece, at least for an American audience, which is that it's a secular yeshiva. And the question is, like, what the hell does that mean?
Yeah,
and
we lose the power of the paradox.
Yes, right.
Right.
So that's something that hopefully we can talk about later. But Zoe and Tova Birnbaum, who was on the other night when we interviewed Juan Mejia, have been really my close collaborators, along with Zach Bodner, the CEO, just trying to sort of make something really amazing happen at the Palo Alto JCC. And what's amazing now, and it's something that I want to introduce Ileana, but then discuss later, is this question that has come up a few times, which is this question about the local versus the internet and the national, the worldwide, you know, and how do those things interplay? And so much of our relationship up till now has been, can we bring some of the juice of Judaism Unbound to this local place in Palo Alto? And now I'm not sure what the right question is. You know, now the question is how do we take the power of a local community and launch it into the wider world together. So these are a lot of the questions that we're facing, and we're really excited to have you here, Zoe. So thanks.
Thank you for having me, and congratulations to you guys for getting this up and running.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that happened. This is up and running. It's, you know, life is kind of accelerated in this moment in many ways. Maybe it's also slowed down. I don't know. Speed metaphors. So we are thrilled to welcome another new panelist. Eliana Light is here. So odds are, if you're watching this, that some of you already know who Eliana Light is, because she, this past week especially, has been one of the major quick actors in the digital Jewish ecosystem, creating incredible online live streamed events for folks of a huge range of ages. So doing some programming for primarily kids, but also, like, I streamed one of the kids programs and had a great time myself. And also doing some things for adults in partnership with with the Mishpacha Collective, with a newly formed group of incredible folks, incredible musicians and educators who are doing a lot of this. So Eliana Light is here. She also, in general, like she doesn't only have a resume of this week. She also is just a really fantastic thinker and talker and music practitioner around sort of what is God, G exclamation point D. That's how you spell God Project, right? G exclamation point D project.
Yeah, these days I've really been digging the question mark, so it changes all the time.
So that's okay. So we're gonna have to at some point touch on that. But Eliana is a really special part of this Jewish ecosystem that is arising at the moment, and so it's a thrill to have you. And also, we thought that over the course of this, are you open to a musical contribution while you're
I would
great?
love to
Okay.
share a song. That would be great.
So we thought it would be great on this launch day to sort of sneak preview some of the kinds of things we'll be featuring over the course of Jewish Live's future. And one of them is to feature wonderful music. So Eliana, first off, it's great to have you, and like feel free to introduce yourself and tell us what this whirlwind week has been like for you. And then we might open up for a song.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been absolutely bonkers. Like that's the only way that I can think about this week. I've had more energy this week, like physical and emotional energy, than I've had in a really long time, which has been really interesting to notice about myself. Energy around projects, things that I always said, oh, I'm going to do it later. It's like, no, this is the time, and then new things. And I really appreciated what you said, April, about it doesn't have to be polished. What matters is the authenticity and bringing people together. I think especially in the music world also, I felt pressure, like you can't do a music video unless it's totally polished and beautifully shot. And you can't do a Facebook Live unless you have like your everything just so in the background. I mean, this is my bookshelf and I'm standing at my standing desk, and like, this is what it is now. This is where I am and have been. And that takes a lot of the pressure off. And also, as someone who, at least up until now for my job, has been traveling to different Jewish communities and working with them, I do find that my community primarily is online. The people that I'm close with are the people who have said that they value the ritual leadership that I'm able to do. Last night, we did a evening prayer that we're calling Music, Silence, Love with my friend Chava Morel. And there were 25 people in Zoom. And we prayed together. And there were some times where we unmuted everyone, and it was this huge cacophonous sound. And at the time where I would have had people turn to each other and share a piece of Torah, I put everybody into breakout rooms, and it was people from all over the country in these little breakout rooms talking to each other. So that's been really magical. And I'm also trying to figure out, how to be of service to the community, especially with synagogues and kids and families. And also, honestly, how does this change my life and the way that I've been earning a living for the past couple of years as all of my gigs continue to be canceled? And how do those things morph? So holding those two things very deeply. And so grateful to Judaism Unbound and Jewish Live for spearheading this and bringing everything together, because it's overwhelming the amount of things, and to have a place where it all comes together is really great. Happy to do a song now if you'd like.
Yeah, I think we'd like. I think we would like. So as you prep your guitar, I just want to say something that came up on our podcast with you. I find your name to be incredible because Eliana means God answers, and then your last name is Light. By the way, we could translate Eliana in a million ways, like God answers, my God answers. So like my God answers with light, and that is who is about to present to you a song. So some light about to enter your universe. Let's hear it.
That's beautiful. And I'd love to I'll share the song and maybe say a word about it after. And everybody watching, the panelists or watching at home, you're welcome to sing along, especially to this part, which goes like this. Do 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 do. Try that. Do 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 do. Dear Sky Man, up in the sky, are you friends with with all the birds flying by? Or are you too high up to see them? Dear sky man, looking on us below. Is there anything that you don't already know? Like where I will go, why, what, and when? My teachers tell me all of your stories of the miracles that you can do. Arcs and floods and a bush that is burning. I can only assume it's all true. They say I should love you. They say I should talk to you. And I try. I close my eyes and imagine a dude in the sky. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dear sky man who created us all, can you really lift me up when I fall? Or are you too tall to reach down here? Dear sky man, do you like when I pray? Can you listen to every word that I say? From so far away, does it sound clear? My teachers tell me all of your powers, how you give people things they ask for, healing the sick and feeding the hungry. You could do all of this and do more. They say I should love you. They say I should talk to you, and I try. I close my eyes and imagine a dude in the sky. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Now I know you're not really a man per se, but the image still forms in my mind. I've tried to change it, I'm not sure that I can. 'Cause it's been this way for a long time. I want to be near you, I want to be close to you, and I try. When I close my eyes, I still picture a dude in the sky. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Thank you
We
so
need to
much,
get an applause
Eliana.
sound effect.
Oh
Yeah.
wow, yeah.
Thank
Well, we
you.
can do we can do it right
Yay.
into our mics. Yeah.
Um,
And Eliana, you missed this earlier. We've been doing a lot of high fives through the Zoom
I
window.
love
So
Skype Fi. Oh, I used to call them Skype Fives with my Hebrew school students.
yeah, well, Skype fives, Skype fives,
fives.
Zoom fives, all the fives. So thank you so much. Oh my gosh, that was really gorgeous. We're gonna try to get that spot of the meeting so far and sort of highlight that and make a little short video of it, because
Nice.
that was.
And if I can just say, as Lex said, I'm interested in talking about the way that people think and were taught about God. Hopefully that song will be out. Well, it will be out on an album that will hopefully be coming out soon. Coronavirus has made all of these things untenable, but we'll see. And I hope that encourages people to think about the ways that they thought about God when they were kids and what that word means to them now. Oops.
Yes. Yeah. Well, oh my gosh, the part about, I don't want to think that this is God, but it's still there. That's just really real. Thank you so much. Dan, I'd love to pass it to you for a second. This is a world. This is an incredible couple hours of experience so far. But guide us a little bit to what's next.
Well, first I want to give April a quick chance to say something because she has an interesting piece of news to share.
I have a bell ready. Like, it's exciting. We reached 5,000 members on the Jewish Live Facebook group. I mean, we threw this up there.
That's a cheer, guy. That's another. That's yeah. Cacophony of sound. Yes.
Yes, I mean, you know, we'll take it. This is an amazing thing. When did we throw this up there? Like last Thursday. This is just over a week. 5,000 members. I mean, that's obviously we're in a crazy time. People are looking. I don't think they weren't looking before, but they're totally looking now. They know to look for it now, whereas before maybe they didn't know they needed it this way. They do now. So exciting.
Yeah. So it's so exciting. And by the way, like it's exciting, and it's only, this is a bit of a joke, but it's a little demoralizing because it took us 4 years to get there with Judaism Unbound's Facebook group, so or Facebook page, whatever. So you know, anyway, I guess we're all in a new world, even those of us who thought we were in a new world before. Zoe, I was thinking that it would be interesting to, you know, to reflect a little bit about what you've been doing in terms of Binah and the Palo Alto JCC, because I think there's actually something there that could also be instructive, thought-provoking for us, because here there's an organization that is physically located in Israel. It's actually in its form that and in using the language that it uses, it could probably only exist in Israel, because meaning it could only have started in Israel, because in Israel there's this concept of the chiloni, or the secular person, where in America, because of just the history of America, tends to be not the language that we use in the American Jewish community. So those of us who this is the notion that there should be a secular yeshiva is not so new. I've talked about it with people for the last decade, but it never got much resonance, because I think some of those—
And you're always 10 years ahead of the curve.
Maybe so, but like some of those words just seem sort of dissonant to people, and you just couldn't explain it, you know. And so what's really interesting to me is what the Palo Alto JCC decided to do, which was to actually say, well, why don't we just partner with the one that exists in Israel? And yet, of course, we can't just import it. It does that. There's so many things about it that really only work in Israel for societal, cultural reasons that. So it'd be interesting both to sort of talk a little bit about that and the work that you and Tova have been doing, and how you've been kind of taking a concept that came from somewhere else and modifying it. But then also, if you have already any thoughts about how that translates to what we're trying to do today and what we're needing to do in the weeks and months ahead.
Of course I have thoughts about that. Thank you, Dan. And hi, Lex. Hi, April. So I work at the Oshman Family JCC in Palo Alto with my partner, Tova Birnbaum. And Tova and I are both alumni of Binah programming. We both worked for Binah in Tel Aviv. And when we found ourselves in Palo Alto, we were lucky that Zach Bodner, who's the CEO of the Oshman Family JCC in Palo Alto, Zach Bodner is such a visionary, and his understanding of what the JCC could be basically consisted of this: if there's an organization out there in the world that knows how to do something, let's just bring them here. He's such an amazing, amazing thinker, and he's so open-minded. And Zach said, oh, you are both Binah alumni, bring Binah here. And we, of course, were so happy to. Binah created me as a Jewish person, as a Jewish professional. I'm incredibly indebted to them. Everything I understand about Judaism comes from Binah. And when Tova and I were thinking about how to bring Binah programming to Palo Alto, we basically had the exact same question that you're asking me, Dan, which is, you know, are we supposed to import this thing, or are we supposed to be influenced by it and let the Palo Alto community respond and change it based on what our needs are? And basically for the last 18 months, we've been every week we run a Binah program, and we're basically thinking about that question. Are we trying to like press Control C, Control V, and just like bring this thing over here? Or are we trying to be influenced by Binah and then see what happens as we bring it to our community? And it's been a bit of a work in progress. And we're still trying to figure out exactly what it means to bring secular Judaism to the Palo Alto community. But I would say this, which is that the number one most like motivating, inspirational part of this process has been the following. We opened up Torah learning in the Binah style, which means basically open to everybody, no obligation, no background required, no barrier to entry. And the community has just said, yes, please. They absolutely want this programming. So our community was less concerned with what exactly are the things that define a Bina program, and are we like, just trying to copy something from Israel and bring it here? What does that mean for me? They weren't concerned with that. Our community just said, oh, you're offering good Torah and I'm allowed to walk in the door. I want it. And that's what's, I think, most relevant for this moment we're in now, which is that this week I have watched more Torah content online from so many different places just because I've been invited this week. People want us to call into the Zooms. I have been participating in classes that I would never be able to just based on location, but also maybe wouldn't be invited to based on who I am, or it's a closed community, or it's supposed to be just a private group, or it's not necessarily supposed to be for women, or whatever it is. And I have just been able to Zoom in. I've been participating in 2 or 3 Torah classes a day since this pandemic started. And so if anything, I keep learning over and over again, whether it's in my personal Jewish experience or in my professional experience, people just want Torah. People want Torah no matter how they can get it.
Yeah, I was really amazed. I was surprised that, and maybe it's just a group that you've created that's a very particular group, but when I was teaching the group that you're working with in Palo Alto, and I was talking earlier about how we were talking about the Talmud, and a bunch of them had said that this was already the third Torah learning experience of the day. And these are not people that are rabbis. I mean, these are regular people who I don't think were great Torah learners before they started with you, right?
The basic underlying principle of all the work I do in the Jewish world is this: Torah is for everyone. And that means basically open the doors of the Beit Midrash, let everybody study. But mostly what it means is everybody wants to learn Torah. Like if you just invite them in, they want to be there. It doesn't matter like all of the definitions and all of the sort of frameworks that we put around like, oh, this Torah learning looks like this Torah learning looks like this. No, the participants, the Torah learners, don't care. They just want to learn. That's it. Bottom line. So
amazing. So I guess, could you share a little bit with us about some of the thinking that's going on in an organization like the Palo Alto JCC, which, we should probably talk to Zach about this, the CEO, when he has a chance to breathe, but I think there's at least 2 things going on, right? One is that there's a local community, and in your case, a sizable one, that all of a sudden can't be doing the things that it's usually done. And the other thing is that from a business model standpoint, we all know that the JCC's business model has a gym at the center of it, which on all kinds of levels is not.
Yeah, it's really, there are 2 questions going on. You're exactly right. One is like, how does this organization stay afloat in an ethical way? How do we continue to pay our workers? How do we continue to serve the community, which really relied on this space to come together? So that's certainly one question. And Zach Bodner, I just admire him so much. And I know that he's working around the clock to make sure that he's responding in a way that is in line with our values of inclusivity and of, taking care of our workers. And I just trust him 1,000%. But the other piece of it is like, okay, well, part of what we really wanted to do was have a place where people came together to learn Torah. And hold on one second. I had to get someone to move out of the kitchen, sorry. The JCC is a place where we try to really come together and have programming. And so what does it mean to do that online? And it's such a funny, cruel joke of the calendar that this week's Parsha is about building the Beit Mikdash. It's like, we're all supposed to learn the Parsha this week. And it's like,
sorry, what's the Beit Mikdash? Can you define that for folks?
Sorry, this week's Parsha is about building the Mishkan, which is like the tabernacle that the Israelites were meant to sort of build for God to dwell in as we traveled through the desert. And we're reading about the instructions of how to build this tabernacle in this week's Parsha. And it's basically about building a physical space to come together and for community. This Parsha is called Vayakel, which means and they came together. And this week we're reading that while also trying to figure out, okay, so now we're all socially distancing. What does it mean to do Jewish not with a physical place that grounds us? What does it mean to not have a central localizing physical thing that we're all being in community around? So it's such a funny, cruel joke. But the truth is that these Zoom, I love April, I haven't gotten to see your face in 2 weeks, and now I'm actually seeing it. And it's such a beautiful part of Zoom. And I've talked to my friends from around the country. I talked to it was my brother-in-law's birthday yesterday. We had a Zoom party. It's I'm actually seeing people and coming together in like all of these sort of unexpected magical ways. And so this is an opportunity to figure out like, okay, we all know it feels so good to be in a room together, but if we can't, is it possible to create community in another way? And thank God this week has been like such a testament to like the human drive to figure that out.
Zoe, not to put you on the spot, but I'm actually thinking that we've been talking about, the implications of the coronavirus for 2.5 hours. And, that's not the only purpose of jewishLIVE. In fact, it's probably not the purpose of jewishLIVE. I mean, it's not that we can't have some of that, but really the purpose is to kind of just keep Judaism going, just to do Jewish things. So I'm curious, I'm wondering if you, as a Jewish text teacher in what we might call a secular yeshiva, you could sort of like introduce us to something like that, or we could do it together. Is there some substance that we could do that doesn't actually have anything to do with this topic, or that could, but that's just learning.
You want to learn?
Let's just learn. Yeah, we have half an hour, I think, until some new guests show up. So let's do some learning.
Yes, you are very much putting me on the spot, but I would be more than happy to. What should we learn today?
Well, is there anything on your mind? I wouldn't mind, like, we can talk about what I taught the other night, but I don't know if you have anything that's sort of like been on your mind or that you've been teaching lately.
I mean, of course, Passover's on the mind, so I'm like preparing for Passover. But yeah, I would love to talk. You and I didn't get to talk about what you taught last, so I'll give a little bit of a background for those who don't know, which is that at the Oshman Family JCC, where I work with my colleague Tova Birnbaum, we put on programming that's in collaboration with Bina, the Jewish Movement for Social Change, which is an organization in Israel that has Torah learning open to everybody. And in Palo Alto, we have a class once a week called Judaism, the New Basics, and it's in this Bina style. And we've met every week for over a year already, which, like, as I'm saying it, I can't even believe it. And we've been meeting every week. So there are some people in that room who've met for 52 weeks already, but there are some people who just come for mini courses. We've sort of divided the learning into like thematic chunks. And our most recent thematic chunk was is that the technical term, thematic chunk? And,
it's official.
And our most recent thematic chunk was a course that we called a mini course, basically a 4-week course that we called the Talmud's Greatest Hits. And the idea of the Talmud's Greatest Hits is that part of the Talmud, if you're not familiar with the Talmud, you might think of it as a legal document, but the truth is that it's so much more varied than that, and so much richer than just that, in my opinion, because it contains also narrative material. And so sort of sprinkled into these legal conversations are narrative pieces, stories that sort of pop up unexpectedly. And a lot of these stories have become pretty famous, and they are the greatest hits. And they're often sort of pulled off the page and taught as stories, as folklore that can sort of sit on their own without much context. And some of them are very famous. So for example, there's a story of 4 rabbis go into an orchard called Pardes, and some of them come out, some of them don't. That's a very famous story, and our friend Jake Marmer taught that last week. And we invited Dan to come, and by the way, he was supposed to fly in from Chicago, but coronavirus, he just ended up Zooming in, and it was great. You did such a great job, and like, you didn't mind being up late, it was fine. And Dan taught a story, which he can now give you. Maybe you want to give like a 3-sentence version of how the story goes, and then we can talk about it.
Yeah, well, actually, I was asking Lex on the technical side. I mean, this is gonna be like us learning the tech, but like, for example, I think we're gonna figure out if there's some way to like split screen it, but I don't think we have time to do that.
You can't split screen, but if you, I can share, or if you want your face to be visible, since you're facilitating, I can share this page, and your face can still be visible.
Oh, okay. So
if you unshare.
So you want me to give you the link in the?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. We're gonna experiment with putting a text up at the same time that we're talking about it, because I created a source sheet on a website called Sefaria, which we have interviewed the founder of Sefaria, Brett Lockspizer, the co-founder of Sefaria, on Judaism Unbound in the past, and it's an amazing website where you can basically find any Jewish text. Well, let's put it this way, any classical Jewish text. I've been lobbying for a while that they should expand the definition of a Jewish text to include, Seinfeld, Philip Roth novels, etc. The whole gamut. And which I
thought Seinfeld was the primary Jewish text and the Torah was additional.
That may be, given that we're about to enter a time of a tremendous amount of Netflix watching, I think that's very possible. So I think that anyway, Sefaria is a site where you can find any Jewish texts, and you can also turn them into what they call source sheets, which are a personalized, anybody who wants to can make a little personalized collection of Jewish texts. And so what I did was put together two primary texts and then 2 or 3 supporting texts that were about this question, or this particular, that surrounded this particular famous story called the story of the oven of Achnai. And what I actually, so I would say that the story of the oven of Achnai is one of the most famous stories in rabbinic literature, where basically what happens is that they're having a dispute about whether something is pure or impure, and it's one Rabbi Eliezer, against all the other rabbis, and Rabbi Joshua is kind of the representative of all the other rabbis, and Rabbi Eliezer and Joshua are these famous characters from the early days of rabbinic Judaism, and Rabbi Eliezer represents a kind of more conservative voice, and Rabbi Joshua represents a more progressive, creative voice, let's say. And so it's Rabbi Joshua and all the rabbis against Rabbi Eliezer, who unusually it's Rabbi Eliezer who wants to do the more progressive thing, the sort of more open thing. And what happens is that eventually, in all kinds of interesting ways, God signals that Rabbi Eliezer is right, and by the end, actually declaring Rabbi Eliezer is right. And Rabbi Joshua says to him that we don't have to listen to even an explicit voice of God, because essentially God had God's chance when God gave the Torah to tell us what he had to say. And at that point, he gave us a text. And like all texts, we can talk about this in American constitutional law and everywhere. Once there's a text, it is then the job of the interpreter to try to understand what the text means. And in a war between the interpreter and the interpreter wins, because the author is gone, and the author had his chance. And it's kind of shocking that this is how the Talmud relates to God. I mean, to God, even it's one thing if a human author, and the human author is now dead, and the founding fathers from 200 years ago, well, they can't speak up, so it's one, we can understand that. But God is, if God's voice comes still, and they're basically saying no, it's that's not the way this works. That it's the same. God had God's chance when God gave the Torah. And then the really interesting thing is that Rabbi Joshua says, and it says in your Torah, right? One of the things that you told us was to follow the majority, and the majority rules, right? It's Rabbi Joshua and all the rabbis against Rabbi Eliezer. So majority rules because it says that in the Torah, follow the majority. But if you actually look up the verse in the Torah that he's quoting, it actually says is don't follow the majority. Now it says don't follow the majority to do bad things. So maybe by implication, you could say you should follow the majority to do good things, but it doesn't say that. It says the quote is don't follow the majority. And therefore the way that Rabbi Joshua is quoting it is essentially like when you see in the newspaper, quote, ... follow the majority, and the ... it says don't. So that's exactly what's going to get you thrown out of college. I warn my kids. So that's a story that, I wanted to kind of try to figure out what is the meaning of a story like that in a time like this.
It's a great story, and it really is one of the greatest hits. It's a classic. And one of the things that I was struck by, I've learned this story before, of course, but when I was learning it again with you this week, Dan, I was reminded of the story that I taught during this course. And I was actually putting the two stories in comparison. So the story that I taught in this course is a story about Rabban Gamliel, who's another sort of big leader of the Talmud, who gets kicked out of his position as sort of like dean of the college. He's head of the Beit Midrash, he's head of the study hall, and he gets kicked out. And one thing that happens is that he watches the response after he's left his post, and he sees that maybe he's made some bad decisions, because maybe actually the new leader has done a better job. Like he's doing a better job than the new leader is doing a better job than he himself had done, Rabban Gamliel, the one who had been in charge. And at that moment, Rabban Gamliel gets sent a dream, which makes him calm down. And what's so interesting in that story about Rabban Gamliel is that the dream that Rabban Gamliel gets sent is meant to say, don't worry, Rabban Gamliel, you did fine, you don't have to worry about it. But then the text tells us, actually, Rabban Gamliel wasn't right. This new leader is doing a better job, but the dream was sent to make him feel better. And what I was reminded of when you taught this story is that the God or the divine voice doesn't get to make decisions for us anymore, but it does get to pipe in and tell us who they are siding with, right? So the divine voice here doesn't say, okay, I'm making the walls lean and I'm showing you all these signs about who's right, and therefore you have to go by me, but I'm just gonna show you what I think is the correct opinion, and then you guys can make whatever decision you want. So too with the Rabban Gamliel story, I'm gonna weigh in and tell you, I'm gonna try to make you feel better, Rabban Gamliel, the divine voice, the dream forces. I'm gonna try to make you feel better, but I can't actually change what's going on the ground. So I think there's this funny thing happening in the Talmud, which is that we're at this moment of human history where the divine forces, the divine voice, God, whoever it is, the dream makers, they can't change what we're doing on the ground, but they are still able to pipe up and tell us who they're siding with, what they think is right. And so it's really interesting because these rabbis might even be able to say, I see your opinion, I see who you're siding with, divine forces, but we're still going to go ahead and do what we want to.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like not even saying like it's a mystery what God, we know what God wants, and we're doing the opposite.
Yeah, right. and I want to really piggyback on the point that each of you has made, especially Dan, about how they know that they're shifting the Torah text, and they are shifting the Torah text. I love what you said about like taking out the not, the NOT not. They're doing that with the famous verse, "It's not in heaven," also, like a little less directly. But the part of the Torah that is in, where it's saying, it's not in heaven, it's not really saying power is out of God's hands, it's in humans' hands. It's saying, this isn't distant from you. It's not in heaven. It's not across the sea. It's not far away. And they're shifting it to say, no, it's not about being far away. It's that this is specifically not in God's hands. And that's like a power move. That's a huge power move. And it has huge ramifications for the future of Judaism. Maybe it has ramifications on the past maybe it has ramifications on what preceded this, and is sort of commenting on it. But I think that, this is a great opportunity to notice that they're not being held back by the text that they're interpreting. They are allowing themselves, once again, knowingly, to shift what the texts mean and sort of create entire new universes of interpretation based on that.
But what's most interesting about that, in my opinion, is that we still get to have know or hear from the source. We get to find out what the source intended, and we're still gonna be like, no, that's okay, never mind. But we're not in this place where we're like, oh, who knows what they intended in the first place? Who knows what God would have wanted about this? We're going to just interpret because it's in our hands now. No, it's like, no, we still have a channel to the divine understanding of this, and we're just going to ignore it. I was traveling recently enough that I'm just today 14 days quarantine from abroad. Wow. And so thank God I'm totally healthy. Thank God. But I was traveling 2 weeks ago, and I saw a Beckett play a Beckett play. Samuel Beckett's a playwright, and he wrote a play called Endgame. And Samuel Beckett is like extremely famous for having very long stage directions. And so it's very obvious to anyone putting on a production of a Beckett play exactly what Beckett imagined, exactly how Beckett would have wanted this thing to be staged. And there is a very famous story about Beckett's play Endgame, which is at the ART, which is a theater in Cambridge. I'm from Boston, so woohoo. The ART theater put on a production of this Beckett play Endgame, and they totally ignored the stage directions. They just like did their own version of it. And Beckett was outraged, and he wrote this. He wrote them a letter. It said this: "Any production of Endgame which ignores my stage directions is completely unacceptable to me. My play requires an empty room and 2 small windows. The American Repertory Theater production which dismisses my directions is a complete parody of the play as conceived by me. Anybody who cares for the work couldn't fail to be disgusted by this." And can you imagine what the ART did in response when they got Beckett's letter? Nothing. They still put on their show, you know?
By the way, that
Heck
reminds me
yeah.
of the letter that we talked about with Vanessa Oakes that Mordecai Kaplan received about his Haggadah, where the other rabbis like were yelling at him that what he did wasn't a Haggadah, and and he ignored them.
Right. And so the idea is like, okay, no, I know what you wanted, like original source, Bat Kol, heavenly voice, God, dream maker, Samuel Beckett. I understand. I'm very aware. I know what you wanted. Don't care. It's in my hands now.
Zoe, I want to pick up on something that you said earlier, that I think this is what you were getting at, and this was something that we talked a little bit about earlier, and that I talked about with the group, and that I would reinforce, which was that when the Talmud was written, most Jews were illiterate.
Mm-hmm.
And that meant that the small number of Jews who could read were very well educated. There was nobody who was like a little bit literate. You were illiterate or you were a scholar, more or less.
Got it.
And so anybody who could read the Talmud also was probably extraordinarily familiar with the Torah and with the Bible, and would know if there was a misquotation. So there was no hiding the ball going on here, that they knew that anybody who was going to read this story was going to probably know that they were misquoting it, or, for example, could have been capable of the interpretation that you just gave about that we're hearing God and ignoring God. And so the reason why I think that's important is because if the rabbis are signaling to themselves, because I don't think they're really signaling to us through the ages, because I don't think in their imagination there was going to be a time 2,000 years from now when regular Jews could read. They couldn't have imagined that. But they were signaling maybe to their rabbinical descendants, but they were signaling that this is how we do it. Yeah, God, we know what God wants. And if we think it's not the right thing anymore, we are fully empowered to say we're doing the other thing anyway. And I think that you can't read that as anything other than their signal to us, maybe unconscious, that if and when the time comes that we read what they wrote and we know that they would disagree with what we're doing, that they endorse the idea that we should do what we think is right.
I'm going to answer you in a way that is probably like a different direction than what you intended. But one of the biggest challenges to my work that and I receive a lot of challenges. People are like, secular Beit Midrash, secular yeshiva, what are you talking about? But one of the biggest actual heartbreaking challenges that I face when I think about secular Torah learning is the idea that secular Judaism can only be meaningful for one generation. Why? Why would secular Judaism only be able to be meaningful for one generation? Because secular Judaism is mostly meaningful when you know what it is that you're going against. So it's meaningful for one generation because you have a group of people who are really holding in traditional Judaism, and then they decide to do the opposite. And it's actually in the knowing and the reversal that the meaning is made. But one generation later, you have people who just don't know and therefore aren't doing, and that's not meaningful at all. That's just not doing. So, you have this whole, bookshelf of Yiddish literature from these people who are one generation away from the Volozhin yeshiva, right? One generation away from a shtetl life. And they're creating secular Yiddishkeit that is like directly playing on tropes or directly negating ideas or directly referencing things and upending them. And all of the meaning is made in knowing the original thing and then doing it differently. And so the question that I like constantly face is, what does it mean to teach something from the beginning and then do the opposite, right? So it's a huge question. But so much of what I think is meaningful in the story of Achnai, in the story about Samuel Beckett and Endgame, in the story of all these things we're talking about, is you can imagine that these people know this thing by heart. They can just like hear it when it's done differently. And so the meaning is made in knowing it so well and then having the opposite actually happen, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Lex, it seems like you have something to say.
Yeah, no, I do have things to say. I think that's really, really key. So there's commentary there on like how the unfolding of, I don't know, like Jewish protest happen, like people respond to their environment.
Right.
And then and sometimes, by the way, not only do we lose, so you talked about how, you know, one generation later there's a bookshelf and maybe we've lost maybe the people who have those books given to them by their parents or grandparents, like maybe they literally don't understand what's being responded to, like it doesn't resonate in the same way. I think there's something big there. I think that all of us of necessity are of our moment. And I think there's this danger sometimes, and maybe I'm going way off in a new direction, I don't know, but like there's a danger sometimes in thinking of history as like this ongoing march that culminates in us, and like, wow, we're so great because we are the top of this like linear function going up. I mean, picture a graph, everybody. I could do the whiteboard function in Zoom and draw this out, but I'm not going to. Like, you know, going up, or maybe it's exponential and we're rapidly increasing and like we're the top, and that's awesome. I don't think that's how it goes. I think that there's different truths and different sort of lays of the land in different eras, and there's stuff that we won't understand what the agendas were, what the battles were in the texts of the Torah. Even like there's arguments happening in the Torah, people responding to one another in various texts. There's arguments in the Talmud happening, and we won't even always catch what's being communicated. And I think that's kind of a loss to mourn as well. And what I celebrate is we sometimes that lack of knowledge actually is empowering, is what I'm getting. Like sometimes there's a way in which those secular folks who don't know, who are the, you know, the child, to go back to the 4 children of Passover, who really don't know what to ask, who don't know what they're responding to. That's like a beautifully liberating place sometimes. And it means that, and we talk about this on our podcast, right, with our knowledge and chutzpah stuff. We think that people who don't have all the background knowledge of Judaism sometimes have the most sort of implicit permission to play with things. That's a great turf to play on. And I think this was all preamble. We are in that moment now, digitally, because none of us knows. We're responding. There are no precedents that we are responding to really. Like there's not some, this is how we do Zoom, this is how we Jewish on Shabbat online. This is like, there's no turf that we're responding to, which on the one hand is deeply disorienting. Maybe like we are in a sense like secular, like it's the wrong word, but we don't have.
Secular somehow is always the wrong word.
Yeah, no, trust me, I could go on more for that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, let's own that. Like let's figure out what this will be for us. So that was a long rant, but I'm curious if it brings up anything for any of the 3 of you.
Oh, some of the most beautiful things, like the greatest challenge to that problem that I expressed, which is like, oh, maybe secular Judaism is only 1 generation long. The greatest challenge to that, the like most hopeful thing I see, is that when sometimes I teach text to people who've never seen anything before, and they have just the most magnificent things to say. And so fresh eyes is just, it just opens. You couldn't even imagine the like majesty that it opens. And part of my teacher, Rabbi Shai Held, who's just taught me how to read, basically, And one of the things that he always says, and he repeats it over and over again, is you have to read text slower, especially if you have seen it before, because you have to defamiliarize yourself with what you think you're going to see there. And it's actually only in reading text with fresh eyes that the most beautiful interpretations get made.
Amazing.
I was just
Yeah.
gonna say
April, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say one thing that, when you were talking about like how things are different and how we're living in this moment and whatever, it's one of the pieces of a daily practice that I say to myself is from Psalm 27, which is traditionally learned right before the high holidays, which is Bezot ani voteach, I will trust in now it's like this. And so I feel like we really have to, I take that to heart every day on any given day. And it's really, sometimes it's more amplified, like today, it's so true. I will trust in this moment and trust that whatever I'm doing is the best I can do in this moment. I'm taking in all that knowledge, Talmudic or whatever that I have, and I'm using it in this moment, but I trust that I'm doing it to the best of my ability, and I'm doing it in a way that's integral and authentic to how I need to live my life. And so without judgment of what came before, what might have been right before, it's about now. And so I sort of, it reminded me of that as you were talking, Zoe.
That's beautiful, April. I'm gonna have to say goodbye to everybody as I get on another call, but I wanna say one thing before I sign off, which is that I'm so grateful to all of you for making Jewish Live happen. And I'm grateful also because this is officially the first time in 8 days that I've put on jeans. Wow. I really put on pants to be with you guys. And I haven't since last Thursday. So I'm really grateful.
Well, you don't even have to, because we only see, I thought like newscasters don't wear pants.
Yeah. That's awesome. I was just gonna say the same thing. Yeah. So A, that's awesome. B, like let's all set tones where we can hang out in pajamas with each other and have deep conversations as we do so about the past, present, and future of Judaism. I think that's the ticket. Thank you, Zoe. I'm also gonna be headed off actually for a little bit. It turns out that when you do a 7-hour day-long program, you have to build in some time to like eat food. And be a human. So I'll be doing that. I'll also be, I'll be back around 2:00 Eastern time. But before I go, we've got great folks that are now here that will be holding down the fort as Zoe just left and as I soon leave. We've got Denise Handlarski and we've got Joy Layden, who have just joined us as panelists. And wow, that's like really wonderful people. So Dan, I'll quick give an intro of Denise, and you want to introduce Joy?
Yeah, although before you do, I just want to, like, I'm not sure, we're going to have to figure out like etiquette for the comments and everything, but there are just a couple of really great comments in the comments from the person attending. So I don't want to say their name because maybe they don't want me to, but just in terms of following up on some of the comments that I think Zoe was making, that we were making, there's just two things that I think are really consistent with a lot of things that we've been saying all these years on the podcast. One is that I don't know exactly which comment it was referring to, but it said, I think that's such a great comment and is reflected throughout history with how many converts have made so many changes and amazing impacts on the tradition. And that's something that we've really wanted to reinforce for so many reasons. And we've been talking a lot about the analogy to the Exodus, to Passover, which is, both because it's coming up, but also it's so apt, all the ideas of the plagues and the Exodus and the chaos of the wilderness and all of that. And one of the critical things that the Torah talks about that happened in the Exodus was that it wasn't only the Jews that went out and that became the people of Israel. It was what the Torah calls a mixed multitude. And the mixed multitude seems to clearly mean not just people that were descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, whatever we want to call them, the Jews. They didn't call themselves Jews at that time, but and we've talked on the podcast too about how in the dawn of rabbinic Judaism there were also very many of the early rabbis that were converts, and that we've talked for all kinds of reasons that that's not just an accident, that in some ways it's the people who didn't grow up with something that are able to take a more clear-eyed look and are able to help sort through what maybe we don't have to carry with us and maybe we can't carry with us. And this is just such an amazing experience. I mean, of course, this experience that we're having now is so awful in so many ways. And it's also this internalizing, that's not quite the right word, it's this visceral understanding of what, for example, B'nai Lappi has been saying all these years, is like, if you're in a crash that leads to a total change, you can't take everything with you. You literally can't carry it with you. So, and we're experiencing that here. Like, we know we can't have everything with us on Zoom. So if we're going to be wandering into the Zoom wilderness for some number of weeks or months, what can we carry with us? And it may be that it's that mixed multitude, whether it's converts or other people that are just giving us suggestions, right? Also in the Exodus, the beginning of the Exodus story, Moses' father-in-law, some more traditional folks say that he converted, but it's in the Torah, it's very not at all clear that, but in fact, it's quite clear that he didn't convert, that he was just a priest from another people who had some good advice. And this is a time, I think, where we'll be looking for a lot of advice. So thank you so much for that comment. And the same person, Dan,
could I
made
just
another comment, and I am putting Noah Kushner into the panel as well.
Dan, could I just quick introduce Denise and then hop off? Or do you want to introduce Denise?
I can introduce Denise.
Okay, so bye everybody. I'll be back in about an hour.
Thanks, Lex. I just wanted to read the other comment which says, this idea that secular Judaism is one generation only, part of that is showing how Judaism can be relevant in one's life. Normally, we are so busy and overplanned that it's hard for people to feel that it's relevant. Now people are already turning to the tradition for guidance, and there is like a crisis response mechanism built into Judaism. Oh, and he says it's fine to say his name. These comments are coming from Tony Abrams, so thank you so much. And let me welcome 3 new guests. I keep saying this, I should probably say this at the top of every hour, that this is a total free-for-all. We are using this in part as a stress test of the technology. So far it seems to be holding up. And we didn't have time to sort of like plan a planned program, but we wanted to launch because we wanted people to really see right away that something like this is possible. And our intent is that, imagine this, but 24/7 and more organized. That's kind of where I think of it as like college radio, but it's video and better. And that hopefully people will have kind of shows, and different organizations would take responsibility for a half hour, an hour, a block of time a week. And all people like the amazing people we've been talking to today will have a show of their own, and they'll be able to bring on guests if they want to, or play music like Eliana Light did, which was amazing. And so I'm really thrilled to welcome 3 new panelists that have dropped in now and that are going to be with us for a while. I'll say it in the order that they were here. Denise Handlarski is the founder of secularsynagogue.com, which is the kind of thing that I've been saying to a few people that have been on over the last couple hours that are the more tech type of people, like Dan Mendelsohn Aviv, who does a blended learning program, and Danny Eskow, who does a online Jewish learning program, that it may be like the Queen Esther story, that is for this moment exactly, that you came to the position that you came to because you're ahead of the curve here with a secular synagogue online. So that's an amazing thing to talk about. And you're also the rabbi of Orenu Secular Humanistic Congregation. Sorry if I'm butchering titles and names of things, but we're thrilled to have you. And then Joy Layden, who is a professor of, I think, English at Stern College. I mean, I think you have a grander title than that, the head of the writing program and other kinds of things of that nature, and also a poet and the author of 2 amazing books of, not poetry, because I don't really understand poetry well enough to comment upon it, but one. Well, Joy, I can't remember the titles right now, so maybe you could share them.
One is Through the Door of Life, A Jewish Journey Between Genders, which is a memoir of gender transition. And the most recent book is called The Soul of the Stranger, Reading God and Torah from a Transgender Perspective.
Wonderful, and both extremely important books. And one of the things that I hope we'll talk about here is just the kind of question that we talked about when we had you on the Judaism Unbound podcast. But it's like, what, and we've talked about it earlier in other ways. It's like, in a time like this, where the insiders, so to speak, the people who've been living a comfortable Jewish life day to day, they know how to live their Jewish life. All of a sudden, many of those things are gone. And it's actually the people that perhaps were on the periphery or felt themselves to be, that have some knowledge that they've picked up that maybe they can share. And I just sort of wonder whether this is going to be a period of extreme growth of empathy, you know, where people will actually come to appreciate what those who have been on the outside might know, that we all need to know right now. So in various ways, I think all of you have what to say about that. And so I'll introduce our third person, Noah Kushner, who is the founding rabbi of The Kitchen in San Francisco, which is one of the members of the Jewish Emergent Network. And we're going to have, I think, Amichai Lalavi coming on. Apparently he's having some trouble getting on. And we will have other folks from your group, from the Jewish Emergent Network, coming on. So welcome to all of you. And I think partly so that I can take a minute to just make sure that I'm on top of the tech here. Does anybody just want to talk? Does anybody just have something valuable to share, or a topic to bring up to each other?
Well, I'm really grateful to be here, and I'm delighted to be part of a stress test. When you said that we were part of a stress test, I realized I always actually feel like I'm a stress test of whatever system I'm participating in. So it's great to have that explicit. I'm sorry, Denise, what were you saying?
Not at all. It's so nice to be here with all of you. Hello, everybody. I was just going to open a conversation if folks want, and we don't have to talk about this long, but my community was planning to participate in Refugee Shabbat over the next, 24 hours. I don't know. I'm sorry, I wasn't watching all morning, so I don't know how much this has already been talked about today. But I was just wondering how people are planning to continue to mark that, if they were planning to mark it. And I'm happy to share what I've done, but it was one of the things on my mind to talk about today. So I thought, since Dan asked us to speak, I would raise that.
So this is an amazing stress test of the technology. I'm trying to help Amichai Lalavi get on. So anybody able to pick up on Denise's question?
Okay, so just to give context, HIAS in the US and it's JIAS in Canada. I'm in Canada, actually, although my secular synagogue is global, so we have a lot of people from all over. They initiated something called Refugee Shabbat, which was meant to be over this weekend, which obviously a lot of communities are not meeting in person anymore. So my Toronto community had planned a brunch, and we sponsored a Syrian family 3 years ago. They were going to come and hang out with us, which is, happens sort of semi-regularly. And we are also helping them bring it's a family of 5 sisters, and the last one still needs to get to Canada. So we're trying to help with that. So it was sort of part fundraising for that, part information, but HIAS and JIAS put out a lot of resources around what we can do to help further refugee rights. And that was in process before, obviously, all this stuff with COVID-19. So now they've transferred a lot of it to online. So I just wanted to put that out there for folks, that this is a particular Shabbat, to note that if you go to the HIAS website, they have resources, and they have an 11-point action plan of stuff you can do from home to help advocate. Obviously, there's a huge concern that if COVID-19 makes its way through refugee camps, it could be particularly devastating. So that's another layer to all of this. And I'm going to be posting to my Rabbi Denise Handlarski Facebook page later tonight, when I light candles, I'm doing a special dedication adapted from the resources they created around how we can dedicate the candles for refugees this particular Shabbat. So that's just an FYI of what's going on. And yeah, and that's it. And hello to the people coming on now. Nice to see your faces.
I said earlier, by the way, that what's amazing that I'm sort of learning here is that to be the director and the chat room moderator and the talent is very hard to do at the same time, and possible. You know, so I'm sorry for the sort of like glitchiness when we have a transition of the hour and there's new folks showing up, but it's also pretty amazing that it's just a slight hiccup and then we're able to get it on, you know, and so it's actually kind of exciting, and this is part of, you know, what we're working on here. But I want to welcome in just a few more people. Amichai Levi is the founder of Lab Shul, which is an everybody friendly, God optional something or other you know, community in New York City. I don't have everybody's taglines memorized, but an amazing person and friend, and who's been on the podcast. We have Greg Marcus here, who is the founder of American Musar, which is a new approach to teaching and learning the topic of Musar for and also David Jaffe, who is also a teacher of Musar, not, I guess, more than American, you know, American plus. David and Greg are old friends and work with, you know one another and teach Musar in different ways. Musar is, you can talk about what it is later because I'm going to butcher it all. So we have a lot of people here right now. And from my perspective, my ideal situation is that I talk very little. So I think that we can do two things in this conversation. You know, we can talk about the times that we're in right now, and we should, and that's welcome. But it's also very welcome not to talk about that. And we actually just spent the last half hour studying Talmud with Zoe Jick from the Palo Alto JCC, who works with Bina, which is the secular yeshiva in Israel. And so we were talking about a famous Talmud story, the Avnei Vachnai, and what that might mean for a time like ours, where in that story, even though God's self comes and tells what God thinks is the right thing to do, the rabbis say, we don't have to listen to you. And we talked about how maybe that relates to that if the rabbis wrote that at their time, and they knew that everybody could read, everybody who could read in those days could understand that what they were doing, and that must be a signal ahead to us in the future, that when we get into a situation where nobody really knows what to do, then it's not so clear that necessarily we should be looking it up in the Talmud. You know, that maybe what they're telling us is that even if somebody from that past would come in a time machine to our time and tell us that they think they know what to do right now, it's not at all clear that they would know, or that it's the right thing to listen to them. So I'd love to throw it out to anybody. I guess just, you know, take a half second just to make sure that you're not talking over somebody immediately, but or just, you know, raise your hand and I'll call on you, like literally raise your hand like this. I'll try to do a good job of not having people talk over one another, but we've got a lot of folks here. So you can take what I said as a jumping off, or just share something with us that you're thinking about these days. But definitely don't be polite, because I know you are a lot of people that are good at talking and have a lot to say. Greg.
Well, as one of the two non-rabbis here, I guess I'll go first. Last night I had a Musar community call, and one of the things we spent a lot of time talking about was the passage from Genesis 2:18, which is, it's not good for a human to be alone. And at a time like this, we are all, you know, forced to be physically alone. But one of the things that really excites me about the Zoom technology, YouTube, whatever, is this ability to sort of connect with other people. And a lot of people sort of shared kind of how they were processing being alone, or what they were doing to kind of stay connected to other people. And maybe I'll just toss it out to this group. I'd love to kind of hear what your thoughts are about that passage, or how you personally are kind of navigating this situation.
I want to hop off of that, Greg. Thank you. I hear you that the books are not necessarily going to be our source of solace and support. History has a stake here, and like Kaplan said, a vote, not a veto, in how we live this new normal. But there is so much that we can use wisely from our inheritance of survival over thousands of years in bizarre and horrific situations. Of the many psukim and verses that I've gone to is the story later on in Genesis when a runaway kid leaves home, and that's Jacob on his first night away from home alone. And this is a spoiled mama's boy who suddenly is in a new situation, alone on a hill. And it says, you know, Vayetze Yaakov, he leaves the familiar and he's in a new territory. and Vayifga b'makom, he hits this place, it's just a spot, and the sun goes down, and the Midrash says, Bikesh la'avor, like he tried to avoid, V'niyah ha'olam kotel svivo, the world became a wall around him. He got walled in. And that's when he falls asleep, and that's when he has the dream of the ladder, and that's when he's told, it's gonna be okay. You own this. This earth is yours. This is your home. There's a divine. And he wakes up and says, oh, hello. Gaia has been here this whole time, and I've not been paying attention. Blessed be Gaia. So I'm thinking a lot about this story that, like, when we don't want to stop, the world is going to come around us and say, I'm going to wall you in, buddy, because there's some learning to be done here. And it's hard. I know some of us are home alone. I'm home alone. It's been a week. I'm on a lot of blessed connections on FaceTime with my kids and mother and friends and community and elders and youngsters. But we are asked to go inside into our inner walls and ask some pretty damn big questions that we're not asking yet because we're still in the Maslowian survival mode. But that midrash has been very helpful to me. I haven't taught it yet. This is my, premiere taking stuff out of off the bookshelf. And I feel we're all invited right now, like Jacob, to leave what the familiar was and figure out how to go inside and tune into what's helpful and have big dreams.
Joy, please. Yeah.
Hearing what Greg said in light of what Amichai just said, it's clear that the Torah both says it's not good to be alone and it's good to be alone, because there's certain kinds of experiences that only that sense of absolute isolation can bring to us. And you're pointing out Jacob's a very pampered, privileged kid. So the shock of aloneness for people who are lucky enough to not feel alone in the world normally may be especially hard, but also especially rich. But I'm thinking that the original verse, in light of that, is actually, it's not good for there only to be one human being in the world, because that's the aloneness that's being talked about. And I would say it's not good to live or feel that you're the only human being in the world. So even when you're cut off in different circumstances, even when you're having the crisis of existential aloneness that can open us up in so many ways, it's also important to remember and act like we're part of a larger world, that we don't kind of lose the ethical and moral sense of connection.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that's been on my mind a lot is just thinking about, I mean, we've been talking about all kinds of analogies to the Passover story, but thinking in particular about the 10th plague and the idea that the angel of death is, we're going to do some kind of voodoo. Hopefully we're going to keep the angel of death from entering into our homes. And the way I picture that scene is that the Jews aren't sure that that's going to work, and they're huddled alone and afraid at home and hoping that the angel of death is going to pass over the house. And thinking about that in relation to this time, that there's also some kind of profound coming together happening as well among us, like here, and also like I was saying earlier, I mean, from people who are not Jews, who and people who are Jews reaching out to non-Jews, non-Jews reaching out to Jews, that people are helping each other. And so far I've been happy to see that seems to be a lot of the reaction, at least in the world that I inhabit, rather than the kind of zombies and looting and things that you might have been afraid of in a time such a unknown time like this.
Yeah, and I was gonna just jump in on Joy was mentioning about the ethical considerations of people around, and Rav Wolbe, Shlomo Wolbe, one of the great Musar master of the last generation in Eretz Israel, he writes that the world, the essential state of the world, is one of connection and closeness, and that's the deep structure of the universe. But we get really separated from that and distanced from it. And he quotes one of the medieval commentators on a line from Deuteronomy about the word achzar, which means cruelty. And he says the root of achzar, cruelty, is kizar, when we estrange, when we make others like strangers, kizar, like a stranger. And that's where that comes in. And he says that we need to, the avoda, the spiritual service, is to be remembering that that's not the case. And that's been very present for me in right now with the physical separation. And I've noticed it in myself, a pull with the fear that I feel around this. And I'm personally, thank God, not very vulnerable physically, but I still feel a lot of fear. And that fear, I'm noticing, pulls me to forget about that interconnection in some inner way. And it feels so important to keep choosing, to keep remembering that. And so there's a Musar idea developed by Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler, one of the great masters, about 100 years ago, 80 years ago, called the choice point, where he says that you're, like, all of life is not all choices. Like, a lot is kind of habit, rote, other things, habitual, we're just in. But there are points where we're really in a moment of like, there's reality, and then there's where I'm feeling either scared or pulled to something else. And that just felt very present for me in this era. And this is something I've been teaching in some of my classes now, is that choice point of where can we keep choosing? How can we keep choosing towards the reality of the things that all my colleagues have been mentioning here? That the essential connection, we are connected, remembering that reality when we may get pulled into fear in the other way. So that's something that's been up on my mind a lot.
Denise?
Yeah, it's been on my mind too. Even before all of this, I've been really thinking about the crisis of loneliness in the world. And even during this conversation, I feel like the people who are the panelists right now share a lot in common. They're maybe into text. I'm into text too. Before I was a rabbi, I had a PhD in literature. I'm really interested in what stories and deconstructing text might tell us about our lives. But I'm really aware that a lot of the stuff we're putting out, and I'm completely including myself, there's just people who can't connect that way. And you know, I worry that sometimes those of us who are creating content and trying to create opportunities for people to come together, we really have our own perspectives and our own habits of mind and the ways we're used to doing things. And certainly one of the things I've been thinking about is that a lot of this is one directional. So we're trying to make stuff and people are able to stream it. Like even right now, hello to everybody streaming this in this moment. But it's pretty one directional in that, you know, you're sort of still passively watching. And in my understanding of how things work, it's when we're able to contribute and people know us and our voices are part of the conversation that we're gonna combat that loneliness much more than being able to see, you know, people having a conversation on the screen. So I've just been thinking about that. How can we really reach out in ways that more people can be part of the conversation and more ways in? So if text isn't your thing, if God isn't your thing, if prayer isn't your thing, even if, you know, lighting Shabbat candles isn't your thing, you know, that some of that stuff is my stuff, but it doesn't have to be your stuff. And I think those of us who are lucky enough to have a bit of a platform should be thinking about how do we actually reach the folks right now who are not only lonely because of physical distancing, but also feeling left out of a lot of the stuff that's getting created in this moment.
And Noah?
Yes, and maybe it's just a matter of building better bridges, right? So some of those things might be available to a wider number of people with better teaching and more creative ways of teaching. You know, I'm thinking a lot because I'm definitely guilty of what you talked about of, my typical mode is to try to get as much Torah to as many people as possible in hopefully meaningful ways. And I actually am, I don't like technology, even though I live like in the heart of Silicon Valley. Everything we do at the kitchen is primarily analog by design.
But with the advent of this crisis, I realized that technology is better than nothing, and really surprised in what we're trying to create through the kitchen is approximations of what was. So it's a lot of opportunities for people to just look at each other and say hello. And we've actually dialed down the content, which is hard to do online because then there's a lot of awkward pauses and silences. But trying just to find, like, I think in an hour, one of our star educators is making challah. Like, he's just making challah from his kitchen, and anyone who wants to make challah or whatever they want to make, we'll make it side by side. And if I can pivot from that to teaching a little bit of Torah, what we were talking about last night, and the verse, I just sent this over to Amichai, that is kind of saving me right now, is the last verse of the Parsha, of the Torah portion, talks about how there's this holy space that we built in the middle of desolation, holy space that we tried to build in the middle of nothing, which is what I think it's a good metaphor for what we're all doing. And at certain points, a presence of the divine would be on the holy space, and sometimes it would leave. It would come in the form of a cloud of fire. And if the cloud was there, we would stay in the place and we would look at the cloud. And if the cloud left, then we would go to a new place. So of course, my mind goes to this virus is not God, or it's not anything divine. It's maybe the opposite, or who knows, but we are still in this place of, like, until the virus leaves, we're staying. And sometimes the camp would stay for 19 years, and sometimes the camp would stay for one day, and we have no control, and we have no warning, and we don't know when we're going to stay and when we're going to go. So the last word of the Parsha, the last phrase, says that the people, it says that they would stay in place, and they would look at this cloud on all their masehem, on all their journeys. And the question is, we know that we disassembled the camp and from when we would journey from one place to another. So we would have this very elaborate structure, and we would disassemble it to go from one place to another. And the cloud only shows up when the structure is assembled. So how is it, the Rashi asks, how is it that when the structure is disassembled, I'm mixing my words, I'll get to the point. There's no way for us to have seen the cloud when the structure was disassembled, but the Torah is saying that we're seeing this cloud on our journeys. So there's a problem there. And Rashi makes this interesting move and says that actually a journey begins in the place where you are, in your encampment. A journey begins actually at the destination where you are. So if you are stay at home, you're not actually staying at home, you are journeying at home. It's a part of the Masa, it's part of the journey. Rashi's saying there's no such thing as being there's no such thing as being in one place. You're always on some part of a journey. So without getting into the textual technicalities of it, what's saving me right now is the agency of considering that even though we are stay at home, maybe we are journeying at home. Maybe we are not stuck in a place. Maybe we are on our way somewhere.
Julie.
That was really beautiful and moving, Noah. It makes me realize, in terms, I thought what you were saying, Denise, was so valuable and important. I'm not in that same kind of a role, so I could appreciate it without feeling like, oh gosh, I got to get my act together. But it is really important. But it's the combination of your two voices is making me realize how much Torah is a place that I look for connection. And historically, it's the thing that keeps going with the Jewish people, whether or not we pay attention to it, however it's being used or abused by institutionalized forms of religion. it's that same old skin that we keep rolling and unrolling. And so for me, it's the place where when I feel dislocated in every other way, that's where I look for. So what Noah is saying is making me feel less alone. It's also the thing you said about the virus, is it from God or not? This is making me think about the story of the plagues in a different way. Obviously, we're supposed to be on God's side through the plague story, right? The plagues are a triumph of God. But as we've been saying, it's important to remember that we're all interconnected. And I think the Torah wrestles with that problem also. Certainly the Midrashim wrestle with this issue of how is this happening. From God's perspective, each of those terrible things that kill so many people is a success as long as it leads people, including the Egyptians. God is like, draws this out to get the Egyptians on board with recognizing God's presence. So I would say a key part of this journey of this virus, particularly the awful parts of it, are we able to use it to create these moments of awareness together and alone, where we enable ourselves and other people to recognize what I would call God's presence. And I know that that's not a language that's universal by any means, but this awful story of the final plague is also a story of how, in the middle of all of this dying, something extraordinary is happening in terms of human connection and rebirth. And as my therapist was just telling me, there's also something ordinary about dying. It's just part of what human beings do. It's part of what makes us human. And we have to be careful. I have to be careful. She was specifically like, you have to be careful not to let the panic about you dying and other people dying overwhelm the larger sense of human existence and human community that always includes that and always transcends it.
Greg.
Wow, thank you, Joy. I listened to that story with an open heart, and really gives me a good perspective about some of the thoughts that I've been having. And if I think about like what Noah and Denise was saying, you know, that story of the building of the Mishkan, the Musar trait that comes up for me is generosity, because that was something that we all built. And God and Moses said, hey, bring what you have and let's build this together. And everybody did. And all of the grumbling that happened before and after that just all fell away because everybody came together and built something beautiful. And it says, you know, God said, build me a Mishkan that I may dwell among them. And it's commonly believed that that was among the people. And that when people form relationship together, that really opens the space for the divine to come in. So if we think about what Denise was saying, where a lot of people just don't, you know, may not relate to text study or might be left behind. One experiment that I tried is I had a bunch of people on a Zoom call and I just put them randomly in groups of 2 and said, talk about what's going on with you. And everyone liked that far more than, now there'd been some context and some other stuff, but everybody liked that far more than anything else that I had to say. Just to connect with another human being and saying, this is what I'm going through. And oh, let me listen to what you're going through. And that really opens the door for the divine to come in, and that sort of person-to-person connection, which is what's going to keep us going.
This is very helpful as I try to figure out what am I going to say tonight at my 10-minute Zoom slot on our unprecedented virtual Sabbath Queen Shabbat. And I've been thinking about Vayakhel and what does it mean to gather in these times and what is the meaning of a tent. Somehow, Denise, I heard you when I got on talking about refugee Shabbat. That is very much on my mind and our mind. And so I want to talk about tents and the tents of the thousands of children on the island of Lesbos, of a project that we're very much involved with, who live in tents, whose school was burnt down by nationalists. 2 weeks before this all began, we were going to dedicate tonight to that project and show their art and make art for them. And now no one's got that mindset. But I want to talk about those tents and the tent of meeting, and ask the question of what are those tents for? What's the purpose of that ohel moed, that tent of time, the tent of gathering? And ultimately, it's about intimacy, right? It's about eating. It's about the vertical line of the smoke that connects heaven and earth, whether it's smoke or fire. But more importantly, it's the eye to eye of the kruvim, the cherubim in the Holy of Holies represent intimacy. That's the bullseye. That's what at the core of the whole thing, whether you see it or you don't see it, you know that inside that tent is the reminder that all that matters is panim el panim, face to face, eye to eye, intimacy. And the cherubim don't touch. Their wings touch, but they don't touch. They see. And somewhere where our eyes meet is where the Shekhinah shochenet, where the divine dwells. So there's something about what people want right now, and I agree, it's not necessarily text or Torah. It's not necessarily theology. I'm on like steroids on theology right now because that's where I'm at. But a lot of people in my community are like, please shut up. We don't want philosophy right now. We don't want theology. We're freaked out. We just want to not be alone. So I think there's a balance here. There's a scaffolding. And at the end of the day and at the middle of it all is intimacy. How do we cultivate joy, as you said so beautifully, intimacy by ourselves, the levado part, the alone, which is both horrific and so powerfully important. This world has forgotten about this in many ways, some of us less than others. And how to cultivate community, intimacy, connection, now more than ever, and planning for the day after. Like when we get off the screens and awkwardly hug each other on the street again, may it be soon. So this panim el panim, the middle, the core of the tent is a lot of what I'm thinking about. How can I not forget that? How can we not forget that?
Denise.
Thank you. I've been thinking about the tent too, so it's fun to be able to riff on what you're saying. In Judaism, we often talk about having a big tent. And so I definitely think that the way we're looking at fostering intimacy in this, all of a sudden realm where we can't get together and give each other a hug, we all have to figure out how we're going to make that work in our personal lives, and we also have to figure out how we're going to make that work online. I will share as somebody who, that's been my job for the year and a half since I started secular synagogue. The whole purpose was to figure out how do we create intimate relationships with people across distance. I didn't want it to be a kind of we're just doing content. It is about building community and intimacy. And I do think, I know it's too bad Lex isn't here because Lex would be like, this is what Lex always says. It would be, I think we can do that online. We don't have to wait until we can be together. We have a very, very big tent right now where we can reach people globally. And people are tuning in and paying attention. All of a sudden, a lot of people have time to connect in new ways, whereas before maybe they felt like they were working a lot and they didn't have a moment to think about how to foster new relationships. Now people are looking for new relationships. So I definitely think there's an opportunity in our new digital tent. And I do really want to think about what is our tent as Jews? And to me, to be honest, I hope it also includes people who aren't Jewish. Both with secular synagogue, where we have a lot of folks who are intermarried or in intercultural families and partnerships in all different kinds of ways. We've always said, if you're not Jewish but you find this meaningful, then welcome. And I think many of us could be doing outreach to people and saying there's stuff here that might just turn you on, or there's somebody who cares about you, and we don't care if you call yourself a Jew. We just want you to be part of the tent as well. So those are some of the things I've been thinking about. And the last thing I'll say is just to share, my community seems to really like it when I cry when I've been talking about stuff. And it's funny, it's as leaders, sometimes we're like, don't show your feelings, don't cry. And then when we do, that's when people connect to us. So I'll take the opportunity to share something personal that this morning, things come in waves for all of us. I've been mostly feeling really good. But this morning I just had a kind of woof, this is all a lot. And thinking about this week's tour portion where it's so much about just the physicality of building a structure. Like what do we put where, and how do we make it beautiful? And so I was thinking about that, and just, as people say, sometimes you have to do the next good thing, just do the next good thing. So for me, that was get up, make the bed, put away the laundry, put out something beautiful to look at. And as we're separate together, we can also think about our spaces and the metaphor of the tent in terms of how do we beautify where we are as much as possible to help keep us grounded.
Noah.
And I want to bring up a third way, because I think the way that we're imagining it, which is really normal, is to think about face-to-face or virtual. But people of faith have a third way, which is neither of the two, right? Because if we have a relationship with holiness or divinity or spirituality, we're not necessarily doing that online. And the face-to-face sort of breaks down. It's beyond face-to-face. And I am thinking now about building on those efforts, maybe from praying or from dreaming, that create great moments of intimacy that are neither face-to-face nor online.
Greg.
Well, if you're into seeing people cry, I feel like I might start crying. I'm feeling so moved by this conversation. I think there's another aspect to this. I want to bring another aspect of generosity, which is that the teaching that people who receive tzedakah are also supposed to give tzedakah. And I've been in contact with so many people saying, hey, I'm the one who's always bringing chicken soup to everyone, and I'm 70 years old and have diabetes. Should I keep doing that? And the answer is no, you shouldn't. Now is the time where you have to receive tzedakah, and where you need to receive care from others. And all of us are people who are receiving care in one way or another, and all of us need to give. And I think a lot about my community, where I live in a small city in the Bay Area, but I have all of my favorite little shops. They're all closed. The restaurants are barely hanging on. And I'm really scared that we could come through this and all of my favorite places are going to be out of business. And dentists are freaking out because they have huge loan burdens to pay off and people can't go to the dentist. And so finding ways to incorporate giving into, everything that we do, trying to, even though we're receiving tzedakah, what can we give? Can we go buy a gift card, from a restaurant to just give them a little bit of cash? Or some people with means are doing payroll for the farm box community that I participate in. And so finding ways to remember, both that we need to allow ourselves to receive and also find ways to give.
Joy. Joy, you have to unmute yourself.
My children wish I would mute myself more, but
we're all learning.
But I feel like, Greg, that's a beautiful transmutation of what Denise was saying, because I think that vulnerability is actually the root of people feeling radical connection. And I'm not really a leader in the sense that you are. I'm an English teacher. I'm not supposed to cry in my classes. That would really not be a good thing for me. But when I give talks and I'm in that sort of temporary position of people listening to me, the best parts are when I'm most vulnerable, when I'm feeling less like I'm delivering material that I've mastered and I'm sure of, and people can see that I've entered into the raw places, the confusions, the wounds, and then they respond in the same way. And there is a feeling of connection that is different. Yeah, I love that Noah wants to get beyond this binary way of thinking about connection, but that's one of the ways, because we all have these vulnerabilities. And what Greg is saying is we can use our own sense of vulnerability to identify what it is that we have to give. Sometimes what we have to give is our vulnerability. Sometimes we give other people a chance to give to us, and that's something that they need. right? If you can't be the one bringing chicken soup, but you need it, that is giving something to someone else. Sometimes it's we give our fear, right? Our fear, like when this is over, the world that I love won't be there. Oh my gosh, that's a sense of vulnerability. And Greg, you're such a mensch. You say, oh, what does that mean I should be giving to keep that world going so it's there for me on the other side? But sometimes I think it is that we, whether through stories or texts or tears, we just show people that we can be vulnerable and intact, and so can they. That's not a binary that they have to be afraid of, that they're either overwhelmed and they will lose themselves in horror and catastrophe and death, or they have to be cut off and walled off like Jacob is at that moment in his journey with the whole earth surrounding him.
So, one thing, again, thinking to what you were saying, Greg, and what you were saying, Joy, I think, and also to what you were saying, Denise, in terms of, yes, this could be a time of sort of maximal openness to our fellow travelers who are not Jewish or were not born Jewish. But I think that really raises the question of sort of what does Judaism have to offer at a time like this? And I feel like Greg's point, like, I don't want it to be just that Greg is a mensch. Greg is the biggest mensch I know, but he's also a practitioner of American Musar, and I have to hope that somehow or another it's going in one direction or the other, that somehow he's building up a new Judaism, a new element of Judaism, or an element of Judaism has built him up, and this is why he has these sensibilities. And so I guess I'm curious, and I want to hear, Noah, I know you want to talk about something that your community is doing, so maybe you can talk about that and also put it into this context, and maybe we can have a little conversation, especially in the last 15 minutes that I think a lot of you are going to be going at the top of the hour. But like, I think that I'm asking, it feels like this in some ways you could see as a make or break moment for anything that calls itself a moral tradition. Because if it doesn't have how to guide us in this time, then what's the point of it? So I kind of am wondering, I'm hoping that we have something to give to those not Jewish fellow travelers to say, hey, actually Judaism has some knowledge. And that's why I was also thinking, like, Denise, like, what knowledge do you have for having done this for a year or two? Like, what anybody who's been doing this, and ostensibly Judaism has been doing something for the last 3,000 years, if it doesn't have knowledge to help us go through this, then so I think it does have that knowledge. So I'd love to kind of have some reflection on that as well. So Noah, let me start with you because I know you want to talk about it, and then others can chime in.
Sure. Well, just to respond to the question, with respect, I think it's the wrong question. Because I think it puts Judaism in the language of commerce and efficacy, like as a solution to solve a problem. And I think it sells the tradition short. I think I would say that about most major traditions too. Now, it's not that we couldn't have a good crack at that and drill down some interesting avenues, and the people on this call are probably well equipped to do it. And if someone were to come to me to ask, I wouldn't say it's the wrong question, go away. But hopefully if we work together over a number of years, they would come to learn that not only is there something to gain, there's something they would become a part of, and they would enter. So I say a couple other things. One is almost 10 years ago, we sort of said, we're interested in people who want to do Jewish and be active Jewishly. We're not looking at pedigree. We're not looking at birth. So for me, actually in San Francisco in 2020, the question of who is Jewish it's relevant because the people who convert take a lot of work to do that. And I admire them, but we're not gatekeepers. Anyone who wants to do it, we don't ask. I don't even know, to be honest. But then beyond that, the question of what we're doing together becomes central and primary. And I think there's two poles to keep in mind. One is the pole of responsibility and what I need to do and my agency and my action. And in that poll, which is, I think, very comfortable for secular people, we have to get all the information, we have to get all the details, because I'm going to go out and do it and I'm going to fix the world. There's another poll that I think most secular people are less comfortable with, but traditional religion is more comfortable with, and I think needs to be reintroduced at this time. And it's a poll, traditionally we'd say Yirat Shamayim, but I'm going to call it humility. And it's a poll of contextualization. That is to say, I may be responsible, which I very well need to be. I need to have agency. But how does that agency fit vis-a-vis me and another person, vis-a-vis me in the past, vis-a-vis me in the future, vis-a-vis me in the narrative, vis-a-vis me and God, or heaven, or spirituality? How does that agency and responsibility fit within all these other orbits? That's what I think religion has to offer. So the question, what's the knowledge we can provide now, is a gateway question. But the real question becomes, how do I fit in here? What is my place in all of this? Given my place in all of this, what might I give? That's what I'm really interested in. Amichai, we got to theology.
Yeah, Amichai, go ahead.
Thank you, Noah. 100% yes. And I will just say, this is almost cliche, but I baked my first challah in several years this morning. And Shabbat, as in the Sabbath, as in Shemitah, as in the notion of stopping, of respecting rhythms every 7 days, every 7 years. This April 22nd is the Jubilee of Earth Day since 1969. Religious, spiritual, Jewish, human, beyond, there's a wake-up call here that is as quiet and as loud as it is. So I think what we have to learn from each other, from all traditions, is how to respect the earth, how to respect rhythms, how to respect each other, how to find the intimacy of the divinity within each other's eyes and in our own hearts and in the earth's rhythms. And Shabbat is such a gift. And we are also blessed to be online right now and to plug our way into connection. And the message I sent my community today is join us for a lot of online Shabbat stuff, but then please unplug. So I do think Shabbat, Sabbath, in its bigger scope is exactly the micro of the macro that Noah is talking about. It's not just a Jewish thing. It is the human respect of rhythms, which we must embrace again. And if anything positive comes out of this journey, may it be our slowing down in a deep, deep way.
Denise.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was beautifully said. I couldn't agree more. And I think that to answer your question, Dan, that is one of the things that we have to offer the world, is a deep tradition around a weekly opportunity to take stock and think about how we really do of the month. There's, I think Jewishly we have built in these checkpoints for us to stop and take stock, and I do think that's very valuable and important. What I put out to my community this week was that Judaism, I think, offers 3 T's that we could think about for this time. One is tradition, and I did speak specifically about Shabbat. And exactly as you say, I'm somebody with an online synagogue, and somewhat ironically and somewhat obviously, a lot of what we talk about there is how we connect online and then unplug. I think the tension between those things is very important. So the 3 T's were tradition, Torah, broadly understood. It could be the texts of the Torah, but it could be however we want to connect to learning. What an opportunity right now to do some beautiful learning and tap into knowledges that maybe we haven't been exposed to before. And the 3rd T was Olam, that just like Amichai just spoke about our connection with the earth and how fragile it is, how much we need to take seriously that we're caretakers of the earth, and also, as Greg was talking about, thinking about how we take care of each other who are struggling right now, people whose livelihoods are on the line, people who are really anxious about what the world will hold for them after all of this is over. I do think this is a moment to think about how we repair the world in all different kinds of ways. So that was my answer to Dan's question, the 3 T's of tradition, Torah.
Joy. Oh. Joy,
Oh,
go ahead. Yeah.
I'm unmuting, but Greg, do you want to go first? Were you going to respond directly to Denise? I do a lot of talking because, again, I'm not on the hook for being a Jewish leader or in any kind of an institutional way. So I'm a hit and run Jew. And so I do a lot of talking to audiences that are not particularly religious and are not all Jewish. But I'm hung up on God. Like, that's a big thing for me. So I always end up talking about that. And one of the things that I've been sharing from Jewish tradition that seems to speak broadly is I've been working on a series of poems in which I'm trying to combine language in ways that allows the Shekhinah to speak. Amichai was talking about the Shekhinah and offered that beautiful image of the Shekhinah as being what dwells between us when we're in that space of really seeing each other the way the Keruvim are looking at each other. But the Shekhinah in tradition, is sort of the binary subordinate complement of this male transcendent God. So the Shekhinah doesn't get to talk because God gets to talk. The Shekhinah doesn't get to act because the male identified God gets to act. But what the Shekhinah gets is she gets to be with all of us in our experiences, in our feelings, in our sufferings. So she's the one who's always there. And I'm wondering, what? She's presumably not just always there without an attitude. She must be thinking something and trying to say something. What is Shekhinah trying to say? And when I talk about this, Jewish or non-Jewish, religious or non-religious, people seem to really respond with a desire to be able to imagine God broadly conceived, speaking within them, always within them, accompanying them on that journey that's always happening, whether we're moving or staying there, suffering and understanding, not the transcendent God, but the God who is stuck with us in the human situation and who doesn't leave, Imagine not having to be stuck in the human, but staying anyway out of love. So I feel like that is something that our tradition has to offer.
Greg.
So I guess a couple of things. One is our tradition offers a lot of sacred text with an ability to interpret it for the modern era. I recently learned that in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were, I don't know, from 2,500 years ago, they had passages from the prophets with an interpretation saying, this is how you apply this today. And that is what the Talmud is all about, except that today they were applying this to was 1,000, 1,500 years ago. And so what a lot of Jewish leaders do, and Christian leaders and others, is they say, here's a piece of text, and here's how to apply it today. For example, as some people may know, I'm a rabbi in training, so I've been taking a class on the prophets. I had never studied or read the prophets before about a month ago, and they all have a similar message, which is, you messed up, there's going to be a big destruction, and afterwards things are going to be better. And so this is not a divine punishment, as many people have said, but I really do believe that this is an opportunity to stop and think and give us a chance to do things better on the other side. And that brings us to the third teaching, which is the ethical tradition, which part of which is Musar, which I am a part of. And a big part of that is looking inside, and it's being able to understand your weaknesses. I've been open that at times I do have self-esteem issues, even though I have all these external successes. Like when Dan said, well, Greg's the most menschy person I know, my immediate thought was, well, geez, Dan, that doesn't say very much for your friends and the people you know elsewhere in the world. And then I recognized, like, okay, that's that voice, which is trying to undermine me. And I have like a whole bunch of set of tools where, like, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I would have been like paralyzed with being like feeling really crappy about having heard that and spinning and all this stuff. I mean, it's embarrassing to admit. But today it's like I've learned and built up these tools from Musar, and where I recognize what's going on. And I have, let's like, well, no, actually you were created in the divine image. And that was just a really beautiful thing to say. So thank you, Dan, for saying that.
So it's 2 o'clock on the East Coast and 11 o'clock, I think, on the West Coast. And I know that some of you signed up to go at the hour. So I don't know if anybody wants to stay, you're more than welcome. But I want to really thank all of you all for being here. This was an incredible conversation. And I would just note, like, how could we have ever made this happen in a previous time? I mean, first of all, nobody would have been available at the same time. Second of all, we wouldn't have made this panel. It wouldn't have ever occurred to anybody to, so this particular group of folks in one sitting. So I hope that we can hold some of that, because I think this is an amazing conversation. And I hope that we can figure out ways when all this goes back to what it was, and if it doesn't, meaning like it won't, but in the way that it mostly will, that we'll be able to hold on to some of this, because it's important. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. And for those of you who are looking for evidence of the divine, just look at who showed up today. So thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. I learned so much from each of you, and I definitely feel less alone. Thank you, Dan and Lex. Bye.
Thank you.
Ditto. Shabbat shalom, friends. Be well and safe.
Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Thank you all. So just getting a lay of the land, who is able to stay on for the moment of our amazing panelists?
Well, Judith's side is waiting to be let in.
Okay, so then I will go ahead and promote Judith's side to panelist.
I'm staying just long enough to say hi to her.
Oh, perfect. Love that. Judith, we have you, but without video, and you can unmute also. So welcome, Judith, to the next hour of our 7-hour extravaganza, which has been absolutely incredible so far. I'm really bummed that I missed most of this past hour. We have video. Nice. Welcome, Judith. I am bummed that I missed this past hour, but thrilled to watch it on the replay. This will turn into an official sort of YouTube video that you'll be able to watch and pause and go forward, go back. So encouraging people to do that if you miss any slots. I'm adding another member of our panel. Sarah Waxman is joining, but welcoming Judith's side. So Judith's side, yes, thank you for coming. We had you on the podcast. I forget exactly how long ago. Time is hard to nail down sometimes, but especially now. But we had you on the show and talked about was the episode entitled God Optional, something along those lines?
Might have been. It was back in August or September of 2018.
There you go. Okay, so that you're helping anchor time for all of us. I appreciate that. That's not a skill of mine at this moment, for sure. And to Sarah Waxman, I did promote you to panelist. I don't know, you might have to leave and come back in order to have that work. But welcome, Judith. I guess to start, if you could just sort of introduce yourself, and we've been having folks just talk through a little bit of what their recent days have been like and how they're thinking about Jewish life at this moment.
I'm a rabbi in the secular humanistic Jewish movement. I was brought up, I'm a third generation secularist. My grandparents were secularists, involved in the jewishLIVE movement, involved in Jewish culture movements, and my parents as well. And I am really excited that I've got a Google Hangout with my Jewish Culture School kids this afternoon at 3 o'clock. At Culture School, we usually cook and we sing and we dance. And we also do some history and
just learning about various things in Jewish culture. And so we are not able to dance by Google Hangout or cook, but we might sing. We'll see. And we're in a unit talking about Jewish concepts of justice. So we'll be talking about ideas of who gets to be a witness and who gets to be a judge. Apparently you are not allowed to be a judge if you race pigeons. Time for you to laugh.
That makes sense.
Sorry, I was muted, but yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
I do tell the kids that it's polite for them to laugh when I think I'm funny. And here's Sarah Waxman up.
She was up for a second and then she disappeared. She'll be back. When we recorded an interview on Judaism Unbound with somebody who was telling a lot of jokes, but he was on a phone rather than recording the way we usually do, which allows somebody to record their own track. He was getting increasingly mad at us for not laughing at his jokes. And I said, we are laughing, you just can't hear us because we put ourselves on mute.
Yeah, well, I want to see people laugh then.
Right.
Like that. So other than that, we're old, so we're staying home. I am a new grandparent. I have a 6-week-old grandbaby, and we got back a couple of weeks ago from seeing him, and I'm dying to go back to Chicago, and I can't. So I'm cranky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, totally. So I think we may have lost Sarah Waxman. Hopefully she's on her way back. But yeah, I mean, that's look, this moment of social distancing. I mean, you mentioned, older folks are definitely needing to figure out the terrain of this moment and not be going out much. And even look, all of us are doing that, not just older folks. I think it's just, we're figuring out who most at-risk populations are and navigating our way through a challenging time.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends who live alone. So my my community service practice for during this time is calling them every few days, making sure they're okay, and just have somebody to talk to. I can't imagine, it must be really lonely to be all alone during this time.
Yeah,
and us in our house.
Yeah, it certainly is. And that's, I mean, we've been saying this all day, but that's part of why having tools like Zoom that we do have are so important. They're not the same by any means, but being able to check in, being able to see folks face to face in a meaningful way is such a gift at this moment. I'm seeing we have Sarah Waxman. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome. Yeah, it's great to have you on, Sarah Waxman of At the Well. We are also with Judith Side. I think you've caught the last few minutes of conversation, but just
great. We'll finish up.
No, well, yeah, exactly. Well, but so
wait, I might take the opportunity that Sarah showed up, and Sarah, no offense, but I might take the opportunity to take a break and get something to eat when let Lex, now that it's not just two people, have a little conversation without me, and I'll be back.
Okay.
Salutes, Dan. Dan's
Thank
been
you.
quite the trooper today. I got the first break. Dan has been here straight through. So big ups to Dan Levinson. Sarah, welcome. We're starting off with new panelists and just sort of getting a gauge on what your last week has been, and to the extent that you've been migrating some of your Jewish work to digital. What has everything looked like for you? Talk to us a little bit about At the Well and what your work has looked like.
I want to answer that, but Judith, we've never met before. I don't know that much about you, and I love the woman that you're named for, the original Judith. She was
she's
a hero.
What, made me like my name. You know, it's like she was tough and bloodthirsty. It's fun for me.
Yeah, as a
it's
Sarah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
So it's your turn to talk because I've been talking.
All right, cool. At the Well is a women's health and wellness organization that's rooted in Jewish wisdom. We specifically look at the intersection of health and spirituality, and that's part of a conversation that's happening all over the country, all over the globe for a long time. But our lane in that conversation is specifically women's health and Jewish wisdom. I started this organization 4.5 years ago by creating content for each Hebrew calendar month in hopes that people and my peers would join me in a ritual that I love so much, which is Rosh Chodesh, and stand on the shoulders of ancestors before me who had women gathering monthly to come together in community and learn and storytell and excavate some of missing oral Torah from our communities. And my fascination with the Hebrew calendar and the spiritual teachings that it offers us inspired me to sort of take action forward. Now, 4.5 years later, we have more than 230 of what we call well circles, which are monthly gatherings of women, sort of like a reimagined Rosh Chodesh experience, mostly for people 25, 45, but we don't take any ownership over Rosh Chodesh. And we hope that all Jewish women remember that this is a gateway into having a robust sense of belonging, spiritual community, and connection with your body. So the past week has been, I would love to find someone on earth that is able to be like, oh yeah, it was like totally fine and normal. Like, I don't feel like that's something that is shared by our herd and humans on earth. And so right now I'm with everybody that it has been quite alarming. And I'm sending a lot of love to my friends and family members who are first responders and who are out there, not at home, but at work. And also to people who are not as privileged to me that I'm at home with food. And so that's my first thought I just wanted to make public. But in terms of At the Well's work, which I think was your original question, I'm finally ready to answer you. We're making it virtual like everybody, but what's amazing about the grassroots organizing is that it's already happening, and we have the opportunity to be spiritual responders in this time. And we have a lot of connections in 20 countries in the world. So we're working and we're putting the infrastructure forward to continue to get small groups of women to commit to meeting and to being there for each other, using the Hebrew calendar as a theme for the conversation, for leadership, and for personal growth.
Yeah. So the Hebrew calendar. Let's dwell with the Hebrew calendar for a second. I've been doing all this Jewish Live stuff, and so we've been getting an incredible, beautiful influx of upcoming events sent to us for us to amplify that are happening via live stream, and it's really awesome. And I will be frank, this is like a call to action to everybody out there. We've received tons of Shabbat things. Amazing.
Totally.
Shabbat
Big
Shalom
fan of
early.
Shabbat.
We've received already a bunch of Passover ideas, and I'm sure there will be many more.
Big fan of Passover.
We talked a little bit about Passover earlier today, and there's never a bad time to talk about Passover. What I have not seen a whole lot of from the universe of digital events is anything for Rosh Chodesh.
Well, Lex, I have something important to tell you.
Yeah, that's what I'm
At the
excited
Well
about.
and Moving Traditions are the two organizations that are working on Rosh Chodesh across the entire Jewish people around the world to scale. And so in terms of funding for the rituals and support for the rituals, I think in Jewish Live it's reflective, but also just in general. Women's rituals and the things that are designed for us to come together need a lot of support, but I also know that the world has already been shifting towards making them happen. And what's great about it is that you have me on Jewish Live, and I'm here to bring it forward to the conversation. And so it's an honor to be here and to talk about it. Also, we're about to celebrate Rosh Chodesh Nisan, which I don't know, in terms of geeky Torah study people out there, the first commandment to the Jewish people. Do either you know what the first commandment to the Jewish people is?
Oh, well, this is a trick one, because I feel like there's different arguments, but is it to mark Rosh Chodesh?
Yes.
All right.
The first commandment from God to the Israelites upon leaving Egypt is to mark the new moon of Nisan and all the moons thereafter, because the difference between being a slave and a free person is our ownership of our time. And so it became a ritual and a commandment to make sure that all Jewish people of all bodies and all genders and all sexes were in relationship with the moon and relationship with time, because we are now a free person. And that unless we are able to track where we are with our spiritual calendar, we're not in alignment. And so the first commandment is Rosh Chodesh. In the medieval ages, it got elevated to being a women's ritual based on sort of like commentary. We see some male commentaries, including Rambam and Pirkei Eliezer, around who gave what to build the golden calf. And it became very clear that the women refused and were keepers of the faith, and that Rosh Chodesh became an elevated women's ritual. But it was always oral Torah. And so in a people that's moved around a lot and really based ourselves on text as like the truth, we have lost some of that ritual of Rosh Chodesh, and I'm here to help bring that back in the world. I spend all my time thinking about it, and I know that there are now thousands of people and my peers who are part of small group conversations to make Rosh Chodesh happen. And I also know that I didn't invent it. I inherited something from my ancestors and from women in the 60s and 70s who elevated Rosh Chodesh to be something that I could learn. And now At the Well is out there organizing people for this ritual.
Yeah, and At the Well is really astonishingly awesome, and people should go to your various digital resources and learn more about you. I bring it, so I'm going to flip this back and like in a second and sort of hear from you what some of your concrete strategies would be for those who would like to mark Rosh Chodesh, whether in a small group, as an individual, in this moment of social distancing. I'm curious to hear what your strategies would be.
Yeah, well, we don't think social distancing. We think physical distancing, but
right.
social come together.
Right. Yeah.
Can I interrupt
100%
for
on
1
board.
minute?
Judith, what was that?
I need to interrupt for 1 minute. I'm gonna take off, but I just want to say to Sarah that for us, for secularists in general, the two things that are important to us as Jews are politics and community. And I want to thank you for creating this kind of community before I leave. And I want to thank you, Lex, and also Dan for creating this community. And I'll be in touch. Bye.
Absolutely.
Bye,
Thank you so
Judith.
much for joining us, Judith. It's been a huge gift to have you on. Thank you.
Oh, you're darling. Bye.
Oh, gosh. Thank you.
I want to talk to Judith. She has so many books behind her. For people who aren't seeing her screen, you feel like you have a lot of wisdom.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like it.
Yes. And
Find
listen
me at
to
secularjewishweddings.com. Send me an email. I'd love to know you.
Cool. I love
Okay.
Yes.
Bye now.
Yeah, and for folks out there watching, listening, there's a great episode of Judaism Unbound featuring Judith Seid that we encourage you to listen to. But so Rosh Chodesh, just to be, I mean, it's coming up in less than a week. We're gearing up, and more than that, you mentioned this. I'm not. It's Nisan. It's a new year. It's by the book, by the Torah. This is a new year. Of course, Rosh Hashanah has become sort of the most amplified of our New Years. There's other New Years too, but this is big. So I'm curious to hear from you. What are some of the I was about to say feet on the ground. They're not the same kinds of feet on the ground, but what are some of the activities, programs, observances, rituals that people are bringing together in those 230 groups that you mentioned?
Yeah. Well, wow, so much. At the Well has a lot of content online that we open sourced and made free, and it's been grassroots organization. So it's content that I've written, and more than 60 women have contributed in the past year to the stuff that we have online. So it's very collaborative and shared. And you can just go to atthewellproject.com and go into some of our blogs. And if you click learn and then click moon manuals, it will ask for your email. But after that wall, it's free, and you can see what we call moon manuals, which are guides to every Hebrew calendar month. And At the Well has a lot of resources for the month of Nisan. And also under our categories, if you on our website under Learn and then Into the Well, you can see our whole Passover guide, which is not a re-envisioned Haggadah. It's actually a health and wellness plan for a Passover. We'll be thinking of it as the original spring cleaning, spring juicing, spring clean of your house, like all these things that usually happen in our secular lives for the spring. It's like Passover was like the OG holiday for that. You clean your body, you clean your home, clean your spiritual life, you clear the pharaohs of your mind. You do it as an individual within community. And so that's kind of At the Well's approach to that. In terms of our response to what's going on in the world, we are out there helping we're helping strengthen the circles that we have, making sure that they're all virtual and going. And then we are also starting to make new well circles for people who have not yet had a chance to join this place of belonging. And so we actually have just a Google form that I'm not sure if you have it, Lex, I can send it to you and we can maybe share with the audience, but how can I share that with you? Can I just put it in the chat here?
If you could put it in the chat, that'd be great. And I may not be able to share it right away because I'm here, but I will make sure to share it in the comments on this conversation.
So here's that link. And basically for anybody out there who's in a well circle already or wants to be in a well circle, to fill that form out, and we will start mapping you and matching you. And if you're part of a Jewish organization, you'll see a question in there to put it there so that we can actually weave with our Jewish organizations to help build these circles within the communities that already exist, so that when the day comes that we're giving each other in-person hugs and going into each other's homes again, you'll have a community that you cultivated online, but then get to continue on in person. So let At the Well be there with you. We have your back and your heart, and are really excited to be out there online, essentially, to get people into these small groups of belonging. But yeah, Rosh Chodesh, it is one of the 6 markings of time in Torah. The other are Shabbat, the harvest festivals, and Yom Kippur, and then Rosh Chodesh. And so I think that it is something for us as a Jewish people to look at and to say, what are we doing to honor this marking of time and this Jewish ritual? And have we given it the type of emphasis that it needs? And perhaps in a time and day where we're trying to find different ways to bring people towards a Jewish life and to encourage them that Judaism can be a framework or a strategy to feel good and whole in your life. And we're trying to find avenues in. I have a huge argument and about 4.5 years worth of information to show you that Rosh Chodesh is a gateway into having a robust Jewish life and Jewish community in itself. So
yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think that's so right. And I'll be totally honest. I do not have a consistent Rosh Chodesh practice. And one thing I am resolving on the air in front of the world right now.
Love it.
I am resolving to have a Rosh Chodesh practice under this COVID-19 moment of ours.
Yeah.
And by the way, for me, I've actually been mentally playing around with what it would look like to have a Rosh Chodesh of our quote unquote secular calendar, in addition to, so when April 1st comes around. April is a weird one to start with because it's April Fool's Day. But I actually find great meaning and value in thinking about the flow of both of those. And by the way, I don't think I'm disagreeing with you on that. But I'll be thinking about how I can mark the 1st of Nisan and how I can mark the 1st of April, and then moving forward. But I'm
not disagreeing with you, but I will comment on that, which is about how you live with different calendars.
Yeah.
And for me, I love having the Roman calendar be my way of thinking about work and thinking about my production in the world, and the Hebrew calendar really relying on it for my spiritual life. And the fact that we're in Adar 5780 means something to me because I'm living in alignment with Jewish time. It helps me remember that I'm a free person, and it helps me remember that in this month I'm commanded to bring joy. And so actually every conversation that I have, I'm asking people about joy, and in my personal relationships, I'm cultivating that practice with each other because it's Adar. And when we move into Nisan, the question that I'll be asking people and myself is around freedom and how I can live more free and how I can let go of my pharaohs and let go of chains and plagues and things like that. And as we move through the calendar year, what I've come to love so much about the Hebrew calendar is that it really is it's a way to learn different emotions and to have a framework for cultivating a spiritual life that I don't get in the March, April, May of my life. And so being able to carry both of them at the same time has really added to like a very robust spiritual life for me.
Yeah, I have a thought on that front. But before I do, I actually want to do something not planned. When you were talking a little earlier, there was an ambulance that passed by in your Zoom room that I heard, and I wanted to name that, especially now. But it's actually a practice of mine always. When there's an ambulance that passes my house or something, that and I got this teaching from a book by Joseph Talishkin. It's one of his teachings in the name of Rabbi Zalman Schachter Shalomi, that just sort of take a moment when that ambulance passes and say a little prayer for healing. And it doesn't need to be a by the book prayer for healing. It can be a by the book prayer for healing. But I'm just going to quickly take a moment and give an Ana Elna Rafana Allah, just pray for a quick healing to whoever was in those ambulances. I think it was more than one.
I live in Brooklyn, so not only are we the kind of the epicenter of COVID in our country, but just in general, there's a lot of ambulances. So I'm with you to send the healing. It's something that I've even starting to tune out. But there's almost, I live pretty high up in an apartment building, and I'm looking down. There's not that many people on the street, but I do see the ambulance and the police cars happening a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring that into the space.
Lex, can people see us, or are they just listening to us?
No, they can see us. They can see us.
I apologize to everybody. It's been a long day. I don't look the best, but there's space for brokenness in Judaism, so you'll take me as I am.
Yes, we will. We 100% will. And now I do want to revisit the calendar thread, because so I super deeply agree with you on the potential and the centuries upon centuries of practicing like the meaning mining of the Jewish calendar. Like Adar has an emotional inflection. That's amazing. Like
it's also
Adar,
the month of chaos.
Yeah, it's when Purim comes. It's when topsy-turvy
comes. Are we
comes.
agreeing that this is a month of chaos?
Heck yes. But
yes.
Yeah, and so this is, I was about to say but, this isn't a but. And is for me, growing up, my favorite month of the year was always March, and is always March. And the reasons for that, I didn't know what Adar was until I was in college. I didn't really know. I might have heard the word.
I didn't know what it was until I started at the well. And that was after 3 days a week of Hebrew school and Jewish summer camp and everything. I wasn't taught anything, any of the rituals that had to do with women or the female body. And I wasn't taught anything to do with marking spiritual time. And I would say that most of my peers in my life have absolutely no idea what time it is. And for me, that's so striking, because if you don't know what time it is, you don't know where you've come from, and you don't know where you're going. And as a Jewish people, if we've forgotten to know what time it is, what day it is, where we are right now, then we're somewhere in between the past and the future. And for me, that's just like, that's like only fear and anxiety.
Yeah, I think that's a huge point. And part of what I was getting at and would bring in here, and I think it's just a different approach. Like for me, when March is my favorite month of the year, I have begun recently to sort of blur the lines between my March orientation and my Adar orientation. So they are not identical time periods. I want to name, they're not the same, but they tend to overlap a pretty hefty amount. And so for me, March, first off, the thing that is the deepest part of March, why I love it so much, is March Madness. March Madness, the NCAA basketball tournament. It is a well-known period in the year, in the secular year, and it's, when people make their brackets with their friends and they pick who's going to win the tournament. It is my favorite thing. I'm a huge sports fan, and college basketball is my top of the pyramid sport. And so when March comes, I immediately have that's there for me. And so I actually kind of have started to see that as part of the Adar experience, and vice versa. There was a few years ago when Purim fell on what's called Selection Sunday, on the day that the brackets are made. And I told everybody this, and I made a thing out of it, because I think that when we look, right, and I don't think we have looked very much. We've done this more Jewishly, right? But when we look to the secular calendar and try to find some of those emotional valences, we can. Now, it's not as built into the system, right? I don't want to pretend it's totally equivalent, but I think that there's something that we can confined there. And so like with the Jewish calendar, I do a ton of that. And I've been affected on this recently because I've been reading, of all things, the Book of Jubilees. I don't know if anybody cares to learn more about the Book of Jubilees. I hope you do. But it's a book that actually, it's a Jewish book. It was seen as sacred by Jews, and it uses a solar calendar for the most part, which is wild. It's very
Lex,
different.
the most wild thing to me about this whole thing is that the Romans destroyed the temple, destroyed our system of learning as Jews, away from Chavruta into like a Roman way of style of teacher in front, and then completely reorganized the calendar.
Yeah.
And we are still using it.
Yeah.
We're still using it.
The best sacred stubbornness, right? Like the holiest, most amazing persistence.
Us,
That
we in the
have had.
Chinese calendar are the only ones that have a balanced solar and a lunar calendar.
Yeah.
We're looking at what's going on with COVID right now as an opportunity. What is the earth telling us? What is Mother Earth telling us? What is this spiritual awakening that's happening? Where are the cracks that are getting blown open because we need new things in our life and we need to cultivate an inner life with ourselves? Then bringing time and presence and love into it is an awesome moment for us to do that. And a life without the Hebrew calendar for me has only been a life of anxiety, disconnection, and fear. And bringing the Hebrew calendar in for me has given me the opportunity to use Judaism as a framework to experience the range of emotions for what it means to be human. In Adar, we bring joy. In Tammuz, we burn it down. In the darkest time of the year, we bring light. In the lightest time of the year, we bring darkness. There's balance in that system, and the balance of the sun and the moon from someone who's coming from a female body and a woman's perspective, and an opportunity to raise those sort of like forces in our cosmos, which are not some woo-woo thing. They're just a nature walk. Earth is part of something bigger. God created it that way. This is the calendar that we have. You know, it is. I go every day talking about the Hebrew calendar, and you can bring it on your phone. You can get it on your iPhone. Yeah. You can get it on your Android. At the Well is here to give you a ton of content. We have a beautiful Hebrew calendar that you can be putting in your house. And we actually are starting this really cool thing based on a texting campaign we did last year around counting the Omer. You can get a holiday calendar text to your phone as something that a service that At the Well is providing called My Moon Messages.
My Moon Messages. That's awesome. I was just gonna go to the Omer actually. I like what I want to get at, and not just the Omer, but I was the Omer, by the way, for those who might not know, the Omer is a period of counting literally the days from Passover through on to the holiday of Shavuot 7 weeks later. And there's all sorts of cool meaning that can be found in each individual day of those 7 weeks. And it's a cool practice. So I'm definitely going to look out at the Well's resources on that front.
Yeah, last year we did it so that we were going to send text messages to everyone during the Omer, because it's this amazing spiritual climb of 49 days where the first day of Passover is your first moment of freedom. And then every day you step closer towards a higher moment of freedom. And then Shavuot, where you are essentially the most open that you can to receive sort of like a divine experience, or even in a secular lens, like your biggest opportunity to see the most authentic version of yourself and to get into that love center. And so I love, as a Hebrew calendar geek, I love the Omer. And we decided we would test it out last year to see if we could get 300 people to count the Omer with us. And for our audience, most people have never heard of the Omer before. And we actually had 1,200 people sign up with us. Yep. And that led us immediately into another texting campaign that we did for the month of Elul, which is, by the way, one of the other calendar New Year's. We have 4 New Years. And to try to get everyone in our communities to commit to a forgiveness practice of Elul, the entire month of Elul, of learning how to forgive yourself and forgive others, and go and really bring that emotion forward in the world. And we were kind of blown away by the amount of people that we had sign up. And it cost us a ton of money for a really tiny nonprofit. We couldn't send all those text messages out. So now this is actually one of the products that we're bringing out this year, and making it an annual text. And so it will be a way for people to get something beautiful that creates a lot of meaning directly to their phone, and also support an organization that really is very unique in the message that we're bringing forward around Jewish time, around Rosh Chodesh, and then around some of the other transformative practices that are embedded in Judaism that actually need to be reframed as wellness practices. to help us live whole lives.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you brought up Elul. For me, I think there is this poetry at play between the 7 weeks of the Omer at one point in the calendar in the late spring, and then Elul in the fall, which is another. I mean, Elul is itself not 7 weeks; it's a little shorter. But some people sort of connect it to the 10 days of the first 10 days of Tishrei, which brings it closer to 7 weeks. And I think
Yeah.
there is something really beautiful there. And I guess it links to something that I think you've implicitly hinted at, but that I'd love to say just explicitly, which is having this calendar, having this, for me, the word is rhythm, is a super, super important human thing. To have a practice daily or weekly, maybe or weekly and or monthly, that just keeps sort of the rhythms going. That's of course what you are capturing beautifully with your Rosh Chodesh observances, and what you and others are capturing with Shabbat observances. But so I guess, like, I want to sort of dwell in that, because I think what a lot of us are missing right now in this COVID-19 moment is some of that rhythm. Like, whatever our normal routines were, they're disrupted. We're figuring out what our days even, like, you know, do I wake up and shower and and get dressed in the same way I normally do when I'm going to work? Like, what
I will
even
admit that I
happens?
have not been doing that.
Yeah, and I haven't either. Like, it's this huge upheaval
Yeah.
that, you know, we're in the topsy-turvy month. Maybe there's something there, but like,
Well,
I guess,
Nissan might
yeah.
help us bring some order to the chaos, and it's a new normal. And Passover every year, it's the same calendar and the same book. It's the greatest book club of all time, the Torah, and it's a new year and a new opportunity to have a different framework. And so, Adar is chaos, and maybe a practice for me is that I bring some order and structure in my new normal to myself for the month of Nisan. But don't forget, it's only the 25th of Adar, so you have a couple more days of total chaos.
This is true.
Lex, I have about 4 more minutes before I need to hop off.
That's A-okay.
What can I help? What can I answer? How can I help you? How can I help people that are watching?
Well, I'm gonna give you, so you've got 4 minutes. I'm gonna just give you an open-ended, you have this incredible organization that you lead. If you had a call to action, I mean, you get one now. If you had a call to action to 2 groups, I'm gonna say. One group is people who know and love At the Well, and who maybe have led their own Rosh Chodesh groups or are participants. What would your call to action be for them? And then what would your call to action be to people who maybe they've just now learned of At the Well, maybe they've just now learned of Rosh Chodesh, like maybe this is the first time that they're thinking of that. What would you call out to the world, those 2 groups that we could be doing right now?
I think it's the same for everyone, which is to cultivate an inner light. I think that, again, like I mentioned before, to me, this is an humbling experience as a person who fervently believes in the oneness of the world, and that I'm created in the image of God, and that I shouldn't be so humble that I'm not great, in the words of Gold in my ear, and have chosen to live like Queen Esther and step into a moment where I can do something for my community, and to say, we collectively as humans, as Homo sapiens on Earth, need to cultivate our inner life right now, so that we can reflect it back out in the outer life and get really clear about what that means for us, because I think the Earth's telling us that we need to slow down and take the time to do that. I really believe that Rosh Chodesh and Jewish time and rituals are a way in to help you create that structure for yourself, to help you with that cultivation of your inner light. But at the end of the day, Torah on one foot is about being kind and love, and making sure that we're living in alignment with that. I know that's like a very vast call to action. And I think I said my call to actions before, which is we have a survey for anybody who wants to be in a well circle, and we're here to help you. And a lot of Jewish organizations, that if you have a listserv of 400 people in your congregation and you're wondering what to do, well, let At the Well help you create Rosh Chodesh circles for your congregants, and we can do that together. And that I don't see At the Well as a separate organization out there. I've always thought of weaving as the best way to do this. And so I guess it's my practical one is come be part, and my spiritual one is to make sure that we're all taking the time to cultivate our inner light, because it will be reflected out into the world in a much needed time.
Thank you so much, Sarah.
Yeah.
It's been a real privilege to have you on for a good chunk of time. I'm saying
Yeah.
time specifically because we're getting in touch with those rhythmic flows of time. But thank you, Sarah. I know you got to
Enjoy
go.
your last Shabbat of Adar and bring a lot of joy to it and a lot of chaos to it, because next month, in the month of Nisan, we'll be wondering how we could put some structure to our new lives.
Amazing. Yeah.
Anyways, thanks so
Sarah,
much.
I'm sorry I was away on my lunch
I'm
break
glad
your
that
whole
I was
time, but
able to give you an opportunity to eat lunch.
you're my like
Huge
I don't know what you call
holy
it,
gift.
substitute co-host.
We're
and I
doing this
appreciate it.
together.
Yeah.
All right, take care, y'all. Bye, everybody.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
Oh my gosh, I'm seeing that we have been smiled upon by the universe. We actually do have another panelist who arrived just now. So I don't think it'd be the worst punishment if it were just Dan and I for a little bit. I hope that wouldn't feel too terrible for folks, but it's certainly better when we have other panelists here. And Alicia Jo Rabins is going to be joining us. I'm pressing the promote to panelist, and there seems to be a little bit of issue. Hopefully she will arrive. There she is. So we have Alicia Jo Rabins joining us, and Dan rejoining us post lunch break. Welcome. It's good to see you. You're muted, so yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Great to see you. We had
too.
You were on the podcast within the past year, right? It's not, time hasn't flown that fast, right?
No, I mean, it feels like maybe a millennium ago, but I think it was in the last year.
There you go. Cool. And sorry,
It was
Dan.
BC before Corona.
Right.
Oh man, yeah, I guess so.
Stephen
Before the
Colbert.
Corona era.
Stephen Colbert, like maybe a couple nights ago, said in the before times. I was like, that's a really good. He said, I'm live now, and then we'll be playing a clip we've taped in the before times. I was like, yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. Oh man. Which I guess makes these the after times.
During.
Yeah, the during. Yes.
Yeah.
The during. So welcome. Okay. So we've got a guitar. That was going to be my next
excited.
question.
I was excited to see you opening your guitar case.
That was my next question. Was, do we have a guitar on its way? Alicia Jo Rabins is an incredible Jewish educator and Jewish musician and Jewish musician educator, music educator, because those are not separate things. For more on that, you should listen to a beautiful podcast where she provides incredible wisdom on that. But we're going to pass it over to you. And if you want to talk a bit to start, if you want to play right away to start, whatever feels right. So all you.
Yeah. Well, I thought, I'm also a writer, and to me, kind of, I'm a poet. So poetry, music, which come from the same source, and Torah, which is both a poem and a song, are all kind of the same thing. I mean, there's ways we like to categorize and separate, but I also like to kind of rewind before the separation and see them as one. So I've been writing a couple of new poems, and I feel like I thought maybe I would read a new poem that speaks directly to this moment, that also is kind of Jewishy, and then play a song, and then close with another new poem. Does that sound good? All right. So I'm gonna start with a poem that I wrote in the bathtub a few nights ago, and it's kind of about living in this moment, having a Jewish mother and being a Jewish mother at the same time. And also, just for the record, marijuana is legal in my state. I live in Oregon. Okay. Because there's a reference to
That's
edibles.
the best preamble ever. Okay. Now we got
and I would say needed.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. It's called My Mother is Glad. It's short. My mother is glad. My mother is glad I'm calling her daily, even though it took a pandemic. Stores empty of beans and tomato sauce. Plenty of chocolate chips and beer so far. I print an ancient prayer against plague and hang it over our door. Drink potions to keep me here with my children, and wait to break into my stash of edibles until we've been quarantined a few weeks. As for love, give it away, I tell myself. All your love, give it away while you still can. So that is of the moment. And then I'm going to now play a song that is, I wrote it, maybe 7 years ago or so, but the text that I'm drawing on here is Eshet Chayil, which is from the book of Proverbs, and it's a very ancient poem. So, in all of my work and my teaching and my living, I really find it so helpful to contextualize things in a very present moment and also in a very long picture, right? A very wide lens. And so just thinking about how Jews and humans, Jewish humans and non-Jewish humans have lived through things like this many, many times before. And, it's not unprecedented. It's just unprecedented in our lifetimes. And so we're sort of, I wish we weren't, but we are joining this initiation of this particular human experience that, I think the queer community did live through it with AIDS, but on this massive global level, I just think there's something reassuring about thinking that this exact, poem that I'm drawing on in this song was sung and recited by people in this exact situation, or very close to it, many cycles through. So the poem is called Eshet Chayil, and it's essentially a love song. And there's kind of critical ways of looking at it as being about a woman who's really having to do everything at home. But for this song, I decided to look at it through a positive lens of kind of empowerment and how this is an ancient poem in praise of a woman who is running a business, taking care of the household, also clearly doing a lot of stuff outside of the home and, working in commerce and has a lot of agency, and how she kind of holds everything together. And it's also about how we're all connected. And the last thing I'll say is that the music that I base this on is a traditional American folk song. And so there's sort of this element of combining like old American traditions and very old Jewish traditions and then making something new out of them. So this is a love song called Rubies. And also this prayer is traditionally sung on Friday night. So it's a nice little slide into Shabbat, I think. Like a merchant ship, strong and wide, golden oranges deep inside, more than rubies, more than pearls, the one I love. With purple silk and tapestry, she weaves a blanket to cover me. More than rubies, more than pearls, the one I love. The world is woven through us, and I cannot forget how her fingers hold the thread. She buys a field, she plants a vine. Come the autumn, she makes her wine. More than rubies, more than pearls, the one I love. Let it rain, oh let it storm, she keeps her baby safe and warm. More than rubies, more than pearls, the one I love. The world is woven through us, and I cannot forget how her fingers hold the thread. Grace can lie and beauty's vain, oh, but she calls me by my name. More than rubies, more than pearls, the one I love. I swear I won't forget how her fingers hold the thread.
That was amazing. I've heard that before, but never live, and so that's beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I thought I'd just finish with, oh, and by the way, if anyone wants to hear that again, it's from a project called Girls in Trouble, which is all songs about women in Tanakh, in the Torah, that I've written and that I sing in their voices. So that's on Spotify, wherever you find music. And that song is called Rubies. And then I'll end with a poem that is from Night Before Last. And it's a little bit of sort of Passover, again, starting to get in the mindset of Passover in this moment. So it's called To Pharaoh. To Pharaoh. I never understood why you couldn't just let my people go, even as the plagues approached, even though holding on now meant losing everything later. Now I get it. It's terrible to separate, to say goodbye and watch the world drift away like a sailor leaving shore, alone, and who knows for how long. No one belongs to anyone. You were wrong about that, Pharaoh. And yet the opposite is true too. We all belong to each other, and it's hard, so hard to let our people go.
Wow. We all belong to each other. I think that's a kavanah. That's an intention for this moment. Thank you. If you do you have to run? Because if you don't, we'd love to schmooze with you a little more.
Yeah, I have a meeting in 9 minutes, but I'm good for then.
All right, 9 minutes is a life.
There's no commutes anymore. You know, that's one.
I know exactly, right?
Yeah, commutes are what, like the loading bars that come up when we open. I don't know. Yeah, I guess one question I have for you right now. I mean, I've never been like a Jewish performing artist, but I do play music, and I don't know, the last few days I think in theory in my head it would be really important right now for me to be head into my keyboard and finding some solace in that moment. And I've talked to many people who have been doing that. I haven't. I haven't thought to myself I should do that and then forbade myself. It's just I haven't played anything. And so I guess I don't know. I'd love to hear whether you've been finding some comfort, something in music at this time, or if you're part of communities that have. What has music been for you the last few days?
Yeah, I mean, about the first week that this was kind of clear that it was happening, I've never been so unproductive in my life. I'm usually someone who, like, right after the birth of each of my children by C-section, I was like on my computer the next day, kind of connect, like that's where I kind of go to. That's what feels like home to me is work. I mean, I try to really show up for my kids too, but really, like, I have to resist that. And it's been actually amazing to see I'm like, oh, this last week I was like, oh, this is me without that. It was like so zen. I was like, this is crazy. I just didn't care. Like I didn't have that drive. I didn't feel the need. I was just kind of like in a daze and processing. And then after about a week of that, actually what happened was I sat down on my front porch, and it was like, I live in Portland, Oregon. So it's been raining for like 8 months or whatever. And it's been amazingly sunny this week. And so everybody like hunkers down so hardcore for like fall and winter, and then emerges when it's sunny. So it's this weird feeling of there's like two vibes going on. One is the isolation, but one is that there's so many more people in the street than there were 2 weeks ago because of that. And so my kids were playing in the front yard, and it was beautiful and sunny. And I thought, I just want to be sitting on the steps, and I don't want to be checking my phone. I want to be doing something. I thought, oh, I'll play some fiddle music because I play fiddle. And that way people who jog by or whatever can, hear, and I can kind of watch my kids while doing that. And it kind of turned into this beautiful thing where people sort of gather, which is what tends to happen if you just sit down and play live music, as you know. And it kind of broke through. I thought, I remembered what it felt like to connect with people, basically. And so I basically went and wrote the first poem that I read that night, because it sort of opened the floodgates. So I think I want to both really validate that it's okay to not, I think there's different ways of relating to kind of creativity and making, and some people at some times use it as a way to get through. And I've kind of shifted back into that, which is how I've always been. But now I've also had a taste of what I've heard from so many people who were like, the first year after I had a kid, I couldn't write anything, and like, that's okay too, it'll come back. I think this is like a time when we take care of ourselves and find those ways of like deep interconnection. And I think listening to music or making music or writing can be that. And I also think that actually living a little differently from how we normally live is like very legit right now. And the last thing we need is kind of like, I'm primarily talking to people who identify as artists, but the last thing we need is like pressure to create. But everyone, like, the last thing we need is pressure to be productive right now. I think this is like, if there is any silver lining of this, crisis, there's like a lessening of just the assumption of relentless production. And that's something that's worth kind of feeling and experimenting with, I think. But art is also always there for us, like, it's there for us from the minute we're born and our, mother sings to us, to like when we're, taking our last breaths and people like, gather around us and sing. So that I find really comforting. Like, it doesn't need a specific set of circumstances to happen. It doesn't need, specific materials. It's like, art is something that, and creativity, it's as close as our bodies. And so it's there for us. And I think as long as there's not a pressure to engage in it, it can be really powerful to know that it's there.
It's funny, like I'm thinking, I don't know if it's a Bill Maher show or where, where they put together like strange panels or, unusual panels that wouldn't normally get together. So I was actually thinking about like what you're saying and saying, oh, we need to have you on in a conversation with Amichai Levi, who we just had on a couple hours ago. And we didn't really talk with him about what we talked with him on the podcast. But since we're making all these Exodus, Passover analogies, he had this, he shared with us this interpretation of the golden calf story, that it was kind of like the first great Jewish art project. And, it was like, it was poop, it was slammed down, it wasn't appreciated. And,
oh my gosh.
Right. And I'm thinking like, it's really hard to make art in a time like this. And, somehow these people got it together to make a piece of art, and it was not right. It was not considered right. And might have been nice if somebody had said, this is a time to take a breath and, not to have that kind of judgment, look, I mean, it's not for me, but it's okay. Something like that would be an interesting take on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been asking people, and I know we have like 3 minutes, so I think let's have that future conversation, but we've had a bunch of people on over the day that are kind of the people that are doing the digital stuff that have been for the last few years. And we've kind of been saying, well, what do you know, that you can share with us? And I think that question is out there for artists as well. Like, what do you know about feeling pain, and also about making something new out of the pain that could help us?
Yeah, totally. I mean, there's that Shelley quote that poets are the unacknowledged legislators of the world. And I think like, legislators also kind of like livers, like as in the liver, which like takes everything and processes everything and separates out like, okay, here's what we need to just let go of. Here's what we need to like absorb in this moment. So yeah, I mean, I think there is something about, like spiritual practice, art has come with us through everything in the human experience. And I keep thinking there's such a canon of art created in times of plague, for example, and art about disease. And I think it's one of those repositories of just of cultural information. So I think almost like intellectually and emotionally, I think there's so much to offer, both, like I was saying before, both in just kind of being in the moment and helping kind of articulate what it feels like and reflect that back, and also contextualizing it and looking at how other artists over time have thought about this stuff. I mean, I've been thinking about, I have a song about Miriam, not at the Song of the Sea time, but later when she gets struck with leprosy by God and exiled for a week. And I'm teaching a session for Limud, the online Limud, about that as a period of quarantine, of like, she's sent out alone into the desert for a week. And so how can thinking about her experience help us understand what we're going through right now? So I think that we all need to take, whatever it is that we know how to do, I think we can all kind of bring it together and offer it to each other.
Thank you so much for joining us. I know you've got to go, and this keeps on happening really fortuitously. It comes right as we have some new folks coming on. Thank you so much, Alicia Joe, for your music, for your wisdom, and we'll be more in touch, and hopefully our viewers will see more of you on jewishLIVE.
Sounds great. Be well, everybody.
Yep. Okay, so there's a number of people who just arrived who I am promoting to panelist. Oh my goodness, we have a lot of Torah in this room. Okay, so I'm seeing B'nai Lappy is visible. Welcome, B'nai. Your video is not, there we go. B'nai Lappy is now fully visible. Shai Held is here. Adam Shalom might manifest any second. Great. Dan, you all, it's like you were gathered together and like ready to storm the trenches, and the Zoom trenches have been stormed with some beautiful guests. Dan Ain's about to appear, and David Winitsky should appear any second. Welcome, everybody. This is a huge honor and joy. Thanks for coming, everybody. Dan, do you want to do some introductions quick, and then I'll do however we want to do it.
I'll do some introductions real quick. I mean, I guess I've been saying just to folks who are tuning in at the top of each hour, and also to our panelists, that this was very intentionally kind of a drop-in, is not organized. I mean, we've been talking about all kinds of Passover and Exodus analogies and metaphors all day, and really there's the idea of the chaos of the wilderness and the creative chaos of the wilderness. And we just felt like, hey, we're out, like we're on the road, we better do something, and to actually like get it completely organized is going to take us a week. So let's just declare that we have an open house on Friday and see who shows up. So some amazing people have shown up, and so I'll just really, since we have so many of you, I'll just sort of briefly introduce you for each other. I think you probably mostly know each other already, and for folks who are viewers. And also Lex and I, had a kind of a duh moment a few hours ago where we realized that, our origin is as a podcast, and we should just be releasing the audio from these things on a podcast feed. Like, of course, we didn't think of that before. So I'm also doing this for the benefit of listeners. So I'll say that we have with us B'nai Lappy, who is the founder and Rosh Yeshiva of Svara, a traditionally radical yeshiva, which kind of looks at Jewish texts and the Talmud in particular through a queer lens, a LGBTQ lens, but all kinds of interpretations of queer that I think include the vast majority of us, and certainly those on this call. So welcome, B'nai. Shai Held, one of my oldest friends from college, and the co-founder, and also I think
he's not that old.
He's not old, but yeah, he is that old. I think also some kind of Rosh Yeshiva or president or something like that of the Hadar Institute, which is some kind of also text learning and egalitarian institution, which we love very much, but I can't remember everybody's complete introduction off the top of my head. Adam Shalom, who is the dean of the Institute for the International Institute for Secular Humanistic Judaism, North America, and rabbi of a congregation in the Chicago area. Dan Ain, who is the, until recently, founding impresario of because Jewish, and who has recently moved to San Francisco to take up a new position as the senior rabbi of, is it Emmanuel or Bethel? Oh, you're muted, so I can't.
Congregation Beth Shalom.
Congregation Beth Shalom. Well, it was got to be one of those three.
You tried one of the
in San Francisco, and then David Winitsky, who is the founder, I am assuming, and head of the Jewish Plays Project, which is based in, I believe, New York. And so we have a really amazing panel of wisdom here, and I think that I'll just say by virtue of when we had a similar group like this a couple hours ago, where we had Amichai Lalevi and Noah Kushner and Denise Handlarsky and Greg Marcus and I'm forgetting a couple other people, David Jaffe and Joy Layden, and they were all there, and I was like, I just want to shut up. You know, this is not. I don't need to say very much. I'm hoping and that actually worked out. So I'm hoping that that's going to be true in this amazing panel, and that you could just sort of talk to each other. I think what worked well was when people like physically held up their hand to say that they have something to say, and then we can just call on you. So what I'll say is two things. One is that obviously what we want to talk about in some way is this time in which we are living. I think that some of you from a more traditional textual background, and some of you like David, I mean, from the perspective of an artist, I think like, what do you know, I guess is our question. What do you know that might help us navigate this time? We had a number of people on earlier, Danny Askow, Denise Handlarsky, Dan Mendelsohn Aviv, all of whom are doing various kinds of digital projects online that have been like a couple of years ahead. And it's like, what do they know? What can they tell us? But I think what you know, other things that I think are really critical and important at this time. So I want you to maybe like think about that a little bit, and then Shai, I want to ask you one thing, because I asked you to come on at some point today, very specifically because I wanted to talk a little bit about the ethics and a little bit about sort of the moral claims of Judaism at a time like this. And you've been writing about that on Facebook and on Twitter and whatever. And I think it's important to be able to just, I asked earlier, and some of the guests took exception with me for phrasing it this way, but I sort of felt like if Judaism doesn't have something to tell us at this time, then what's the point of it? You know, and I feel like it does have something to tell us. It must have something to tell us. And so Shai, I know that like I'd love for you to talk a little bit about how you've been talking about what should the ethics be. I mean, you've been writing even about things like going into physical distancing and isolating yourself as much as possible as a Jewish ethical imperative. And I'd love for you to talk a little bit about that. And by the way, I meant to say before, we don't only have to talk about the coronavirus, and that's sort of not the point of this. I mean, the point of this ultimately, long-term, is for Judaism to go on in a new way, not for Judaism to become the thing that talks about the coronavirus all the time. So anyway, but Shai, I think it would be a great place to start.
Thanks. Hi, everybody. Good to see all of you. So maybe I'll say a couple things, Dan. And yes, I am that old. Just want to sort of lay that out there on the table. I would begin with this. I think one of the things that Judaism has to say to us in this moment on a sort of meta level is the ways in which Western modernity has tended to imagine what a human being is, need to be problematized, need to be called into question. Individuals are not monads. We are not totally isolated from one another. We are, in the profoundest sense of the word, interconnected. And I think in a very kind of tragic way, a plague like this one reminds us of that. We are all responsible for each other. We are all affected by each other. The decisions we each make are potentially life and death, not just for us, but for one another. There is something enormously sobering about that, and it's a painful lesson to learn at a moment like this. But I also think it's actually very salutary as we begin to think about, what it means to form communities, what it actually means to be a nation. This is as good an opportunity as we'll have to abandon the silliness of rugged individualism and to sort of let go of that and have a notion of a self that is truly relational all the way down. We are ourselves through our connections with other people. So that's kind of, I would say with that, I would start with that on a very kind of meta level. Now, one of the things I've been thinking about a lot on a very directly ethical level is that I've personally spent much of the last 20 years talking about the Jewish notion of v'halachta bidrachav, of walking in God's ways, and about what it means to show up and be present with people in moments of their vulnerability and suffering. And I find myself constantly over the last week or two kind of preoccupied with the paradox of showing up for people by removing ourselves. This is a moment which I think I would probably invoke the language of tzimtzum, of contracting ourselves to get out of the way, to allow other people, especially people who are more vulnerable than we most likely on this call. I should say, I don't know anyone's medical condition. I don't mean to making presumptions, but to really get out of the way so that others can literally survive and flourish. And I think we've seen, something I wrote about on The Atlantic this week, I think we've seen the ways in which as a society we have not succeeded in inculcating that sense of mutual responsibility about what it means to show up for others, even if paradoxically in this moment. I was reporting a couple of social media conversations I witnessed in which young adults were saying things, not people that I know, thankfully, I guess. Young adults were saying things like, well, this is really only going to kill elderly people, so it doesn't have to affect me. And just being shocked, stunned really by what it means about how we've imagined our relationship to other people, that we allow ourselves to say, a sentence like that. So again, I think this is a moment where really prioritizing the vulnerability of others, which is such an enormous kind of spiritual, moral, whatever language you want to use, imperative. This is a moment in which I think we not only can, but must do that, even again, if it's not in the way we would usually do it. The last thing I'll say, just to kind of get us going, is that, and this actually stems directly from what I've just said, I think this is a moment to try and reinstill a kind of elemental commitment to human solidarity. One of the things that I spend a lot of time talking about in my classes is the radical decision in Breshit Perek Aleph, in the first chapter of Genesis, the beginning of the Torah. In the ancient Near East, almost every society tells a creation story in which the society telling the story is primordial. That is to say, right, when the Babylonians tell a creation story, the story culminates with the creation of Babel. Genesis 1 is a very conscious repudiation of that practice. Genesis 1, in other words, to say it in a slightly pretentious way and then in a normal person's way, Israel alone tells a creation story in which Israel is not primordial, right? The Jews told a creation story, tell a creation story in which Jews do not figure into the story, but rather human beings do. Now, of course, the Bible is deeply particularistic in many ways, unapologetically so, but what is so striking is that before it will establish, defend, even celebrate various forms of particularity, it begins with a radical claim about human universality. To put that in another way, the Jewish tradition makes a choice to begin with Adam and not Abraham. And what that means is that there are at bottom no kinds of human beings. We are all on some level family. That's the Mishnah's view, right? All you have to do is push people far enough up the family tree and they'll realize that they're all related. And the question is, how do we go, I think, from imagining that as a pretty idea to holding that as a truth in our minds, in our hearts, in our bellies, that we are responsible for each other and we are all kin. We have different languages, different cultures, different ways of worshiping, different ways of not worshiping, but we are all elementally kin with one another. And, it's rare that we've needed, I shouldn't say it's rare. This is a unique moment for us to really work to internalize that, to celebrate that, and to commit to working through the ethical implications of that.
Yeah.
Adam, I would turn to you just because I know that you don't have as much time, and I want to know, like, both to if you respond to Shai, but also what's on your mind at this moment.
Well, I was thinking this morning about one of the hardest parts of this process for people is living with an I don't know. We don't know how many people are going to get sick. We don't know how long this is going to last. We don't know how well this is going to work. We don't know what's going to happen economically, socially, in our family dynamics. Many school districts haven't made clear whether e-learning is even going to count or not towards the end of the school year. There's so much up in the air, and it's very difficult to live with an I don't know. Very often, evolutionarily, we come up with answers to I don't know rather than live with an I don't know. We would blame ourselves for cosmic disasters rather than accept that maybe disaster happens and it doesn't matter whether we're good or bad. We want to assume there's a system, that there's a values that are projected from our minds to the universe and in reverse. So part of the practice of having a humanistic approach to Jewish life is living with that I don't know, the sort of doing life without a net approach that makes it challenging, but also gives us strength when we realize what we have done without a net and relying on each other. And also the example of Jewish history, where stubbornness and human effort and ingenuity and faith and confidence and hope have gotten us through terrible times. Even the story of the wandering Jew is paradoxically a story of hope. It's a story of suffering, but it's also a story of hope because we thought it might be better somewhere else. And so we tried to move and experience something new, and it changed us just as we changed the societies in which we landed. So I think there is cause for hope, even from a more secular reading of the Jewish experience, Jewish history, and the human experience. But it's sometimes hard to find because that I don't know is a very difficult place to be. And it's something that we all find ourselves in, whether we look at the news or we think on the bigger picture of life.
Yeah, the I don't know is big right now. Earlier today, we were talking about the child who doesn't know how to ask a question. We're arcing towards Passover time, so I think that I don't know is a nice, I don't know, text precedent of our tradition to really dwell in right now. Allow ourselves to be that child who doesn't know. I want to welcome in to. I want to pose this to everybody, but especially to two folks who haven't spoken yet. To B'nai Lappy and also to David Winitsky. So along the lines of what Dan was framing before, but for B'nai, I guess. I mean, it's versions of this question to both of you. What do you know? What Dan said before. You come with such rich treasure troves of experience, and we all are doing the work of applying. Okay, what's my background? How do we bring that to the world right now? I mean, we're all doing that. And so, B'nai, I'm curious to hear from you. You speak beautifully about what happens when master stories crash. I think this isn't exactly what you usually talk about. I mean, you speak beautifully about the rabbis of the Talmud, and you speak beautifully about how we can apply their era of the destruction of the temple to our moment. There's a kind of master story crashing right now, I think, in the moment that we are facing. And I'm curious to hear from you if you see some of your teachings of crash of option 1, 2, and 3 playing into this moment. And if not, by the way, just what your take is to the extent that any of us have well thought out takes at 1 week into this or a couple weeks into this. And then to David, I really am curious to hear and to reemphasize what Dan asked, which is along the lines of bringing experience as an artist. How might we be able to channel our emotions, our expressions into the world right now, using whatever lenses that you've gained over the years? So open floor. This is also directed to everybody, by the way, but I'd love to start with the two of you.
Oh boy, so many thoughts. Yes, this is sort of a crash. This is our Jewish crash on steroids, and our crash writ large for all of us. And I think one of the core emotional reactions to a crash is just what you said, Lex. It's, I don't know what's going to come next. And the difficulty of sitting with, I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know what comes next. I think is part of what makes a very natural reaction to a time like this, to grasp more tenaciously to trying to restore things to the way it's been, or to just give up. But to be honest with you, I'm not sitting in a theoretical place so much. I'm feeling like the really tachlis stuff. And oddly, you know, I talk about crash a lot, and oddly, I'm thinking about crash not at all these days. I'm actually thinking about the really concrete tachlis decisions that I'm afraid we're going to all have to be making tomorrow, next week. So I think I'll speak a little more personally. Shai, everything you said, yes, yes, yes. And everything you said, I agree with and is completely, I think, right on and beautiful. And we are responsible for each other. And we all need to show up for each other, you know, by staying away from each other and all of that. And here's what I'm trying to figure out. That is, you know, our tradition has used learning both as a spiritual practice to, you know, ground ourselves in the present, to feel who we are, to feel who we need to be, to feel in touch with one another and with God. And I'm finding that that practice is really translating well to the internet, and it's giving me personally a lot of strength. And I tend to be a little dismissive of the content of text, because I think ultimately, especially of the Talmud, the surface content is really not what it's here to be for us. But at this moment, I'm actually thinking a lot about the content of the text. And the text that keeps coming to me is the story of the two men in the wilderness, one of whom has the bottle, the canteen of water. And I always loved that text because it was really crisp. Like, the answer was, right, the story is two men walking in the wilderness. One has a bottle of water, enough to get him alive to civilization. But if they share the water, both will die, because it won't be enough for both of them to survive. And the implicit question is, does the one who has the water have an obligation to give his water to the other one? Or should they share the water? Right? If he gives his water, he'll die and the other one will live. If they share the water, they'll both die. Or does he keep the water? And the first answer of the text is, actually, I don't even remember at this moment what is the order of the text, but that he should keep the water. Because his first obligation is to himself to survive. And then an alternate opinion comes and he says, no, based on a reread of the exact same verse in the Torah, no, they should share it so that one doesn't see his friend die. And I think that was the one that came first. Yeah, that's how it worked, right? That they should share it so one doesn't see his friend die. And then comes, was it Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Akiva comes and he says, no, he should keep the water. He should live. And that's sort of where the text ends. Mm-hmm. And I love the text because it's clear, like, that's your obligation, for you to drink the water. And it's not your obligation to sacrifice your life. And I hope I'm not being overly personal, but my mother was abroad for the last month and she's 87 years old. And we knew we had to get her back. And the question was, you know, who should fly to Mexico to bring her back? My one brother has diabetes. My other brother has cancer. I'm healthy. I'm a single mom of a 14-year-old, you know, and it was like, this is getting real. And, you know, and as I think about that text, I think it's probably not an accident that the text doesn't go on to say, well, if the other guy who's walking with you in the wilderness is your brother or your mother or it doesn't say that. And I'm just thinking about the kinds of decisions. Long story short, my mother came back. She's fine. We've got 12 more days with her in isolation, with her caregiver who's volunteered to be with her in these 12 days, you know, which could be a little bit like, I'm going to share my water with you on her part. And I think about, you know, what if our elderly relatives and parents, and what if they get sick? What are we going to do? Are we going to expose ourselves to be with them, to take them to the hospital, to be with them? That's what I'm thinking about. And I feel guilty. I feel guilty that I'm holding on to that story and thinking that I think it's telling me that I need to stay alive. Anyway.
That's Benet, that's really fascinating. And I think a very real thing to say, like, we're in a moment of saying, what is actually happening, you know, around us. It's this bizarre moment of knowing that the world is very chaotic around you, but at least in my neighborhood, things are quite quiet and serene. And that's an interesting juxtaposition. But I love that you bring up that story of the two men in the wilderness, because my organization, the Jewish Plates Project, actually did a play a few years ago called Red or Blood that sort of builds off of that midrash. And the interpretation, we had an interesting argument between a rabbi that we work with and the playwright, because the playwright's interpretation of the story when it came into the play was that the question is that one person was asking, am I the more deserving or not? And the person said, no, I'm not, I'm neither man in the story, I am the water. And the rabbi was arguing with her about this, but I love that interpretation because it was just a really interesting reframing of it, taking out of this binary of who's going to get this and who's not, and reframing in a different way. But I think, Lex, to your point about what, where are artists sitting in this moment, I think there's this is certainly a bit narcissistic, but I think there is a feeling amongst artists that, we are the water, we are the thing that is giving, that especially in a moment like this can give some sense of succor and support. But at the same time, there is, and whether that's a personal thing, I am the water, or this thing that I have to offer is the water, is something that I think is really interesting to think about. And what I'm seeing amongst my colleagues is, one, there's the moment, to Shai's point, of, how can we possibly do this? How can we possibly be theater artists, which is 1000% about being together. The whole point of it is that we are in this room together right now experiencing this thing, and it will only happen this one time in this particular way. So there was certainly some crisis over that, but what is really beautiful to see is that these are people who believe deeply that they have something that they, not only that they can offer, but they are obligated to. Like, you know, and Dan, I clicked in a little bit early, and you were on with Alicia Jo Robbins earlier, and she was giving some poetry and song. And I think that's, you know, it's for someone as talented as Alicia Jo, it's not just that she can do that, it's that she has to do that. We need her to do that. And what is really fascinating to see amongst a group of people who live in live performance, you know, this is what we're all about, that they are finding a way to do it. You know, the number of opportunities for people from, you know, Broadway stars who are just hopping on Facebook Live at 8 o'clock to sing songs from the shows that they're not performing, right? To people who are creating original content, to people who are just getting together in groups to read plays, but feeling like this is something that has to happen. This is a stream of water that has to keep flowing, and we will find a way. And, you know, Lex, to your point about not knowing, that I feel like is a place where we as performing artists especially, but artists in general, have an advantage, because our entire life is about not knowing. We never know what's going to happen in the future for our careers, for our business. And, you know, we try not to think about this, but the reality is that most likely we will not have a job next. Like when this job ends, we will not have another one. That is the base, you know, unemployment is the baseline for almost every artist. So on the one hand, it's concerning. On the other hand, for many of my colleagues, this is just another day at the office. You know, this is just another day of figuring out what we're going to do next. And so, you know, sometimes I feel, and I think artists as a whole devalue that part because we don't want to think about it. It's scary. It's scary to think about what you don't know and what's not coming. So we try not to think about it. But I do think it's a place where in this moment, we may have something to offer, which is to, you know, ways to, you know, stay calm and keep focused, ways to innovate and to think of unexpected and new ways to either offer your services or apply your craft or figure out what else you're going to do in the meantime when you can't do those things. You know, that is something that our community has in spades. So those are a bunch of the things that have been, you know, occurring for me. That you know, we feel the loss, we feel it very acutely, but it comes out anyway. We find ways to get it out. You know, what is you know, give me a blanket in a barn and I'll put on a show. Like there is that spirit to the work, and you know that the resiliency of performing artists is sort of extraordinary, and I hope can be you know, something that we can offer to people who that kind of in the moment resiliency is not a normal part of the day.
I love that. I mean, it reminds me of what you're saying about how, like, some people have said, how did you guys get jewishLIVE going so quickly? And I was like, because my whole life is social distancing, and I live in the basement and, you know, do this kind of thing. So I'm just welcoming everybody to my world now, right? There's actually something that I know that's valuable. Dan, and I was thinking that, you know, you are actually the famous one for interviewing artists on the stage, you know, and so I think you're even better than us at this point. Just like, what do you know that artists know that we need to know from them, and what do you know?
Oh, not much. Well, I think one of the things that I've just been finding, just perhaps on a less theoretical level, just on the day-to-day, I think I've served more congregants in the past week than I did since the beginning of the year. And we've been coming together in these technological formats. And I think one of the things that we're finding is that it's draining, right? Like it's draining. You spend the whole day from bed and you're on Zoom and you are more exhausted than if you were running around the city. And so what do I know? I don't know if I know this, but it's like that old, maybe your father, your grandfather in the 50s, you know, if you got caught smoking a cigarette, you remember the punishment? The punishment is to lock you in the closet and have you smoke an entire pack of cigarettes, right? You remember that old punishment? So I feel like that's us. right? We're addicted to digital technology, and now we're all being forced basically into our closets, and we're going to OD on Zoom calls and digital technology. I feel like that is happening. And so if you want a sliver of hope that you have at some point, one of the things is just the interactions. People are crying and they get emotional over Zoom, and you share those beautiful connections. But at the same point, you really intensifies that need, and all of the ways that technology sort of can't step into the gap. And what I was going to say vis-a-vis artists, is yeah, you're exactly right, and I like what David just shared, because it's this week's Torah portion. I'm going to Facebook Live in a couple of hours, and what I'm going to be saying is that in this week's Torah portion, first of all, if you're going to build a Mishkan, and that's what we're doing, right? I have a building that I can't go to, so I need to build a Mishkan, right? Literally. If you want to be, first thing, have a Shabbos, okay? So we're not running any Shabbat programs. Everybody is larded up 6 days out of the week with more digital content than you can possibly imagine. And so I feel all the more so shutting down for Shabbat is outrageously important. And that's what I'm encouraging my congregants to do. It's just too much digital stuff. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is, after the Shabbos, Moshe, right? Moshe isn't the one who builds the tabernacle. It's not our rabbis who build the Mishkan. It's not our Talmudic scholars who build the Mishkan. It's Bezalel. It's the artisans, it's the craftsmen. It's all of those people that are able to build the Mishkan in the ways that us, theoretical, heady rabbis, we can't do. And so one of the things that I'm trying to do every Friday is I'm going to bring a new artist to engage in a conversation every Friday at 4 o'clock, to have them share music and poetry. This Friday, I have Jeremiah Lockwood, who's going to share some songs with us. And what we're going to do is try to see how the creative types see, what's interesting is Dan is right. I mean, I was running a program in Brooklyn and now I'm in San Francisco, and now both of these communities want to engage at the same time, which is wild. And so we're going to try to thread that needle and bring some of the artists that we've been having coming to our events in New York to participate in a community-based conversation and see if we can build this Mishkan together.
Yeah, amazing. Before I throw it back to Lex because Shai and Adam have to go, so we won't. But I did want to note one thing about Dan Ain, because I said Shai was one of my oldest friends and he's that old. But Dan Ain and I went to grade school together, and he's that old too. Okay, Lex.
Nice.
Yeah, but I've got the gray beard that sort of makes.
This is good. I guess I'm the youngest on the call. I wish,
by a lot, Lex, by a lot.
Yeah, by a little bit. Okay, so we do want to hear from Shai and from Adam before you go, and I really love bringing up the Torah portion. And I guess my closing thought. I mean, every year when this Torah portion comes, I have the same Dvar Torah launching point, which is in the Talmud. It says that Bezalel, one of the key architects of the Mishkan, of the tabernacle, is 13 years old when he is appointed to this responsibility. And it says that he is partnered with this guy, Aholiav, who is much, much older. It doesn't actually say how old, but like an adult male. I like to think of him as an elder. I like to think of a partnership between youth and elder. I guess, so that's my Torah, that we need the contributions right now of our youngest and of our oldest in order to make this work. They're also from a well-known tribe and a least well-known tribe. Anyway, I'd love to hear, Adam and Shai, from you. If it's on this Torah portion, great. But if not, what's your call to action in this moment to those of us that are looking for meaning, but also looking on some level to provide for others? How can we do that in this challenging moment?
Adam, you want to go ahead first?
Sure. Thank you. I had a couple of thoughts. The idea of building the Mishkan is an interesting parallel, because I was thinking about the origin of the term for synagogue as Beit Knesset. It's a place of meeting. It's one that's directed between people. That's the concept, and it's one of the reasons why that became the name for the Israeli parliament, not just the amount of argument involved in both places. And part of the challenge is we're meeting, but we're not meeting. We're seeing faces, but it's not the same. We're hearing voices, but it's not the same. I saw someone post recently, why is it more tiring to meet on Zoom than it is to meet in person? Mm-hmm. And someone else commented that this is because we get energy from being with people. And there's something that isn't fully replaced by doing it digitally, remotely, separately. So part of what we need to do is put extra energy, if you want to call that action, is put extra energy into that personal connection, into the chavruta, into the personal contact, even if it's one-on-one. So I encouraged my congregation, and I actually called every member of the congregation this week. So they got at least one personal touch from someone saying, how are you? Is there anything we can do for you? And a lot of people were found it very valuable to feel that outreach and that connection. So if there are congregational rabbis listening, it's a good use of your time. It's tiring, it's a lot of time, but it's worth it for the interpersonal connection that you make with those members. But even more importantly is to remind them to reach out to other people. Making phone calls with real phones where you hear their voice and talk to them, maybe it's 60% or 80% of what it'd be like in person. But if you add up enough 60%, you can make up enough to at least feel somewhat whole, if not all the way. So I think as much as it is performance and frontal presentation, and I'm leading my first online Shabbat service tonight, as some rabbis are, and we are doing Shabbat programming because our congregation needs to connect with each other and they don't live in the same neighborhood and they want to see each other. So this is one way to do that. At the same time, I'm realizing that there's only so much I can do in that frontal presentation mode to meet the need of the human heart. And in this case, sometimes it's going to be ezer kenegdo. We need a help opposite each other that's going to be one-to-one, and that's something only other people can provide.
Thanks. I guess I want to say just a few things very briefly. One, which doesn't answer Alexa's question directly, and then two quick ones that do. The one that doesn't is, B'nai, when you were talking incredibly movingly about difficult choices we have, and, one of the things I think has been most haunting is reading testimonies from Italian doctors about triage decisions that they've been forced to make. But I have to say that one of the things that has been on my mind a lot in the last few days is the immense gratitude we all owe to medical professionals. I was on a call with a bunch of friends last night, and I was extremely moved by something that one of my friends said, who's a doctor in a Manhattan hospital. And he said, a lot of doctors are stressed out of their mind. They're angry because, we don't have the robes we need. We don't have the masks we need. And he said, but morale is really high because this is why we went into this work. Like, this is our moment. I was just incredibly moved by the Mesirut Nefesh, the giving of life, giving of one's life to what one believes in and what one believes is more important than any one of our individual selves. And I think, one very simple thing I would actually encourage people to do is thank the doctors in your life, thank the nurses in your life, thank the medical workers in your life. More concretely, I wanted to say one quick thing that I'll call spiritual and one that I'll call ethical, even though those distinctions are often, not so helpful. The spiritual piece is that I think one of the things that religious traditions in general can help us do is welcome rather than flee the feelings that are difficult. And this is not a moment to be afraid of acknowledging our fear. A lot of us are very afraid. We're afraid for people we love. We're afraid for ourselves. Some of us, who we're blessed to be parents, worry about our kids. And I have been thinking about, there's a comment that Ralbag Gersonides makes on the book of Mishlei, on Proverbs, where he basically emphasizes, he says, courage is not fearlessness. Because fearlessness is actually dangerous when there is danger. Fearlessness yields to recklessness very often. Courage is about, actually there's fear, and now rather than be governed by my fear on the one hand or denying my fear on the other, I'm going to think about what I ought to do given that I'm also afraid. And I think that's just enormously important, spiritual, psychological, again, whatever language works for you, right? To just be aware, this is a moment that's really frightening. Uncertainty, to go back to what Adam talked about before, is incredibly frightening. And, this is, uncertainty multiplied by uncertainty about our families, about ourselves, about our world, about our country. So much to be anxious about, and it's okay. It's actually okay. One of the things that I've been doing on social media this week in ways that feel very funny to me, but I've actually been posting fairly often. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling really anxious right now. And I'm doing that on purpose as an attempt to give some of my students permission to kind of welcome that part of themselves and sit with it. So that's one piece. So what we could talk about another time is how do you allow fear in without becoming paralyzed by it? That's maybe a next discussion. And ethically, I want to say one other thing, which is, many of us, I'm guessing on this panel, we cannot go to work and are not worried about whether we'll be able to afford lunch by the middle of next week. And we live in a country in which there are countless people for whom a moment like this is terrifying at a whole different level than it is for many of us, people in the gig economy, people who,
Yeah, can you talk from an ethical perspective? Can you talk from an ethical perspective how we as a society balance the utter destruction of the California economy that is coming where I'm living versus these other? How do you even begin to enter into that? I'd be fascinated to know.
Right. So I want to, yeah, let me say something. Let me just finish the thought I was articulating first and then try to respond to that quickly. I think, on a very kind of small level, rather than a societal question, for people who would have gone to the movies, would have gone out for dinner, to think about taking that money right now, as we should in general often, and donating it to people who don't have enough food. I mean, I've gotten several emails in the last day about how the food pantry on my block is basically empty. Right? So to the extent that you were going to go to a movie or going to go to a show or whatever it was going to be, like, I would just urge people, like, the mitzvah of the moment is to make sure people who really don't know where their food is going to come from have food. That's a societal imperative, but it's also a personal imperative. I think so. So I just want to say, like, it's a very concrete thing people can do with whatever amount of money they have available to them. What I always tell my students is the mitzvah of tzedakah is to take what you think you can afford and then give a little bit more than that, because usually we underestimate our capacity. At least most people do. Dan, I think your question, I want to say, here's the ultimate cop-out. I feel like there's, which I'll get to in a second. There's two kinds of Jewish ethics. There's the Jewish ethics that basically says, okay, let's talk tachlis about how we, let's say, allocate scarce resources. And then there's the Jewish ethics that operates at an underlying level that's essentially about what are the core values that ought to animate the lives of us as individuals, of us as a community, and of the societies in which we live. I spend my life essentially doing the latter. I once gave a lecture about what I thought the ethical implications of Tselem Elohim were, of being created in the image of God. And a guy comes up to me afterwards, totally dismissive, and says, that was lovely, but it doesn't tell me who gets the kidney. Right? It was a great moment. It was like, and I said to him, you know what? You're totally right. Nor does it pretend to. But I will tell you that I think you ought to hope that the people who are making the decisions about who gets the kidney are deeply invested in the kind of conversations that we did just have, right? Like, without that, they're just technicians rather than humanists or theologians or whatever language, might be the appropriate one here. So, I don't know. I'll tell you whatever, my father-in-law is a statistician and an economist. And he has been hammering away at me and my wife all week about, you don't realize the kind of suffering we are setting up the society for by shutting down at this level for as long as we're going to need to shut it down if this is going to be effective. He said, it sounds crude what I'm saying, but there's also immense suffering on the other end. What are you telling people who can't schmear bagels for a living and don't have money for their children? I think what I would say in the short term brings me back right to where I started, which is, what kind of society allows this many millions of people to be in that predicament? It is a society that does not recognize, take seriously, or grapple with what it means to be interconnected, what it means to say that every child who's hungry is yours and my responsibility. We have totally failed societally at that. Totally. So I think, in the short term, what we're going to need is Band-Aids. We're going to need to raise a tremendous amount of money from individuals, from foundations, from communities to feed the people who need to be fed, as long as we decide that what we need to do to save lives is to shut down. But in the long term, we need what Christians would call a metanoia. We need a fundamental transformation of how we understand what a society is, right? That we cannot worship at the, only at the altar of GDP anymore, and have to really think about what social, communal, and human solidarity looks like. I hope that when it comes to questions like that, we never go back to business as usual, right? That would be a tremendous act of tshuva, of, when you're in trouble, Talmud talks about yifashpesh b'ma'asav, right? A person should take their sorrows and examine their deeds. I'm not suggesting that, we are punished or anything like that. I'm just suggesting it is an opportunity to ask how we can be much better prepared and be a much different society when, God forbid, such a situation befalls us again. I mean, that is the question. But in the short term, we need Band-Aids, and lots of them. I really apologize that I have to get off. It's been a pleasure seeing all of you.
It's like a mic drop, Shai. Like, that's just like, I'm out.
Sorry.
That's the next Zoom functionality. They're going to make the mic drop button that you can press as you leave.
I'll drop my watch.
An exploding firework emerges. Yeah.
And Shabbat Shalom to you and to everyone who's with us.
Thank you.
Shabbat. Thank you as well. Good Shabbos, everybody, and take care of yourselves and others.
Thank you. You too. I mean, B'nai, what Shai just described, that's a crash, right? I mean, what Shai just described is that, because I don't think I quite had this until he said that I'm thinking the crash is like, I'm on this like small scale Judaism. It's, there's a little crash here where we're going online and we're gonna, figure some important things out. But I mean, what Shai just described is that the more, and this is Dan, this is for you too, I mean, for everybody, but this is that moral quandary shouldn't be one. And the fact that it is one is a sign that our society is broken, and broken in a way that really broken, meaning it's not fixable, it's crashed. And so what happens next? So it feels like that's your Torah.
I think that's right. And, part of the crash theory is remembering that the queerest, most outliers of us totally experience the crash before it, it's gonna come for everybody. But, there's the crumble before the crash, when the queerest among us, those who are most impacted by the current reality, are saying, hey, something's wrong here. This is broken. And now we're at that moment where everyone is going to, well, hopefully go, oh, wow, this has always been wrong. It's not that it doesn't work now and won't work in the future. It wasn't working before and shouldn't work in the future. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the interesting things I've been thinking about, not to get into politics, but just one of the things that's fascinating about watching Bernie Sanders' campaign is that he's been saying the same thing for 35 years because the same thing has been wrong.
That's right.
35 years. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, so Dan, you asked the question. So where are you now?
I don't know. I'm not, I thought I've never heard a more elegant duck than what Shai Held just provided. So I'm very impressed by that. I don't have those rhetorical skills to be able to pull that off. But I think it's becoming more evident, unfortunately, for however long this carries on. And maybe, and I definitely appreciated what B'nai just said. It's exactly those people who are on the margins and those people who are queer who are going to get wiped out first. And I think about startups, I think about the innovation sector, I think about all these little percolation of up and coming Jewish innovation sector that we've been cultivating. Those are going to be at risk right now. And I feel a special responsibility because I went from the innovation sector because, my whole thinking was for 10 years in New York and Brooklyn, I've been like, where is the place that's hardest to go to bring religion and spirituality to people. So I would go into rock clubs or warehouses or bowling alleys or whatever. And then I finally got to the point, where's the most unlikely place anyone would ever think for spirituality? A conservative shul. So I thought that that was an excellent challenge to take on, to like go into a conservative shul and see if we could, you know, bring all of this outside culture, whether you want to call it queer or on the margins or off the derech, however you want to frame it, into the temple, if you will, and to see if they could coexist. And what's been interesting just from this perspective is I found that the temple is more willing to open its doors, at least here in San Francisco. Okay, so it's San Francisco, so let's acknowledge that part of it. But it's more willing to open the doors because I think there's a key understanding that there's something happening that we need to update. But at the same point, I do want to say that I think it's also bringing back a lot of the traditional stuff that we, you know, Dan, your question has always been what stays and what goes, right? And what do we hold on to? And I think I've been overwhelmed by people's attachment to Minyan very powerfully, people's attachment to Kaddish, people's attachment to Shabbos, people's attachment to just coming together and learning Torah. It's been the you know, absence makes the heart grow fonder, right? So not being able to show up at shul makes people really want to show up at shul. And I'm hopeful that when this is over, hopefully sooner as opposed to later, it will lead to a sort of a new appreciation of what our tradition has to hold.
Yeah, 100%. There's so many layers there. I love what you said. The fact that we can't go to synagogue making us want to go to synagogue is a deep human truth, I think. I know that it's like funny to think about, right? But it's also really true that we feel the deprivation deeply, and what we can't have calls to us. David, I know you have to go soon. I have a brief thought related to what Shai brought up, and that I want to give you a chance to give some parting thoughts. But my brief thought is, Shai spoke out beautifully, and I'm so grateful for this, about how we need to be thinking about, you know, in the realm of tzedakah, of supporting those who need it, and whatever amount we think we can spare, adding a little. I love that message of his. I've been dwelling, and in general, I'm always dwelling and thinking about blood donation. I am deeply invested in blood donation and feel very strongly about it. And there are blood shortages right now. There are devastating blood shortages right now, and a huge number of blood drives for non-trivial reasons, because they are gatherings of people in sometimes confined spaces. Sometimes blood drives take place in trucks that travel around. I mean, they're being canceled. And I read an article earlier today that there are places that usually have sort of I'm going to use the wrong language, but they usually have like 5 days worth of blood that they then, you know, people actually receive, and it sustains their lives. And they're down to 1 or 1.5 days of blood. And it's a devastating situation. And so to anybody out there who, I mean, especially if you're feeling helpless, if you're feeling like we're in a situation where there's just not that much to do to help the world, giving blood is a literal way to save lives. And so I would call on everybody to do that. I spoke to some doctors, and they brought up that literally the only reason they would say somebody should leave home right now, other than like groceries, basic necessities, is to give blood, because that's going to be hit really hard really soon. It's coming. So David, before you go, I know you only have a couple minutes. You've had some beautiful comments the last few minutes about, of all things, improv. And I don't say that to dismiss it. I think there's deep Torah from what you've said about yes and improv. Take us out a little bit and help us hear your closing Torah about what we can learn from the world of art and performance in this moment.
Well, I mean, thank you. It's a tough one, because, you know, even as prominent, you know, an artist as Tony Kushner has said, like, there are moments as an artist that you really come up against the sort of the limits of the political efficacy of making theater or making art. Like, there are just moments where, like, the thing that we do is not going to get somebody more blood, or is not going to get somebody more food, or those really tactless kind of things. And I think, I mean, I know I have this sort of, you know, there are many sort of, you know, middle of the night wake ups where I go, wait a minute, is this what I'm spending my life doing? You know, like, is there some other combination of my, you know, unique set of skills that might actually, you know, bring more change to the world? But so, you know, so I'm not sure, like, I'm not sure exactly what the artist can do, but I do, you know, I'm actually thinking about what I was writing there about the yes and, like, I do think there is that moment of saying, like, this person who's directly, and I don't know how to solve this one, because right now we're being told that person who's directly across from you, you know, if we're all on the, if the world is a stage, right? If the world is a stage, right now we're being told that the person who's right across from you on the stage is the person that you have to stay away from, that you can't touch, that you can't reach out to. And I think, to Shai's point, like, you know, both societally and individually, at a certain point, and actually, Benet, to your point about your mom, like, at a certain point, you have to go to her. Like, you know what I mean? You have to go. And if that means you get sick, then that means you get sick. Like, you know, there's a point at which you have to break out of this, you know, this distancing and this concerning, because we can't continue to be a society and not touch each other and not actually directly reach out to each other. And, you know, I've been thinking about that, like, you know, flash forward 4 or 5 weeks, whatever, with how we're all in our houses, you know, at a certain point, you're going to have to start the economy again, because otherwise we're not, you know, too many things are not going to happen and too many people are going to be in trouble, right? So, like, at a certain point, we're all going to have to get back to touching each other and understanding that, yeah, that might mean there's a cost for us personally. But myself, I'm going, okay, how do I prepare for that? How am I ready to pay that cost when it's time?
Thank you, David. And I have to jump off. So I just want to thank Dan and thank Lex and thank Benet and thank David. Really cool. I'd love to talk more with you, David. I see Paul is coming on next. So I just want to wish all of you God bless and have a Shabbat Shalom. All right, take care.
Shabbat Shalom. It's been a great hour.
Good
Thank
Shabbos.
you so much. And whoever wants to stay can stay. But I want to welcome on now Paul Golan, who is the executive director, I think that's your title, of the Society for Humanistic Judaism, and a fellow knower how to put cool Zoom backgrounds.
Yes. Lex, you have changed my life. Your tutorial yesterday has changed my life just in time to be on Zoom 24/7. I have never used an app as much in as short a period of time. Everything now is on Zoom. It's ridiculous. But I mean, I guess it's great that we have this tool.
Now you're all making me feel bad.
We'll show you how to
you're doing great, but look, Benet launched an incredible, and Svara generally, not just Benet, launched an incredible digital daily learning. So I don't want you to think that the lack of background is some big hindrance. We're also
if I had a cool background like that would make me look learned, then I would use it.
Actually, this is my fake background.
Yes, it's a green screen, just like in the studios. Yeah. We're also welcoming Jill Rainey. Jill is very, very wonderful and comes to us from DC. That's where that's where you live. I just, you know, some people have gone to different homes in this moment. Jill is a spectacular organizer and thinker and inclusion maker of LGBTQ folks. And they are just really going to bring some awesome Torah. And like all day, we're going to find out what that Torah is together. We're all thinking out loud here today. Nobody is super scripted. And it's, you know, it's a time of it's a time like that. We've all been talking about how uncertain things are, and I think this modality is appropriate. But thanks, Paul. Thanks, Jill, for joining us.
Is anybody a little scripted?
Oh, sure.
Not super.
We're a little scripted, but not entirely.
No,
yeah.
You're not scripted. I'm not scripted.
I should also say that I should jump off soon, so I won't say goodbye then. I'll say goodbye now. But I don't want to leave yet, so I'm still here, but we'll jump off soon. I just got a call from the brother who flew to Mexico, sort of put my mom on the last helicopter from Saigon, and is still stuck there. So in a minute, I'm gonna jump off, but I'm gonna hang on as long as I can.
Oh, he's stuck there because of the closing of the border?
No. Oh, no. Okay. thank you, Vinay, for joining us. Paul and Jill, and now Alex Wall. Alex Wall is joining us also from the Bay Area. Alex is an incredible writer and so food writer, but also food organizer. What is that the right term approximately? Okay, so Alex Wall is very, very wonderful and joins us from the Bay Area. So we've got some new panelists ready to convene. And what we've been starting with, we've been starting with different variations of this. So really this is about bringing whatever feels right. But Paul, Jill, Alex, what have your last few days been? I mean, each of you I know work to some extent digitally, but also on the ground. And we've been talking all day about what it's like to do some of that transitioning, some of that balancing in this moment. And so let's start with I'm arbitrarily choosing just based on who's in my screen in front of me. Let's start with Jill and then go to Paul and then Alex. And yeah, what have your last few days been like? And yeah, help us out, Jill.
Hi, Lex. It's good to see your face. It has been wild. I am coming to y'all from my kitchen in Washington, D.C. I just came back from a walk where the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. So I sneezed while I was out for a walk because like cherry blossom dust everywhere. It's beautiful, but really stressful out there. I was on Judaism Unbound as a leader in If Not Now. And I also, in my professional life, I'm the founder and CEO of a small business called Practice Makes Progress, which I run out of a WeWork, which is still open. Somehow WeWorks all over the country, all over the world are still effing open. Can we cuss on this? Is that allowed? Should I?
We've had a few instances so far, so we're good.
I'll do my best, but they're still fucking open. It's ridiculous. So because my professional life, my personal life is activism oriented in one way or another, I have been trying to mindfully keep an eye out for ways that I can be a part of advocating for myself and other people. I have pretty severe ongoing mental illness situation that is my first priority to deal with to make sure I'm okay. And so far my Zoom-based therapy visits have been going great. Highly recommend if that's something that your therapist has access to. My therapy visits also are coming from my kitchen. My laptop is on top of my coffee maker right now, so that I can use a standing desk because my actual standing desk is at my WeWork that is not safe to go to.
Yeah. That's a metaphor, by the way, like our lives being sustained by the coffee in this moment. I don't know, there's something there.
Also, hello from my favorite coffee mug that it's 4 p.m. Eastern and I am still drinking coffee. But I've been in touch with a Washington Post reporter about the fact that WeWork is still open, including all over California and New York, which is instituting, it's not called shelter in place, it's called something else technically, but essentially don't leave your home unless you have a really, really good reason to. And I've been really worried about the cleaning staff at my WeWork and at offices all over the country because it is the purpose of a co-working space is for small business owners like me and lots of people who work for small nonprofits and otherwise would be working from our couches all of the time. Lots of us are learning right now who don't already work from home how hard it is to be productive when you work from home all the time. So I really rely on going to a co-working space to like get a change of pace. I once actually described my commute as like Havdalah. It's like marking time. Going from my home to a working space is a little bit like transitioning from Shabbat to the rest of the week. And I've really been psychologically relying on that to like run my business, get stuff done. But it's just not in line with public health recommendations whatsoever to go to any public space for non-essential reasons. And it really is making me angry that capitalism is keeping that shit open. So I actually have a petition that I've been working on that I will share in the comments here in case anybody wants to sign. There, are you?
You can put it in the chat and then I will share it afterwards because a lot of people are on YouTube.
I am new to Facebook Live or YouTube Live via Zoom. Yeah, there's so many people who are going to be economically impacted by this, which is something that if our government actually cared, we could manage in ways that are responsible. But right now we're not managing the public health crisis in the ways that we need to nationwide. And I think that has to be the first priority. I have many, many thoughts on how we can take the best of what we know from our history of Jewish mutual aid societies, and the best of what my community knows from surviving the AIDS crisis, for those of us who managed to do that, to really inform what we do communally in this moment. But for right now, I am really just focused on my own mental health, and then socially isolating as much as possible and advocating for this company that's charging me a lot of money every month to stay open at a time when they absolutely should not be.
Totally.
That's where I'm at. It's so good to see y'all.
Yeah, it's good to see you too. Paul, let's go over to you. You're the executive director of a national movement of Judaism. So that sounds like quite a role to be in right now. And I'd love to hear. And we've had a number of humanistic leaders on earlier today: Denise Handlarski, Judith Seid, Adam Shalom. What has your work been like this past week?
Well, certainly, two of the folks, all three of the folks you mentioned are leaders of local communities, and I'm at the umbrella organization, so it's a little bit different for me. But all of us, I think, are trying as fast as we can to move everything online. It's been remarkable to see what you guys have done from like 0 to 5,000 people in that group in under a week. And it's inspirational because everyone's gonna move online. I mean, so I've been working in my role at SHJ for almost 4 years now. All of a sudden, everyone else is working remotely now too, and somehow that has doubled my workload, and I'm not exactly sure how that happened, but helping everyone else in my movement get online and use these remote tools and so on. It's been a really tough week, but I also feel like I have no right to complain about anything because I'm still healthy. And Jill, what you're saying about mental
Paul,
health.
there's some sound issues happening every once in a while. You're mostly okay, but if you can stay a little a little farther from your mic,
Further?
that would be helpful. I think so.
Okay. All right. Let me know. Give me some kind of signal if I'm not coming through. Mental health is important, but physical health right now is what everyone's freaking out about. And so far, so good. But I live in Brooklyn, New York, and there's just no such thing as social distancing on the sidewalks of Brooklyn, New York. And people are out and about, and I just alternate between denial that it's going to touch me and total panic that it is. And I have a pre-existing health condition that I almost never talk about. And somehow this week I've just been very open about having a heart condition that makes 10 times more likely that I would die from this than if I didn't have that. And that is very scary. But also scary is, my stepdad is 82 and he doesn't want to be homebound. And convincing him to abide by what they're saying you should do has been a struggle. I mean, I've never yelled at him before until, yesterday. And so there's a lot of stress about that. But again, we haven't been touched by the actual virus, and hopefully we won't be. And that's the most important thing that I kind of keep hanging on to. As far as the movement goes, it's about community, right? And I presume this is something that's come up a lot today, hopefully, is how do you keep people connected when we can't be in the same room together? And that's after the frontline health battle and the mental health issues that everyone should be attending to, is this notion of how do we keep people together as a community if we can't congregate together? And we're working on it, and we're trying to get that going. And I really appreciate that you've created this forum for us to do that, because we have to find strength in one another. And I feel glad that that's really the root message of humanistic Judaism to begin with. So I feel like we're well positioned to put this out there. You know, frankly, you know, those of us who put all of our faith in science in some ways are perhaps snarkily pointing out, oh, you know, like the churches are no longer doing like communal holy water, and the Vatican is canceling certain things that, you know, this notion that there are supernatural things we can continue doing is kind of out the window, and people are now looking to science. And those of us who really feel like that's good would love for this to be kind of like an aha moment for everyone to say, it's people who are going to save us from this disaster if we can empower them and support them and do what they're recommending. And so that's kind of where we're putting our hope and faith, is in our fellow people, and that's a message we want to put out there. This pillar of hope and this pillar of courage. This is really scary, and we really value courage, and it's hard to be courageous when you're scared, and that's something we can be open and honest about and talk about.
Yeah. Thank you, Paul. And over to Alex. So first off, I would love to hear just sort of same question as to Jill and to Paul. How has your week been? What does it look like? And I also am really, we've been asking a number of folks over the course of the day who have previous life knowledge, background, experience that could apply directly to this moment to provide some of their, for lack of a better term, Torah, to lack of their wisdom. And you recently, I mean, not just recently, over many years, have been part of something that every time I've read about it has given me a mixture of feelings, but recently given me a great deal of joy. You were part of an effort to free Sneaky, I'm not saying this disparagingly, this is actually his nickname, Sneaky White. And I'd love for you to offer whatever wisdom you can provide on that front, and specifically because I think it was an example of a huge collective coming together in ways that we need to make one person's life hugely different and better. And I think we all need to be doing that on a macro level. So hearing what that was like could help us right
now. You're going to make me cry. Thank you, Lex. So my week, so I do a number of different things, and I generally do work at home. One thing is primarily as a food writer, and as I'm sure you all know, the food industry, the restaurant industry right now is just being brought to its knees completely. And one thing I do is I write a column for the local Jewish newspaper about interesting Jews in the food world. And I mean, if you can believe this, I interviewed a woman at the end of last week who, she and her husband, as I wrote, they had, you know, I'd been contacted by their PR person over a year ago that a new Jewish deli was going to open in Santa Rosa, which is like an hour north of San Francisco. And if you know the geography of California or follow the news, Santa Rosa was hit really hard in 2017 by the major Tubbs fire. And so this is a couple who had lost their first restaurant in that fire. They were planning on opening March 20th, their Jewish deli. And, you know, I spoke to her, I think that Monday. I had been following them on Instagram and saw their building anticipation to open. And then, you know, everything changed in a heartbeat. And, you know, I just was so struck by the fact as I was talking to her, I was like, are you aware that the last time we spoke, it was because she had just lost her restaurant in the Tubbs fire. And here we were talking about trying to open amidst this. And the shelter in place order had not been instated yet. She's in a different county, but you know, she said we're going to try to open on Thursday, doing takeout and delivery, and we'll just do the best we can until, you know, until this is over. But it's just, there's so much heartbreak in this community. Obviously, I've spoken to people who can't, you know, pay their workers, people who've been working for them for 20 years. And I think like the enormity of reading about one of our most popular restaurant groups in San Francisco. The owner is Jewish. It's an Italian restaurant called Delfina. I just lost it. That was like what really, you know, we'd already canceled my husband's 50th birthday party. We had canceled my father's 80th birthday party. None of that really got to me emotionally fully until I read this article about this man and his wife having to close their restaurants, and how like they thanked each worker personally, some of them whose kids were working for them now. I mean, like, it was heartbreaking. And unfortunately, like, when you're covering this stuff and you're living it at the same time, it can be really, really hard to get a break. I am also working on some stories for like something else that like were assigned to me way before this, and I'm so grateful to have that respite, because to be covering it, you know, my next column for the J is also going to be about you know, how business owners are coping right now. So I already have a whole lineup of people to talk to Monday, and it's hard to be in this, you know, it's hard to make sure that you get a break from it. But Sneaky is a wonderful break. And as in my capacity of writing for the J over the years, I got very interested in criminal justice. And for that reason, when the editor got a tip off about a man who had recently been moved up to a prison here in Vacaville, she asked me if I wanted to write about him. And he was a Jewish inmate who had started a college program in the prison he was in Ironwood, which is down near Palm Springs. This was at a time when there were very few educational opportunities in the prison system. And he basically talked the warden into starting it, which is kind of miraculous that they listened to this inmate, who was a lifer, by the way. He had killed the violent ex-husband of his wife, who was threatening them, and got a life sentence. He was a Vietnam vet, had severe PTSD, highly decorated military pilot in Vietnam. And there was a group of people who were working on his release. He is probably in his late 70s. He's not sure because he was adopted. And the man who contacted the J about him was the local Chabad rabbi who was the prison chaplain down there, and had become very close with him. And so there was this group of people who had been trying for years, like, how can we get him out? He doesn't deserve to be in prison anymore. He had already served over 35 years and he was, you know, older. And so somehow the story fell in my lap. I said, absolutely, I'd love to write about him. And I went to go meet him, and that was in January of 2018. And, you know, I knew I was going to write a story that could help potentially do something, but the thought of it actually working and my being able to have an effect, if you would have asked me then, like, do you think he'll actually get out? Of course I would have said, are you kidding me? Like, who gets that as a journalist? Like, that's so rare. And, you know, I mean, I think for anyone who follows like anything, I mean, our criminal justice system is just so screwed up, and these people almost never get out, no matter how hard people try. And so I went, and I was super excited to meet him because he sounded so inspirational, but I didn't really think my story would make a difference. And by May of 2018, an investigator showed up at the prison and said, I'm here because we in Governor Brown's office all read that article about you in the Jewish newspaper, and tell me your story. And, you know, it took another 2 years, unfortunately, but he got out in January. I was there at the gate when he got out. It really was like, you know, I was there for his first breakfast, and he's now in LA, and I feel like it's a relationship that I just feel so lucky to have had this happen to me, and to play that role for someone so deserving, and I really consider him like this holy man in prison that I felt lucky to meet. And, you know, what a mensch. And not only has he educated like thousands of men, but he also managed to raise over $300,000 while in prison from guards and fellow inmates, just by like, you know, walks around the prison yard and pizza sales to give to local charities. I mean, he's just and now that he's out, I spoke to him last weekend, and he is helping. So one of the guys who was leading the movement to get him out is a Vietnam vet who basically takes care of his fellow vets however he can. Of course, a lot of vets are homeless, and the two of them are out there feeding the homeless vets in LA right now. And I said to Sneaky, like, please be careful. You know, you're in the age group where this could really get to you. And he said, I know, but these people need to be fed. And this is just the way he is, you know, like, I can't convince him to stay home. And If he dies doing it, he'll die doing it, and at least he got out. I read the other day that the parole hearings are on hold right now because they don't want to bring more people into the prisons because of Corona. And I thought, oh my God, like his hearing was last August. Like, thank God that he got out, because our whole lives were on hold. Like my husband and I had been talking about taking a big trip, and I was like, no, I'm not going anywhere till he gets out, because I have to be at the gate when he goes free. This is like a major life moment for me. So anyway, yeah, it's really been extraordinary. I don't know if I have any Torah to talk about from that, but
that was it. Surprise! That was it.
Right? That's like something positive and wonderful to talk about.
I don't know if I have any Torah.
I sort of imagine Moses actually
freeing somebody from a life sentence in prison. That's
right.
Somebody earlier today said that we really have to make sure not to berate. Eliza Klein, I'll invoke her. She was saying that we really need to be sure not to berate ourselves, not to like think of all the ways that we're not good enough. And like, Alex, you did an incredible thing. Dan, I know you've got a follow up.
No, I was just going to say that that's sort of like Moses coming down with the Torah and reading and saying, but I don't know if I have any Torah about that. You know, it's like, that was the Torah. No.
Okay.
But
also, my mom's calling, so I got to jump.
Okay. Thank you so
Love
much
you
for being
all.
here, Benay.
Good Shabbos.
Good Shabbos.
Bye.
I wanted to ask, I think the three of you, you know, but especially Alex and Jill, like, the way that we threw this thing together today with Lex and I, for a few reasons, we wanted to launch right away. We're trying to like line up a whole, you know, ideally 24/7, you know, main stage from Monday on. It's not going to be 24/7 right away, but I think it will be pretty soon. But we were like, oh, could we just kind of do a big drop in all day Friday, and the easiest group of people that we could just send a email to, you know, a single email to, is anybody that's ever been on Judaism Unbound. And so, you know, the people who came are a subset of those people. And almost by definition, most of those people are in some fashion professionally working, you know, full time on their Jewish organization. And I think, though, that since this is our last hour, and it happens to be that the two of you are, you know, have some degree of professional Jewish life, but I think that there's a way in which you're also just people, you know, Jews. And I'm curious, not to put you on the spot and say you're speaking for everybody, but I think it would be helpful to hear from you a little bit, not even just as Jews, but like as people. Like, what are you looking for at this time that you think maybe something Jewish could address? You know, like, are there things that we can be doing as part of this initiative? Are there people that we could be trying to identify out there and bringing to the attention of just plain folks, you know, that's like, I've been sitting with this for 2 weeks, and and this is what I'm really struggling with, and this is where I'm not really getting help from anywhere in this work. And you know, Paul, you're a regular guy too, so you can answer.
Honestly, the one thing about this whole crisis that I feel completely unprepared for is I'm probably gonna have to cancel my Seder. And I haven't cried about it yet, and I would rather not cry about it on YouTube Live. But like, that really sucks. And I've seen some Jewish entities trying to offer support. I'm a pretty frequent host with One Table, and as of a week ago, they have a policy of only nourishing for people by themselves or with their roommates. You can't have other people over with One Table right now. And I was gonna have Shabbat dinner with two of my really good friends who I met through If Not Now tonight, but we're going for a walk instead because they just don't want to have even one person over at their house. And that really sucks. Because I'm trans and non-Zionist, most institutions aren't super prepared to serve me. Some don't want to serve me. I don't tend to look to institutions for Jewish support. But like, I live alone. I tend to light candles when I'm home on a Friday night. I'm gonna be home by myself for every Friday night for the foreseeable. And as just a person in the world who is Jewish, who doesn't have, like, my professional role right now is to, like, because I do a lot of webinar trainings in my regular life to help people who are new to that learn how to do that. Jewish responsibilities aren't really mine. those for whom Jewish responsibilities are like the core thing outside of yourself and your family that you're serving, like, how the hell do I like have meaningful Jewish spiritual experiences that meet my actual needs when I can't be in community with other people physically? It really sucks. Like maybe space like this specifically for grieving those things might be helpful. Cause like I think a lot of us are feeling like physically I'm healthy. My parents who are in their 60s and 70s respectively are so far fine. Like economically, I'm not in a great position and my best friend's an unemployed bartender, but we're gonna figure it out. But like having a space specifically to grieve that we can't have Shabbat dinners, that like, this is my first time in 11 years not hosting a Seder in my own home, and that's gonna really suck. So some kind of space for that could be really helpful.
Yeah, that's a really important point. And I'm gonna look. We have many contributions of different kinds of events. Most of them that I can think of are not what you described. They're doing the thing, right? They're not. There haven't been so many. There's been a few great discussion kinds of events, like Jewish texts in the face of COVID-19, Jewish responses, but there hasn't been like, let's honor and grieve what we're losing right now. And I think that that's a really good, important thing to identify. So call to anybody out there, let's make that, and we're going to think about what we can make too. Alex, what are your thoughts on that front?
I think what Jill said really resonated for me too. I have a whole, my family's kind of odd because we have like my husband and I don't have children. We have like one child, that my cousin's child, but then we have quite a few elders and we've always had Passover together for the last, maybe 20 years. And this is the first, and we live all over the country. And this is the one holiday where we all make an effort to be together at the same time, because I see my aunt and uncle, just alone, or like, but this is the one holiday where we all make an effort to be together. And the fact that that's not happening this year is heartbreaking. And I've just been sitting in my head too with like, am I even going to cook Passover food for just 2 people? Like, what's the point of that? It's such an effort. And I really care about the food being really good. And I can't do that all for 2 of us. That's ridiculous. And just like even going through the Seder would just mean my husband just sounds heartbreaking. Like, like unfortunately, for better or for worse, Judaism is a very social religion. And that's one thing I love about it. You can't do certain things if you're not in a community of others. And yet we can't do that right now. And it is really heartbreaking. I'm not really answering your question. I'm just more like going off of what Jill said, because it really struck me too. I mean, I've been thinking about all the people that can't go to Shiva right now. Forget about all the weddings that are being canceled or whatever, but like people, the most basic Jewish functions can't happen right now because of this. And, of course, yes, there are some positive outcomes, and it's forcing me to reconnect with people I haven't talked to in a long time and things like that. But it's hard. It's really hard.
I mean, the thing that what you're talking about makes me think about is that, just by analogy, right? I mean, we've been here before as a Jewish community, because just imagine replace the Passover Seder with the temple sacrifices, and we could be living in the year 75 or 71, and having the same conversation about this tremendous loss, which then was more likely to be permanent and now hopefully is more temporary. But the question, but what's interesting to me, right, is that that there was a Judaism on the other side of it that was profoundly different. And of course the loss had to be grieved, but there was also this time of creativity where people were thinking, okay, how do I capture something significant about this? And actually, like Alex, I was thinking about asking you this question, a version of, but I couldn't figure out how it would be deep rather than casual, but I think you made it deep. So which was that sometimes it's been hard in the years that we've done Judaism Unbound to talk to artists, because I've kind of come to realize that artists don't necessarily know how to talk about their art. They just do their art. And I always think, well, that's the role of critics. And so I'm sort of asking you as a critic, as a food critic, let's say, I know that's not exactly what you are, but a food, someone who thinks about food. It's like, it's like, is there a way to reflect sort of philosophically about what food does, and what different ways of making food in different ways, how that creativity, what's it doing? And then to say, like, can we imagine creating those same sensations, those same feelings in another way? So, you know, we talked, I think at the very beginning, the first hour we were doing this, we were talking about the Passover Seder and saying, well, if it's not satisfying to have, you know, Zoom screens around our table and basically know that everybody's eating the same foods, because that still doesn't feel like togetherness, is there a way that maybe we could use sound to produce the same feelings that the food was supposed to be creating? Because the sound, we can all experience the same sound at the same time. So I'm not necessarily asking you to solve the problem. I'm asking you if you can wax poetic about food a little bit and try to help us understand food maybe in a little bit of a deeper level that would allow us to use it as a metaphor for other things.
I can't, you know, it's really funny the example you just gave about people eating the same thing and sitting with their screens, because a story of mine that just posted this morning for a local news outlet, I interviewed a caterer who happens to be Jewish, but this has nothing to do with that. He told me, so caterers also are incredibly hard hit, obviously, because no events are happening. And he told me that he was catering a 60th birthday party for 8 couples where they all were going to eat the same exact thing. They were delivering the food to 8 different couples' homes, and they were all going to heat it up themselves, and they were all going to sit in front of their screens and in their own homes and eat together. And on the one hand, you know, several people said to my husband when they learned we were canceling his party, like, why don't you do a digital party? And he, you know, he really wasn't into that. But I thought with 8 couples, okay, that's, I mean, is it better than nothing? Is it, I don't know if I would have made that choice, but it's definitely like an interesting idea. In the case of Passover food, I'm really lucky because like I have so many options where I can go buy really good food here. I never take advantage of them because I normally cook myself. But like I said, the idea of cooking all the Passover food for just 2 people does not make sense economically, the workload, all of it. And yet I feel like it's so important to eat the foods that make us feel Jewish. I mean, you know, how can you go a Passover without eating a matzah ball? How can you, or gefilte fish or whatever it is that makes you really feel the holiday, or matzah, whatever it is, you have to eat those foods or else it's not, the holiday doesn't exist without them. I mean, especially Passover. I mean, yes, you can sit and you can tell the story, but without tasting the salt water, without eating the matzah, you won't really feel like it's Passover, right? And I think one of the beautiful things about food is that, you know, especially when we eat things that we grew up on, I feel that it can summon people who are no longer with us in a way that very few other things can. Like the taste of something, you know, can just bring back, like for me, chopped liver just is one of the most essential Jewish tastes of, like, I feel, I don't know, I don't even know, like my grandmother, my mother, both of who are no longer with us, there's something about chopped liver for me, and I know everyone has, whether it's brisket or I should give some vegetarian examples, but you know what I'm saying? Like everybody has those dishes, I think, where we think of someone who's no longer with us, and for that reason alone, though, those foods are so important.
I think that I think that if there's a silver lining at all, it might be that people are able to make new connections and cultivate new interests based on what is offered through this online medium by not even necessarily the Jewish community, the organized Jewish community, but by Jews who are organizing around things. And since, I mean, I learned about this on Facebook. Not everybody is on Facebook. And I, at this point, don't even encourage people who aren't on Facebook to get onto Facebook. If they've resisted this long, I don't feel comfortable telling them that they're necessarily missing out on something. I'm still okay being on Facebook because of the benefits, even with the trade-offs. And so one of the things I'm thinking about is there's this group I'm in with 781 other members called Star Trek Jew Posting. And what does that have to do with anything? But it's funny, and the people in it are funny, and they post funny things. And I would rather get on a Zoom call with whoever's organizing that than just bloop into a online streaming Shabbat service from a synagogue because I was not going to go as an unaffiliated Jew to that synagogue in real life. So to bloop into it through a webcam is not something I would do necessarily for more than a couple of minutes. And you guys are kind of highlighting the more innovative services, and that's cool. And on some of those, I will bloop in for a couple of minutes. But to be honest, not the whole time. It's good to get a taste of it, and then I'm on to the next thing because that's what it's like to be online. So I would love to see like more crazy mashups, like a webinar just on Jews and Star Trek. I think you get a lot of people who aren't doing anything really connected to the Jewish community at all, but if they see it on Facebook and it's because they're connected to other people who like Star Trek, then it opens up this whole other conversation. So I think that there's possibilities. And again, because Lex changed my life, backgrounds, I'm going to throw up the Star Trek background. But the reality is that I'm really much more of a Star Wars guy, as Dan knows.
This is awesome.
Since I'm now living on Zoom, I felt today that, I mean, literally, this is my third or fourth thing on Zoom today. I felt that I was obligated to wear the most offensive shirt I could find. So not only is this like a Hawaiian shirt, but if you look close, it's actually Star Wars themed throughout.
Wow.
Like this. Yes.
Oh, can you?
Paul
I want that. I want that. Send me the link where
I got
can
it
get
at
that.
this very fancy online boutique. Dan, you should go check it out. It's called JC Penney's. Have you heard of it? It's
no, yeah.
obscure online fancy clother.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I'm going to shout out. I think at least 4 and maybe all 5 people on this call know somebody who I want to invoke, David Walensky, it looks like all 5. He is a Star Trek and Jewish guru who I think is probably in that group, maybe an admin, who knows. But I think that's a great point. And like, to people out there, there's a need for programs like that. I'm thinking of David. I'm thinking of my undergraduate thesis advisor who wrote a book about religion in Star Trek. Her name's Ross Kramer.
Well, there's a new podcast on Star Trek, and
that was my next step. Yeah, there's a new podcast that's looking at Star Trek and Jewish overlaps. That may or may not mention Judaism. I'm bound in the pilot, but that's a whole other thing. So I think that's right, though, right? I think that there is a way in which it doesn't feel real to just. I mean, it's nice to see things that we never would have been exposed to otherwise, right? The things that you bloop. I love the phrase "bloop into." It's like bloopers that you bloop into for a few minutes. But at a certain point, you think to yourself, "Yeah, this isn't. I wouldn't have gone to this. I wouldn't have gone across town." And maybe that's the 5-7 minute point, and then you check out and you do something else. So I think that identifying those groups. A friend of mine is in a group that's like a bartender aficionados group. I'm not actually in this group, but he did a Facebook Live of like making a super in-depth drink that and talking through it, and it was hilarious. And I went. That's a friend of mine, and it was fun. But I wouldn't have gone if it wasn't a friend of mine. Is what I'm getting at. It's not my space. But I want to pass it over to Jill Rainey, who gave us a great she volunteered to give us a really wonderful option, and they're going to give us a song. So earlier today we've had a few songs, one from Eliana Light and one from Alicia Joe Ravens, and now Jill Rainey is going to arc us towards, we're not quite done yet, but towards the end of our 7-hour tour with a bit of a song.
Yeah, thanks, Lex. And Paul, shout out, fellow Star Wars. Also, for those who are interested in binge watching Jewish-related nerd content, I've been rewatching the new Batwoman, which is available all of the whole season on the CW website. And the main character had like an important thing happen on her bat mitzvah day. It's amazing. Highly recommend. Also super queer, so important. But the song that I was reminded of when we were talking about like the the ways that sounds are really accessible to a lot of us at a time when like whether and how food is accessible is kind of messy. And I don't remember the last time somebody hugged me. We're like going towards the kinds of sensory experiences that we can have. Really reminds me of this song that I learned through If Not Now. I can't remember where it comes from, but it's a song that's great for protests, which we shouldn't really be having outside in the streets closer than 6 feet apart right now, but also might be really helpful as a meditation, and is informed by the Yiddish idea of Doigkeit, of here-ness. It's a political idea that Jews ought to be free and equal wherever we happen to live, but also wherever we happen to be right now is where we're gonna be for a while, and might be really helpful as like a meditation. So I thought I'd offer it. The words are really simple. It's just, I am here I am. I am here, oh, here I am. And I'm realizing that I've been in this very spot that I'm teaching this to y'all from a lot in the last week, and I'm gonna be right here for many weeks, which has a lot of emotional stuff with it. But maybe this song might be supportive or helpful to some of y'all. So I am going to sing it through, and then I'm going to invite y'all to sing it with me. I am told that there are limitations on Zoom, so I might be the only voice you hear. Lex, if you want to switch to yourself for a minute, and we'll sing it through like 4 or 5 times as a meditation. Maybe get your body loose a little bit. Oh, am I experiencing stage fright on Zoom? Sorry. I am here, here I am here, oh, here I am. I am here, here I am here, oh, here I am. I am here, here I am here, oh, here I am. I am here, here I am here, oh, here I am. I am here, here I am here, oh, here I am. Thank y'all for doing that with me.
Yeah, here we are.
Yeah.
That's a good one. It's a good Kavanagh, good intention right now. It's also, yeah, I don't know, I'm feeling resonances with the Hebrew word hineni, which comes up over and over again in the Bible of here I am. I'm flashing, since we've been talking about nerddom, to Thor Ragnarok, which is a very here I am kind of movie. Thank you, Jill.
I have more backgrounds to share.
Great.
Yeah, I cannot believe.
I love that these hours end up with themes, and somehow we've arrived at the nerd hour.
Well,
perfect.
You didn't know that when you grouped us all together. That's great.
No, this was accidental. I mean, by the way, Paul and I have both met George Takei, Mr. Sulu, so that's a very important.
Not at the same time, but
at the same time.
But now this may really date me, and if you don't know who this is, it's quite fine. But today's vibe, this is very much today's vibe. I can't believe I'm glad to be here for the last hour when the two of you are probably like very loopy, but it's like the Jerry Lewis telethon, and you guys have gone all day, and it's just really impressive what you've been able to do. But I would love for you to now, reveal how much you've raised.
Yeah, that's. I was thinking that's the problem. We didn't ask for any money.
Yeah, no, I do know the. Oh, Paul, sorry. Yeah. No, the telethon. You remarked that somewhere. I don't know if it was via message or comment somewhere, but I think that's there's something there. This is similar to telethon, and I like that we're not asking for money. It's just the similar vibe ongoing of many hours on end. with what has turned out to be, by the way, really, really rich conversations. I don't expect that anybody out there watched this straight through. Even Dan and I, we each took a Shabbos. We each took this was 7 hours, and 1/7 for each of us was a break, which we didn't.
I only took a half-hour break.
Ah, that's true. That's true. I was cheating. I was making it.
And you were on another Zoom, so.
I was on a phone call. I wasn't on a Zoom. So, but yes, I mean, it's been a really incredible experience, and we do still have a little bit left, and we're not just gonna waste these last 10 minutes. But I think that the way to do it is, I don't know. I don't. If anybody on this call feels like they have a perfect like closing note, that'd be amazing. But I don't think that's what we're doing. I think we haven't solved anything. And in this moment of the call, in this hour of the call, and earlier, we've been dwelling a lot in uncertainty. And I keep on flashing to an image that Rachel Kadish in a different digital event in our Jewish Women's Archive jewishLIVE book club last night brought up, which is she talked about how when she writes, she feels like she is writing and she has a flashlight, and the beam has a distance of one sentence ahead. So it's like when you're in a car and you have the headlights and you can only see a small amount of road in front of you, but you sort of trust that that what comes after that small stretch of road you can see, you're not gonna ram into the wall. And honestly, I don't know that we're not gonna ram into the wall. That's not at all clear to me. But that image of having a flashlight that only shines one sentence ahead feels like an apt portrayal of where we are right now. It feels like, and this day of conversations has been that we haven't known more than a few sentences ahead, at least, where this conversation would be. But it has been good. It hasn't been what it would be for the 20-ish of us to gather in a conference and have an incredible day together, but it has been something. And so I wanted to put that out there and just really open floor. What's that next sentence beyond the flashlight beam going to be for us as we got 10 minutes left? Who's got something?
Well, I mean, I would just say, oh, Paul, do you want to go?
Well, I just want to say that, the way you guys ramped up so quickly, obviously, you were prepared for it simply because you're living in the digital world to begin with. But it's a great platform, and it's got me thinking, and everyone now is rushing to move our communities online so we can stay communities. So certainly what I've been thinking about with humanistic Judaism, and you can see around on my other shoulder, our social justice initiative is called Jews for a Secular Democracy, and it's looking at the separation of church and state from a Jewish perspective. And all the issues that touch on that, like LGBTQ equality and abortion rights and so on, from a separation of church and state angle and a Jewish angle. That's stuff that we're going to be doing online, and we will share with you, and hopefully you'll find it interesting and worthy enough to share with your network. And I think it's totally fair for you guys to curate and decide that some things are worth pushing through and some aren't. And it forces everyone to raise our game, frankly, to the level of getting it included on your main stage. Like I like that, and you should use it. And it forces a certain level of thinking. And just in this conversation, in mentioning like the Jewish Star Trek group, I also recognized I run a Facebook page called Japanese, which is where Jewish and Japanese converge, because my wife is from Japan. Our kids are Japanese, as I call them. I didn't invent the word. And there's 1,000 people who like that page, and I don't know them all. And I've never done any kind of event. And why can't I do an event like this now that people are homebound and they really have no choice but to look at me on their screen? So I can set something up, and it's easy, and the technology is available. So I've been inspired, at least by this hour, to do another program, put another thing on my to-do list. But I think it would be interesting to see how that goes, and to connect with some of those people who are literally around the world and have some kind of connection to both Jewish and Japanese, and put that out there and see who shows up.
Hey, Dan, were there any podcasts that released any content maybe this morning that might be great great fodder for a group like Jupanese.
I was just going to say so.
I'm just curious if you've heard
Yeah,
about anything.
I heard one this morning. I think it was called Judaism Unbound, and our guest was Kristen Edico Posner, and he is a wonderful Jupanese creative person. So yeah, so I would hope that will be shared on the Jupanese Facebook group in a matter of seconds.
We've posted about her a number of times, and I haven't connected with her personally yet, but that's fantastic.
She's wonderful, and hopefully she'll be on this platform soon. Yeah, that's great, Paul. I just want to mention, also because it's towards the end of this whole thing, because we're not staying after you guys go, we're closing out here. And partly just to say it for posterity and for folks listening, and also just to get any thoughts from you. I mean, that's why I asked you sort of what are you looking for, because really what JewishLIVE is meant to be, it was like our best guess some night about what we think is needed for this time, and it was kind of like, well, let's see, people are going to feel all these Jewish events keep getting canceled, and like all of a sudden it was almost like it's just like all of a sudden this like sandcastle was like falling apart, like everything was getting canceled one after another, and we were like, and including synagogue services and even the smallest of gatherings, and we were saying, wait, well, if that's going to be for a while, there's going to be 0 in-person gatherings there. So yes, there already are things streaming online, and there's going to be a lot more, but nobody knows how to find those things. So our thought was, could we create a single portal so all you have to know is JewishLIVE, and then you can quickly find what you're looking for. And over the last few days, I've literally had like computer hackers laughing at me as I've described what we want this website to be able to do. They're like, yeah, that's not actually possible. But I think it'll be somewhat possible what we're trying to make happen. And we don't really, like you were saying, Paul, yes, I mean, I see the value that if we don't share everything, that has people step up their game and say, how can we make our thing better? At the same time, our ambition would be to share everything if we could, and it's the only limitation is bandwidth and technology, and that we only have a couple of people here. But we're trying to figure out as quickly as possible how we can sort of share everything, and in such a way that lets people get there quickly. And what's interesting about that is that it potentially is great, and maybe this is where the step up the game part comes in, is that it's potentially great for any given organization, and it's potentially not so great, because if all of a sudden my community has 62 different options for Shabbat services, maybe they're not going to come to mine anymore, and I think that'll be interesting to see sort of what happens there. But what we're trying to do is, number one, create this basically in 2 clicks. If you put jewishlive.org and then one more click and you're where you need to be. Actually, on the subject of Star Wars, somebody asked me, so is this like the Jewish communal, the shared Jewish communal calendar that everybody's always been fantasizing about? And I was like, well, it's sort of like that plus beaming from Star Trek, because you go in the calendar and then you press it and you're actually there. So that's part of it. And then the other part of it is this idea of the social isolation, in the sense of, number one, that was why we're emphasizing the live events, because it's even though it's live, but it's pretty much on TV. Most people are not actually participating in an active way. But to my mind, it's the difference between watching a baseball game when it's going on TV versus TiVoing it and watching it 12 hours later. So our hypothesis was that the live things will be more important to people in terms of the social isolation piece. And so then, in addition to that, we're trying to create, or cause to be created, many, many, many more live events, partly by helping people create their events better, and partly by having what we're calling this Digital Jewish Festival on our own platform, and sharing that, and inviting basically everybody to come and do a show on this platform, so that we can have it maximally sort of representative of everything. And then maybe a lot of the events that people would naturally do are like Shabbat services, but there's so many other types of experiences, like y'all were saying earlier, that are possible. But maybe some of the people who could really do a great food thing are just an individual, they don't have an organization. So maybe by having the platform and inviting people, they'll be able to share what they have to share. So this is a call out to everybody who's out there and says, I actually do have something to share with the world at this time. We have the platform to have you share it. So please get in touch with us. For now, we don't have JewishLIVE email addresses, so you can still reach Lex and me at dan@judaismunbound.com and Lex Lex, lex@judaismunbound.com. And we encourage you to reach out to us, and we're going to try to get this done.
On that point, Dan, I think there are a lot of legacy institutions and bigger institutions that are thinking about how to transition their existing stuff online. And I'm sure that is a piece of math they're doing of how to compete with other folks doing the same thing. But what many of us have been experiencing, and what y'all with Judaism Unbound have been talking about for years now, is that there are just so many Jews in the United States and across the world who just aren't adequately served by current offerings. So I think the coronavirus pandemic is really surfacing a lot of the flaws in our structures, and my head is so much in the economic part of that right now, and it's actually been really spiritually meaningful for me to like leave that aside for this hour and focus on myself and my spiritual life and the spiritual life of the folks I'm on the call with. But this is a really beautiful opportunity for institutions that have some capacity to create events, structures, stuff for people who they don't typically serve or have struggled to figure out how to serve. Whether it's because they don't have wheelchair ramps to their synagogue, or they have a particular stance on Israel that means that I can't go in their building, or whatever the thing is that's been preventing them from serving folks who are Jewish and deserve to have spiritual support in whatever ways we need. But more than that, I think regular Jews, like some of us on this call and many of the folks probably watching. And I'm seeing that I should tune into the previous hour for econ stuff, which is fun. I think it's for those of us who are able to look after our own physical and economic health and like cover our bases with like the crisis as it's impacting us, it's an opportunity, especially with the platform y'all have offered, for those of us who don't feel served by current institutions to create our own stuff and find others who we might not have been able to find without this jewishLIVE platform. Maybe I'll think about what I would need in terms of like a processing grief ritual and talk to y'all about maybe hosting it there. Because I think there's a lot that's great about our existing institutions, but for like years and decades now, there are just so many gaps in what individual Jews and communities of Jews need, and only a subset of that has been provided. So like, if we're stuck here in our own homes, this might be an opportunity to really work on that.
Thank you. It's a really awesome thing when somebody who's been listening to our podcast like reflects some of our ideas in such a beautiful and really, really deeply aligned way. I don't feel the need to add very much, because you're right. That's on one foot a very good articulation of what we've been trying to communicate. So thank you, Jill. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, post facto, after the fact, to all of the folks who joined us over the course of the day. It's been an incredible 7 hours. I'm very, very big on the number 7. And I've mentioned already earlier today that I've been in the book of Jubilees, which is obsessed with the number 7 and cycles of the number 7. We're closing out one cycle of 7 hours that we've been on this call. And we are going into Shabbat, which is a seventh day. It is another 7. So my hope, my intention is that we can both take something from these hours, however much of it or however little of it you listen to, and have it sort of flow into our Shabbat, and that Shabbat can be a breath mark, like in a musical composition, or a rest, a real rest, because we all need one in this moment. So thank you all out there for listening. Oh, I'm used to saying listening. Thank you all for viewing. And we'll be back soon. We'll be offering a lot of content on jewishlive.org. We really hope that you'll check out the main stage and all of our other sub stages that are going to be rolled out over the next days and weeks. And in the meantime, also check out our jewishLIVE Facebook group, which if you're on Facebook, you can find it just by searching jewishLIVE, all one word, and join, because there have been incredible offerings from so many organizations, and as Jill said, non-organizations that have come together. So thank you all. And with that, I think we're going to sign off. This has been
Thank you guys. Thanks.
jewishLIVE.
Thank y'all.
Thank
Nice
you.
to meet you all.
So good to meet y'all. Good job.